It's very good news that the weather's good, because there's a few parts of the country so far that it isn't quite so good. Eva Gray has the ball in hand for the Sunrisers. On strike is Evelyn Jones for Central Sparks, and we are very nearly ready to get up and running here. Sparks winning the toss and deciding to bat, and well, let's see how they go with it. It's Gray, right arm over the wicket first up. This one's eased away into the offside. First ball by Jones, the skipper, and no run. Running through the sides in full before we say hello to Danny. So Sunrisers are Gray Scriven, skipper, Ariana Dowse, Jodie Grucock, Amara Carr, the wicket keeper, Maddie Villiers, Joe Gardner, Flo Miller is in for the injured Cordelia Griffith, Amu Suran Kumar, Eva Gray opening the bowling, Kelly Castle and Kate Kopak. It's on a nice length from Gray, eased away into the offside. Scriven's doing the fielding. As for Sparks, Bethan Ellis, Evelyn Jones the skipper, Abby Freeborn the wicket keeper, Maddie Green, Amy Campbell, Katie George, Charis Pavley, Emily Arlott, Grace Potts, Hannah Baker and Georgia Davis. Our officials today, James Treadwell and Ant Harris. Helen Pack is the match referee. Dabbed into the onside once more, and no run, one slip in place. Morning Danny, not the toss, won by Sunrisers, but what was the feeling of the pitch out there?
Well, I suppose we lost the toss on Tuesday and it worked out quite nicely for us, so maybe sometimes it's good. I suppose on a hot day like today you look upwards as well as downwards, don't you? And if there's any threat of thunder, to have the bat in our hands second half might also be a benefit to us. So I don't think anyone's particularly upset. Like we've seen Eva's come out, hit her straps straight up, hasn't she? And we've got a good record of bowling teams or putting pressure on early against teams when we put them into bat. So yeah, the girls are raring to go.
I was here the other day after the Radlett game, back here for a match between Middlesex and Essex. The track was 3-4 along from the one we're playing on as we look on from the river end. Here's the Hayes close end and Eva Gray. Right on the spot again. Respectfully pushed back by Jones. Yeah, how did that pitch play? There was a lot of turn, as you'd expect really here at Chelmsford, especially at this time of year.
Yeah, we're probably going to see that everywhere we go for the next couple of matches. But I suppose one of the nice things is we're almost right in the middle of the square here. We're using the entire playing field out there, so you've got a pretty balanced boundaries as well, which will bring.
Oh, little dabble. Some excitement behind the stumps, but nothing doing.
Pretty balanced boundaries that we can your defending and your attacking can be done pretty evenly from both ends. It's a great start there from Eva, the bowler maiden first up. So pressure on first over of the game. So
it'll be Ellis to have strike. There's a lovely view of Chelmsford across to the Hayes close end. You can see it's a bit hazy this morning. I'm trying to think, was it here or Radlett the other day? There was a really hazy feel to it. Maybe it was the day after the Radlett game and I was back here covering the Middlesex match, and they were talking about the hazy. I was talking about how hazy it was. Apparently, it was something to do with sub-Saharan desert sand blowing in, and that was what was causing the haze.
I've heard about that, and they say if you do find it on your car, don't try and polish it off because it's pretty rough.
Abrasive, really?
Yeah, the joys of social media tell you all these interesting facts, don't they? But how true it is, I don't know. I suppose with the sun's obviously a bit lower at this time of year, isn't it? So you get a bit more of a glare when you've got a whole day of sunshine. Like it's been. I was here before 8 this morning. Only just. Don't get too carried away. But it was bright sunshine from that moment. It was a bit even glarier then. They've done a great job drying the outfield out from early doors, and there won't be any noticeability of the dew that was there this morning now.
Okay, Kopak opening the bowling from the river end. This ball's eased away to backward point by Ellis. Her first ball faced. Because over the years we've had that red dust that's come in as well from Africa as well, which has blown upwards. But this one causing that one didn't cause a haze. That just made a mess of the car and the terrace and all the rest of it. But this one counting for some of the haze apparently. There's your Sunday morning geological.
Well, we're an informational service, aren't we? Here, we try and bring everything to those that tune in to watch sunrises on a Sunday morning and join us for their day. But it's a beautiful day here. You want to be playing cricket on days like this, don't you? It will get pretty warm out there, but the girls have strategies in place to counter that. And then in a way, like by bowling first, we also get to avoid possibly the hottest part of the day, depending on how it pans out. But it's pretty warm out there.
Well, I thought yesterday was going to be the warmest day, they said, but apparently today may well hit 33. I think yesterday 32 and a half they were thinking it might hit. On the pads. Oh my goodness me, Schmoder! Well, it went up in the air. We had the perfect angle of it, and sadly for Ellis, she didn't. Attempting a big hoy into the onside, the ball looped up in the air, and as it spun back towards the wicket, you thought maybe our line was wrong on it, but our line was absolutely perfect as well. Onto the stumps it ricochets, and Sunrisers have their first wicket.
It's a type of dismissal that we've seen so many times this summer, haven't we? You definitely don't bowl for it, but possibly missing leg stump. We'll see from the replay here with the appeal that Kate first put in, definitely missing leg stump, but she got incredibly unfortunate. I first thought it was going to just miss the off stump, and Mara Carr was holding her head, but you can see from the angle behind here, popped up over her head, everyone's appealing, and then just nips the bails off.
Well, as she watched it over her head there, I think she thought she was safe, didn't she? And that was why I thought maybe our angle, we haven't got it quite right, but our angle was perfect to see. That's pretty much the angle we were looking from mid on, and just looped up, spun on, and well, you can't believe it. Poor Ellis. It's a horrible, horrible way to go. But she did. She watched it into the air for a moment, didn't she? Then spun round. Whether she'd lost sight of it or thought that it was safe and was thinking, is there a leg bye to be had? But it's first wicket in the second over for Sunrisers, and delight for Kopak, delight for Sunrisers.
Yeah, instant impact again from Kate Kopak. So that's a really difficult one for the batter to try and work out what to do. When you have that split second realisation you have to defend your wicket, if it's going along the ground, you kick it. Yeah. So you know what you do there, don't you? Whereas in that situation, the way it's bouncing, you obviously can't use your hand to whack it away. What do you do? Get the bat, and get the bat is the obvious answer. Kick it if you can, but it's a difficult one to deal with, and a bit of fortune for Sunrisers and Kate Kopak first up.
Slipping a gully in place. Abigail Freeborn on strike. Onto the pads, and there is a leg bye. That was pretty much what Ellis was thinking the ball before. Is it trickling away to the onside, or we get a leg bye? Maddie Villiers, the fielder at mid-wicket, coming down, but they're off the mark with a leg bye. A great yelp on that one. It was looping down the leg side from Kopak. A slip in place and a gully for the right-hander, just a slip, which is douse for Sunrisers. Around the wicket's going to come Kopak. There's one game yesterday. I'll give you news of. Oh, look at that dragonfly. Well, I hope it's a dragonfly. It's just flown in. Actually, it's quite a pretty looking thing now. It settles on the window in front of us, green and red. There was a nasty spider in here the other day, and it really was nasty as well. Oh, it's cut away beautifully. Lovely shot. And first boundary of the innings, first runs off the bat as Jones gets Central Sparks up and going. That noise ricocheting around the ground of the cut shot disturbed the dragonfly as well, which has now sadly disappeared. Yeah,
not only do we bring you weather forecasts, but we also bring you the observation of the local nature.
David
as well.
Attenborough was given the other day. There was a wasp, which alarmed us all. We were sat where we are now at the back of the box because of the heat in this one and the glare of the sun. Landed on the window right in front of us. We thought, oh no, here we go, wasp. That's going to pester us for a while. Forward goes Kopak. This ball's pushed back up the track by Jones. There's no run, and that is the end of the over. 5 for 1 after 2. Ellis bowled for a duck as the ball looped back onto the stumps. As she tried a big heave into the onside. But yeah, this wasp landed on the edge of the window. I thought, oh no, it's going to be a right pass. Out of absolutely nowhere, a relatively big spider jumped, leapt on the back of the wasp. It was disgusting. And then that was it. That was the end of the wasp. The wasp was no more. But this spider was red as well. A big bulbous backside on it as well. And he thought, I don't want that thing anywhere near me. But yeah, that was That was not a pleasant end to the day watching. The Dragonflies, I say, was much more pleasant. It just flew in.
Yeah, we've got some Antipodean feeling weather at the moment. I'm not sure we need to start welcoming some Antipodean wildlife either into our country, do
this
we?
Is very true.
I'm glad that was the other day, because you might not have had a co-commentator for a few minutes if I was in here when that was happening.
I tried to look up what it was. Some suggested, because I got a picture of it, a woodlouse spider, but it looked bigger than that and redder. Oh, chipped back from Freeborn as far as mid-off. Just checked the shot slightly in the end. Gray putting it right up there. So the Rachael Heyhoe Flint table, as it looks at the moment, Blaze atop with 7 wins from 11. Southern Vipers 5 from 12. Central Sparks third, 5 wins from 11. They are 11 points off the leaders Blaze. South East Stars in 4th. Thunder, Northern Diamonds, Sunrisers 3 wins from 11 with that win the other day at Radlett. Steer through the vacant square leg for a single to get Freeborn off the mark. And Stormbottom just 2 wins from 11 so far. That game yesterday, I did listen to part of it, but I didn't check the results actually. That just occurred to me.
Vipers came out on top pretty convincingly, I think. So they're 5 points. They've got a bonus point from it. Saw them go from 5th to 2nd, which shows you just reading through the table. It's very, very tight.
Gray onto the pads, and this one gets away. Carr with a dive to her right. Long chase for Douse, which she won't win. Deep backward square, more than long leg coming around, won't get there either. It's leg by, signal by the umpire. Yeah, it was 2-3-7 the Vipers, and Thunder 173 all out at Arundel. Beautiful place to play cricket. Today, South East Stars 5 for 2 in the second against Blaze. Spence and Chatley gone for ducks. South East Stars winning the toss and deciding to bat at Beckenham. Oh, forward goes Jones, tentatively pushing that one back, and there's no run. Smith has 11, Davidson Richards has 2. I had a late call up for that one as well, but I was already busy, sadly. I sold them.
Well, Beckham's a lovely place to go and watch and play cricket. I'd definitely be batting first there as well from our experiences there this year. It's a very good track for the batters. But yeah, how could you turn down Chelmsford on a sunny day like this, Kev?
Exactly. Here's Gray bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep square for a single. Jones moves to, actually coming back for the second. That's good running, really good running. It is a big boundary actually. I shouldn't play down the fielding efforts at all out there, because as I said, this track is 4 to the right of the one that we played the other day as we look across on the river end, but that was as tight as you could imagine to the flats away to our left, that track the other evening, the other day for the Middlesex game against Essex. So this one's slightly more central, but it's still an enormous boundary to the pavilion. Gray looking to angle that one, but slides across, a wide signals by the umpire. Yeah, I have to admit, Beckenham's 20 minutes from home, so there was a small part of me that thought, oh, could I send somebody else to Chelmsford? No, Sunrisers loyalty.
Yeah, they'd all turn off if I was in charge, so let's be grateful.
Oh no, I would never have let you down. There was the mighty Jamie Reid, a good man of Kent, so he was quite happy doing South East Stars at Beckenham. That's a lovely ball from Gray, through it goes, and good follow up from Gray after the wides to end the over. 3 gone, 13 for 1 here. Sparks winning the toss, and the other game to tell you of is delayed. As we were saying, there is weather across the country. Western Storm taking on Northern Diamonds at Taunton. Match delayed. Teams will be announced at the toss. They haven't got to the toss with that one just yet, and there are delays across the county championship this, and indeed, is that a delay at Southampton as well then? England versus New Zealand. Oh no, it's an 11 o'clock start in the one-day series with that one. Update from Western Storm, providing no further rain, they'll start at 12 with the toss due to take place at 11:30. That's good news. As he said, it was a frustrating start for Sunrisers with the weather in this competition.
July was ridiculous. We played 50% of the matches we were meant to play, which sounds extreme in any measure.
Kopak still with a slip and a gully fine deep third as well. It's the danger of playing in blocks. I won't labour on that point for too long, because I've made that point many times over the years, but you put things into blocks in this country, you really can pay a heavy, heavy price. I remember a July, I think it was, at it was one particular game at Grace Road for Middlesex. I remember interviewing Ed Joyce, and he said he'd never known anything like it, and that was around 2007. It was as wet in July as you can imagine. Oh, it's right up there. Was there a little bit of bat involved? I don't think so. The umpire's going to signal leg by, so it was drifting down the leg side. We are a wide long on, so can't quite tell if a batter's stepped across just how far. But a leg by more to the total, but yeah. Similarly, I remember Sam Robson actually falling foul of a damp September after he had a really good summer, and there was an Ashes tour coming up that winter, and he thought, if he gets a couple more centuries, he'd had an amazing summer. If he gets a couple more centuries in September, then he could really be back on that plane again for England. But 2 washouts and 2 real rough pitches because of the weather. Leg sides from Kopak, and that's tickled away. Hard chase down at long leg, which will be 1. Couple taken.
Yeah,
What's that, Joe Gardner?
Joe Gardner coming round, making up some really good ground. Like, the boundaries are really big here. It's hard to. We're using the whole playing. We're blaming using the whole playing field here, which is again a deliberate ploy. That we're a team that we believe we're good at milking runs as a unit, rather than necessarily trying to go over the boundaries, and therefore to have a big playing field suits our game. So. It's lovely to have that opportunity. You so often find yourself at grounds where you've got a 50 metre one way and a 60 metre the other way, and you're trying to balance it out.
Right up there from Kopak, defended by Jones. Nice to have home advantage.
It is nice, and so one of the things we talk a lot about with this regional structure is that you can feel slightly nomadic at times. Obviously, we got our Chelmsford monkey off the back when we played Vipers here, beginning of July. One of the only games that didn't have any rain in it in that month.
Kopak bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper.
But the more we can play at each ground, obviously Chelmsford we've got to know very well over the years. You do have variations because it's such a large square and there's so much cricket played here that you may be on a hybrid pitch, you may be quite tight on one side. So there are those times when you have to balance it out slightly as well, even as the home team, as Essex will always find us as well. Whereas Radler is one that we've worked out a way that you might need to manage matches in that condition there.
That's a lovely ball. It's had Jones nibbling outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. And 4 overs bowled, 16 for 1. I've just worked out, I've been slightly disconcerted here. I think because I've done 3 days of radio in this commentary box, I'm still slightly in radio mode. But then also, we're in a great viewing position up here. It's a lovely vantage point, isn't it? Not quite in line. And our feed is ever so slightly behind on the screen, which we'd usually do the commentary off, breaking down all the magic of TV and radio for you. But I think I've got it now. If you watch the ball bowled in front of you, then look to the screen, and that's the point you comment. You can reassure yourself with the screen as well of what you've just seen.
Yeah, so if you do blink and you're starting to do some research to look at the latest score and there's a big shout, you can quickly drop your eyes down. I might need to get a cushion for my chair though, because I'm just a little bit low to see it, so I'll sneak my way forward and follow learning from the pros here, Kev.
Here's a length ball outside of the off stump. It's eased away to points. Dot ball into the scorebook once more. I could probably elevate that TV slightly for you with my broadcasting equipment. Shall I do that?
We'll do it at the end of the over. We don't have to rush down there now. We don't want to miss any of the action.
So England's against New Zealand, a men's one-day international today.
Southampton, isn't it? So I'm guessing the southwest is getting a bit of a battering at the moment.
It's chopped away nicely into the offside. Just a single. Scrivens comes around. I was tuned in yesterday listening to the Test match special coverage of England women winning by 7 wickets at Chesterley Street. Sri Lanka out for a paltry 106. Enjoyed the coverage greatly of that one. Driving around on a Saturday afternoon. It's lovely hearing a bit of cricket on the radio or on a stream, isn't it? If you're out and about in the car, jump in and listen on the radio.
Yeah, I quite like the fact there was one of our games on yesterday, so I could follow the game down at Arundel as well, just to pass the time while on a lazy late summer Saturday.
I don't like a summer's day when there's no cricket on. It upsets me greatly. It was a lovely day yesterday, as you say. Choice of two to pay close attention to. Yes, that was a 7-wicket victory for England women. England men today against New Zealand. County Championship, Division 1. Kent are 31 without loss against Nottinghamshire. Compton and Crawley opening up at Canterbury, where Kent had won the toss and elected to bat. You'd imagine that's going to be a real batting surface at Kent, who need a big scoring draw to potentially climb above Middlesex, who are away at Lancashire. And Middlesex have won the toss at Old Trafford. That could be very, very big news indeed for Division 1. So both Kent and Middlesex winning the toss this morning. Stoneman and Robson opening up at Old Trafford against Tom Bailey. If I'm very lucky, Sunrisers will win in double quick climb again and may even make the last throws at Old Trafford tonight. That's wishful thinking. That's tucked away nicely. Deep square has a chase around to deep mid-wicket. Jones moves to 10. 19 for 1 is the score here. The other score in Division 1, Northampton, are as good as down. A 4 without loss at Warwickshire. I'll tell you the Division 2 scores in a moment. But yeah, that was a resounding result for Sunrisers the other day against Storm. And as I say, I benefited because it was a 3 o'clock finish. I got back to see a bit of cricket. I got to see 2 cricket matches in one day. I was delighted with myself that day. It'll be a wide, short one down the leg side. Yeah, 4-wicket victory against Storm, but in reality it was probably a bigger victory than the 4 wickets would suggest. There were a couple that tumbled at the end, weren't there? But overall it was a game Sunrisers in charge pretty much start to finish.
Yeah, it was a very pleasing display, game 1. We'll manage your expectations slightly here today, Kevin. And
no 3 o'clock finish today.
And even if we did finish at 3 o'clock, my geography suggests you probably won't make it to Old Trafford.
Well, it was working out 3 o'clock, 4-hour drive, delayed start there. I might make the interview maybe at Old Trafford. Interview.
You could probably do it over Zoom. I think other mediums are available, but yeah, I think you can settle in for a day here. It looks a good track to bat on. Obviously, there's a little bit there. There's been a little bit there for Eva Gray and Kate Kopak to start with. Obviously, a little bit, very big slice of fortune for Kate Kopak picking up Bethan Ellis's early wicket, but I think it's one where there's going to have to be a bit of work to be done today. Yeah, not as much seam movement as we saw at Radlett the other day, where there was 10:30 start. We talked about it, didn't we? I think it is fair to say that the other day at Radlett there was more dew around that day, because I was here at Chelmsford before setting off to Radlett that morning, and you could really get it, much like you said, at 8 o'clock here this morning, 8 o'clock that morning. It was an extraordinary scene, it really was. It was only just like the crack of dawn and there was dew around, condensation on the cars. And then arriving at Radlett, there was still that little bit of a feel about it of a 10:30 start. The ball might do a bit. It's not doing as much here now. In the championship game, again, it was 4 tracks along, but pretty close to this one. I'd suggest it was a slightly greener tinge that Essex put out for their last match here. So maybe just assisted Cook and Porter, who really went through the Middlesex top order twice in that game. Oh, rapping on the pads. Leg side. Freeborn is looking to steer into the onside. Set a few shouts now. Kopak from the river end. Getting closer, that was probably the best of them, but just sliding, the umpire's opinion. From the replay, I think we would agree with that. Good length, just not quite the line.
It's a nice shot. Penetrate the offside field, but pleasantly punched away by Freeborn. Defeats for Sparks at home to Blaze. Played at Edgbaston. Sparks won the toss on Tuesday posted 189. Ellis, the unfortunate dismissal this morning, gone for 53. LBW to Gordon on Tuesday. Jones made 8. Freeborn made 6. Copac loses a run up. Green 0, Campbell 11. George with a second 50 of that innings before she was LBW to Groves. Pavely 15, Arlott 1, Davis 8, Potts unbeaten 5, and Baker the last to go for 3. 189 all out with 1 ball left of their innings. So it's a difficult day at Edgbaston. Driven hard. Oh, throw comes into the non-striker's end and buzzes as well. It gets through. It was a hard throw. I'm going to guess by the. I was going to say it was Maddie Villiers. Actually, it isn't, because Villiers was backing up.
Who let go of that, and quite rightly. They would have been short if it was a direct hit, and unfortunate that it didn't quite. That Maddie couldn't quite back it off on the other side. But yeah, worth the shot, because Eve Jones has run into that end, and you see your opening. Have a go at it.
Well, the power of the arm. It was going to be one of two. I think it was either Villiers or Joe Gardner. Is that fair to say, the two strongest arms?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really want to get behind any of them when they're out there. But they should be ruin that one for a little bit. But it's worth having a go when you know that you've got a chance to. Well,
you're often frustrated when it gets through the backup as well. But actually, it all happened so quickly and so sharply that you can forgive Villiers for not having got around quite quickly enough. That's a lovely follow-up from Copac. Really was. Beautiful ball around the wicket. Bit of bounce in that. Beating Jones as well.
I was just thinking there's probably slightly more bounce than we see usually here at Chelmsford at the moment. That length would not necessarily always be going as comfortably through to Amara Carr behind the stumps.
Just short of a length down the leg side now. There's an appeal. I wonder as much as that is to say to the umpire. Now, interestingly, an appeal goes up for caught down the leg side. Umpire says not out, nor does he signal wide. And Jones then inquires, well, how's that not a wide? And part of me wonders, was the appeal to say that's clipped a bit of trousers. It's not a it's not a wide, umps. That was my first thought on the appeal. Yes. In the end, it's a dot ball, nothing more, which Jones herself wasn't particularly pleased with, but I think Sunrise has come out with the best of it. 25 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, you talked about our location here. It's a great spot to watch cricket on, but you can't really hear much, so we can't say whether we heard or didn't hear anything there. Obviously, not given as an extra, so imagining that there was something on there that Eve Jones didn't quite note. Kevin's just been doing a little bit of DIY, and we now have the stream TV lifted up, so we can see it a bit more comfortably from our vantage point.
Not just a pretty face. There'll be a leg by to the onside, and there's no run. Actually, that's a lot better, isn't it? Happy with that.
Yeah. Is that window now in your way?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Just check we don't need to go slightly to the right before. if you're going to do a job, you've got to do it properly.
Well, that's true. That's true. There's only so much slack on one of those leads, though, so I was doing that very, very slowly, just in case. I'm sure Tony and the gang on the other side of the ground were sat on the edge of their seat, waiting to hear a crash. Nervous as I was messing with things over here. It's a lovely stream. Really good feed of the game here. Beautiful pictures, colours out there on a sunny day. Oh, now Carr, wrong-footed by that one. Stops it. I'm not sure it was a put down, because there's not that too much disappointment, is there?
It felt like there was a bump there. I don't know whether she played it into the ground or not. Here we go. Off her foot.
Oh,
the trajectory didn't look like it had gone flying off the edge of the bat, but
it was only the wrong-footedness of Carr that made me think, was there then an edge? Let's cut away. The couple down to deep third.
Yeah, looking to use her feet here, Eve Jones, trying to put Eva Gray's length off. She's bowled a fantastic line of length so far this morning, and the first ball of the innings, she advanced down the track, possibly slightly blindsided Amara Carr, leading to that slight hesitation behind the stumps, but still can't work out whether it was an opportunity or not. I'm not sure it was, given the reactions of everyone.
Checking with producer Ollie over the other side of the grounds, see if on the replay he saw anything. It's leg side, tucked away nicely. I think we've seen a little bit of that. I'm saying there's not that much swing or seam out there this morning. The batters have been very happy closing the face, and this is something we talked about at Radlett in particular. Whenever there is that bit of seam or swing movement, you've got to be so careful to keep that bat face open. Whereas today, from nearly ball one, Sparks have been quite happy nudging and nurdling and steering the ball around, which suggests again that there isn't as much seam or swing here at Chelmsford. Mid-off just moves a little wider there by Carr. Short one up in the air, safe. Get a couple down to long leg, top edge, and very nearly.
Yes, fortuitous there, definitely not in control, and you thought for a second that Amara Carr was going to be able to pull out a full length dive. It probably would have needed another 3 of her before she could reach where it actually did land. It just kept going, didn't it? But again, creating chances, seeing the intent that Sparks want to play with. Like, they're a team that want to take the game on, and that's great as a bowler because you know you're going to be in the game for as long as possible.
Short again, leg sides to the left-handed Jones. They only took a single actually. I thought they were back for the second. My apologies, I called it as a couple, but it was one. Freeborn on 8. So Jones on strike now. And 31 for 1. 1 ball to come of the 7th. We were talking about that game at Edgbaston. So 189 all out. Groves with 3 wickets for Blaze, who won by another wide. Slides down the leg side. Still one to come of the over. Who indeed won by 3 wickets. Blaze 40 from Lee at the top. 24 Beaumont before she was run out by Pavely. 66 for Sivera Brunt. 2 for George, 2 for Davis, 2 for Baker. But 193 for 7, chased down in the 46th over. Nice in behind that, Jones. Good line, good length again from Gray. And keeping it, well, I mean, you've suggested that is the end of the over. 7 bowled, 32 for 1. That, you know, this will be a nudger and nurdler track. Actually quite difficult to nudge and nurdle it if it is just back of a length. Where Gray has bowled that one, you kind of tucked up for room a little bit. You've got to force it from there, haven't you? Rather than if it's slightly fuller, you can open or close the face a little bit more to try and work your angle for the single.
Yeah, it was certainly a ploy that we quickly potted onto here against Vipers early July. We touched on earlier, the only game in July that had no rain delay. We even came off when we played at Beckenham for 10 overs or so. That was reduced in the chase. So it was it was a similar pitch by the looks of it. Actually, back of the length gave you much more of a reward as a bowler.
Oh, it's crunched. Beautiful shot of the morning so far. Freeborn into double figures, and that was a glorious drive. Really hit hard. Timed to perfection.
We talk about the big boundaries, but you get huge value for your shots here. It's an amazingly quick outfield when you do get past the inner ring. She's seen the width, put her hands through it. It's a great shot, so I don't think Kate Koppak will be too concerned about that. It's a good shot played against a ball that she wanted to bowl, so slightly over pitched. So back of the length gives you some more value here.
Just seen a couple of the Sunrisers bucket hats on display away to our right. Top of the stand where we're sat at the river end. Very popular the other day on sale at Radlett, I believe.
Well, we were talking about the heat for the players. I'm actually quite concerned about the spectators as well today. This ground is, again, it's a place we've come to know as home in many ways, but there's not a huge amount of shade. You'll see our coaching staff are using the balcony for a change, and normally in the dugout, as it's going to be sweltering down there, and a few people might retreat to under the top tier later.
Bowls or played. Solid defence from Freeborn. I'd imagine that there's a good number down below the tier to our right, and then under the shade. That's actually a good viewing spot immediately below. Two-tiered stand to our right. This is a one-tiered stand that we at the top of here. Down below, well, I guess there is a row of seats down the bottom, but it's either the away dressing room or umpire's room down below.
Yeah, I think you'll find some of the players sat down there. I think Sparks might have taken over there, as it's one of the player areas that can be used.
Solid defence once again from Freeborn. Ah yes, of course, they have got it for this one. I wasn't sure whether it was the match officials or the away team who had it for this. They won't have much shade because that sun really... This is why we're sat so far back in our commentary box. We've got a two-tiered commentary box as well, and we're right at the back of it because, day one of the championship game here recently, Essex versus Middlesex, I was sat in the front row, and I had to stand on one of the chairs on the front row to stand through the whole session so that I was up out of the sun because it was just so oppressive. And then we all moved to the back of the box that evening. So I bowled again. And this is what the Sunrisers will want at the moment. With that bigger boundary, you keep it on that spot. Field up in the power play. Only the loose ones to put away. Again, the bigger boundary to the onside, shorter boundary to the offside, so that even more so will be keeping Kopak on a straight line from the river end. Oh, that gets through. Again, powerfully driven. Pace taken off it somewhat, and they've run two. I'll think about the third, and Freeborn says yes, back she comes. And three it is. Now, whose hand was hurt hard by that one? I thought it was Gardner, but I'm not sure.
Diving stop by Grace Scrivens, leading the way again as captain. Probably hit the same bruise that she picked up on Tuesday when she saved a almost certain four off her own bowling that I remember we discussed. That saved her, again, an almost certain four. Every run counts in situations like this, so brilliant effort there in the covers. So you get real value if you can get behind the line of the ball here and driving. It's a ground that gives you runs for that, but Maddie Villiers coming into the attack now just to finish the power play off, which will be interesting. As you were saying to me earlier, there was a lot of turn up at the up here when we had the Essex Middlesex game the other day, so let's see how Maddie goes in here. So
slip in place. 2 overs remaining of power play one, 39 for one. Oh, it's a gorgeous bit of flight, first ball. That really was. As soon as it left the hand from Villiers, that one, it looked an absolute beaut. Past the edge it goes, immediately onto the spot. That's as good a ball as she may well bowl all day. Well, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? Chelmsford has been renowned for so many years a spinner's surface. Whether it will be for today's match isn't every week a spinner's game, but that was all in the air, the first ball, wasn't it, from Villiers? As soon as it left the hand, you could just see the flight and it was perfect. Nice again. Watchfully pushed back into the offside. Just lost for a moment. The second fielder in the deep. There's a deep backward square leg.
There's a deep mid-wicket.
Deep mid-wicket it is. Yes, I can see now. Thank you. And this is swept fine at the deep backward square leg. Chase on, slide, a tumble, a roll, and the ball is flicked back in. Well done. They are turning for 3. A single save. That's outstanding down there. Couldn't quite see in the reflection on the screen there who it was.
Joe Gardner, I think, again, as well in the action. But the downside to our 2-tier, you've really sold this commentary box, by the way. It sounds spacious and wonderful. It's a great view, but up here you can't see the scoreboard, so there's some of the information that you might.
Well, no, even in the front row you can't see the scoreboard. I can help with that though.
And you can't quite see the pockets down this end of the ground either.
Well, there was a catch here the other day that Mark Stoneman took off the bowling of Luke Holman, and I called it as, is it 6 or is it 4? Because they actually had 2 long ons in place, and it was the second long on who took the catch. You very rarely will see 2 long ons. And I was thinking, how's that 4? Is it 6? And then all of a sudden, Stoneman emerged as wherever you're sat in this commentary box, the upper tier of the stand to our right obstructs the view. In fact, anywhere along this side of the ground at the river end, as soon as the ball passes a certain point. That's a lovely bit of flight again. First ball to the left-handed Jones. Yeah, they very cleverly given us our own scoreboard up here in the commentary box, and I haven't turned the TV on. That has it on as this ball's cut away. The single is taken, and that's the end of the over. 9 gone, 43 for 1. Jones moves to 14, and Freeborn's on 18. Yeah, the little one that we'd usually use isn't working.
No, I couldn't work out if it was the sun glaring off it and you couldn't see it, or if it was not actually turned on. So, yeah, half the ground is ignorant to the score at this moment in time. But a great opening over from Maddie Villiers, continuing the form she showed on Tuesday. It's not easy as a spinner to bowl in the power play. She's never shy of taking it on when given the call by the captain. So yeah, great to see her pick up where she left off, and some great fielding out in the deep as well from Joe Gardner and Flo Miller to keep the pressure on. Got Amusa and Kuma coming on at this end as well now, so another change up.
I've worked it out. It was there's a secondary socket for our scoreboard, which we will have imminently up in the commentary box.
Yeah, when it goes quiet up here, it's because Kev's doing some DIY, and I was just to be honest, was just kind of watching as he tried to figure it out, not wanting to offer any backseat driving. But yeah, we have the camera on the scoreboard now, so we're all good. To be honest, the one number I was missing there was the run rate, so it's good to have it back up in our lives.
So Kumar into the attack. This ball bumped up around the wicket. First ball, toe end of the bat checked by Jones on that one. 14 from 29 now. So yeah, we're all set now. We've got our elevated stream. Oh, it's hitting the air. Again, toe end of the bat, so it didn't carry. It wasn't timed at all. But immediately here, Sarun Kumar around the wicket and free, and Jones struggling slightly. Deep third back and deep square. It's deep square, actually backward of, who's got her work cut out. Let's get around now. Brilliant stop. Outstanding piece of work. Out on the boundary, they've taken. They run 3. They have.
It was Jones on strike, so yes,
yeah,
they've run 3. I was spending the build up to that ball trying to work out who's gone off the field as Esme McGregor's on down here, and I'm trying to spot the 2 I've narrowed it down to are Eva Gray or Ariana Dowse, and as I can't see every pocket, I'm not sure who's missing. I think that might be Dowse down at deep third now.
No ball called. Oh, it gets through the covers as well. Scrivens with a roll to her left. Can't cut it off. Is it going to be fully punished? Yes, it is. 4 runs and the no ball. So that will be a free hit in the power play. Always difficult to come on. It can go one of 2 ways when you're a bowler. coming on with 1 over to bowl before the end of the power play. Either you immediately hit a mark that comes off and you get a very cheap over goes through, or it goes completely the other way and the batters who are set and in quite fancy a new bowler who hasn't quite got their line right yet. Just over pitched slightly on that one. Surun Kumar, and punished for it. So the free hit for Freeborn. Goes up in the air and will be caught at mid-off, and the throw comes into the non-striker's end to try and affect the run-outs. It's not too costly. Free hit for Sunrisers. Freeborn's on to 23, 52 for 1. Sparks. 50 brought up, my apologies, with the boundary. Width again, put away. And it is one of those overs where a bowler just settles in at the end of a power play against 2 who are set. You see it so often. I watched it all the way through the One Day Cup as well. If a bowler just comes in at the end of a power play, having not bowled yet, and you've got 2 set batters, if they're ever so slightly off, the batters decide this is going.
It's a difficult decision for a captain to make, isn't it? Especially when you haven't necessarily got the early breakthroughs you want. Do you give your opening bowler another over to get through the power play, as you say? They know the pitch, they've had some relative success, or do you keep trying to change the game up and give yourself an opportunity to sneak one while you've got the more attacking field in? So it's a difficult one, and Hammer will adjust her line and length here, I'm sure.
Ball goes to the Yorker, bit of width on it and stretching for it in the end. Jones pushes that one up to mid-off, end of the over. So 10 bowls, end of the power play indeed. Sparks 56 for 1, having won the toss here. Yes, it is an incredibly easy game up here. No matter what level you're watching, it's a much easier game from the sidelines. Even in the international yesterday, I'm trying to think who the summariser was at the time, former pro that was commentating at that point. They just said, what you really need is a second captain on the sidelines, because it is a much easier game, and you do see it. It's so difficult when you're down there on the field and you're checking the field and look around. When you've got a slightly elevated position off the field and slightly pressure off as a result, it's so easy to pick things up here. So it's not a cliche at all to say it's an easier game in the commentary box. It is for many, many reasons. Yeah,
it's a bit like trying to explain why it's quite nice to go and watch a game live as opposed to catch it on TV. Why do you go and spend so much money? Because it's a pretty expensive pastime now, going and watching it in the ground. You get the atmosphere, but you understand the nuances. You can see where every fielder is because you get that broad spectrum of a pitch view. So there's definitely a benefit to being on the sideline.
Villiers, who started her first over beautifully with that flighted ball to Freeborn, went for just 4 off her first over in the power play. And there you go, the 2 examples of it. Villiers came in, hit her mark. Oh, that's scooped. Just a single. A bit of invention from Freeborn. Your scores update from other games. Western Storm, did we say it was going to be a 12 o'clock start? 11:30
that was the
toss?
last we heard from there, so nothing's happening there, is there?
Northern Diamonds, the visitors to Taunton for that one. And South East Stars 59 for 3 in the 11th. So similar scores. Stars losing a couple of early wickets. Spence and Chatley both gone for ducks. Smith has now gone for 34. And Ballinger with all 3 wickets. Davidson Richards is not out on 24. And Cranstone is the new batter. So 59 for 3 now into the 12th. Beckenham here 57 for 1 in the 11th. Pinned back by that one on this occasion, Jones, but Nothing doing for the bowlers at all. Just sat back immediately to that one. Obviously picked up the length and line early. So yes, 2 other games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint today. That victory yesterday for Vipers. Lovely bit of flight again, just dabbed into the offside by Jones. Another good over from Villiers, just the one off it. And 11 bowled, 57 for 1. That's outstanding from Maddie Villiers. Indication early on here as well that spin may well play a very, very big part across the day today. Pace off, big boundaries. And I'm sure, as the spinners will hope, a little bit of turn as well. Speaking of spinners, here's the skipper. Grace Scrivens into the attack from the river end. Just the one over for Surin Kumar, went for 13. Just a little unlucky. It's that end of the over, or end of the power play over. Scrivens deciding, let's have a go with spin at both ends.
Yeah, she can probably feel slightly unfortunate. She got the one over. Obviously missed the mark on a couple of occasions, and you want to be proactive, like you say. You know the pitch is going to take turn. B, the game has shown, the stats are there, that it's harder to score runs against spin. And we've got 4 spinners in our lineup, so you want to get them in the action as quickly as possible. So I think, yeah, slightly unfortunate the timing that Amusa and Kuma came on there, though I'm sure she will be back into the attack later on when the timers are needed.
Good start from Scrivens, immediately tucks up Freeborn. Actually slightly surprised she went back to that length on that one. 24 from 28, Jones 21 from 37. Doesn't get that one through either. Yeah, a couple of quiet overs out of the power play here might just lead to a mistake, lead to an error. Oh, beautifully bowled. Really good from Scrivens. Fine work with the gloves as ever by Carr. An obvious thing to say, but it was something actually that, from a similar angle watching the other day, where you're not in line nor are you square on, but you are just at an angle where you get a little bit of a feel of the flight, perhaps more when you watch him perfectly in line. And there was a ball early in the match from Josh De Carey's part-time off-spinner for Middlesex. It's Alistair Cook opening up to Essex, and it was just beautifully flighted, beautiful length, and it felt as though Cook was in position for ages on the front foot, perfect position, but it felt as though he was there for ages before the ball hit the bat. So quicker ball darted down and swept away, just be a single. Deep square coming around fine to collect, but exactly that was the point I was going to make. It wasn't so much darting it in, it was just that little bit of flight as we saw on the ball that beat the bat there, and the one from Villiers earlier, however much it's turning out there, there's certainly a little bit in the bounce. If you can get that flight and length right, then something to be had for pace fully off for the spinners. Simon Harmer did end that match with a 5 for Essex, but again that was a track of fewer long, so you can't judge it like for like.
Yeah, Josh De Carey's took 8 in one innings, so yeah, there's definitely something in there.
And
yeah,
actually bowled better in the second innings, where he only got
it's ironic, isn't
1,
it?
maybe 2.
But yeah, 9 or 10 for the game, and be brave, take some pace off, give it a bit of flight, make the batters do the work is probably the anecdote to put here. Like, yeah, if you give them pace, they'll use it.
Lovely from Villiers to start the over. So yeah, still the delay at Southampton for England's men against New Zealand. Little paddle from Freeborn. Just the single. News of the County Championship. Kent are 45 without loss against Nottinghamshire, having won the toss. Compton and Crawley opening up. Middlesex are 7 for 2 in the 9th at Old Trafford. Stoneman and Cracknell out. Robson and Davies together. Bailey and Williams with a wicket apiece. Northamptonshire, another one of the Sunrisers stakeholders. They're 18 for 1. Having lost Azad, caught Miles, bowled Rushworth. Gay and Proctor together. Had Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Oh, now Jones went across really early to that, and there you saw pace off as well for Villiers. Took the pace right off it. Now whether that was having seen Jones go so early, nowhere for Jones to go with it really once the pace was off, and she almost lost her balance. Well, she did lose her balance, but didn't lose her wicket. Dragged the length back on that one slightly. Jones able to rock back and find the single. Delay at Glamorgan. They're taking on Yorkshire at Cardiff. Yorkshire, they have had the toss. Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bat. No news of start time though. Gloucestershire 32 without loss against Derbyshire at Bristol, and Sussex are 73 for 2 against Leicestershire at Hove. Floats on past the edge of the bat again. Good from Villiers. These two could settle into a spell here, couldn't they? That'll be the hope for Scrivens. And for Villiers, that was the end of the over. A little discussion about something out there. I'm not sure what it was. Oh, no balls called. Belatedly. So it's not the end of the over.
Yeah. Was it a fielding position? Kate Coppat's just come over from the leg side to short third here. So perhaps it was, again, we can't see the pockets. How many are behind square on the leg side? Or are we arguing? It was the left-hander on strike, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We got a wicket on the 7th ball the other day, didn't we?
Well, that's
so
true.
Maybe we'll hope for the same.
Oh dear. Well, free hit's going to be another no ball. Slipped out from Villiers, going for a quicker ball. Yorker clearly. Slips out and over waist height. It's going to be another free hit. Hit straight to mid-on by Freeborn. Now, having gone for the quick one, what does she do with this? Pace right off, floated up there. No, it goes flatter again, and it gets through off the pad. They'll get a leg by. Big swing from Freeborn. And it came off indeed the pad of Amarakar, the keeper, as a bye is signalled. The over ends. Villiers will be frustrated. None for 9 off 3. What was a good over ends with 5 offered against the bowler plus the bye, so 6 in the over. 63 for 1. Just to the point where they'd really quieten things down, which will disappoint Villiers. She started so very well. It was a slightly
eventful end to an over, wasn't it? Almost came from nowhere. As the batters take some drinks here. I think we'll probably expect to see a drinks break for everyone in the not too distant future.
Well, indeed, what would have been the last ball of the over, but for the no ball, was that lovely ball floated past the edge, wasn't it, of Freeborn, beating the defence of the right-hander. So yes, just takes a little bit of the sting out of it for Freeborn and Jones as they'll look at their strike rates. Freeborn's been brought down here to 68.4. She was up in the high 80s. 26 from 38 now. Jones 22 from 40. 13 bowls. Here's the 14th. Little paddle around the corner from Freeborn. Scrivens in her second over. I'm not sure how much she had against. No, she didn't have any. There you go. She's taking a guard now. Jones. It did strike me that she didn't bowl many. She bowled none at all to Jones in her opening over. So
got 5 dots and then a single off the last ball, I think it was, wasn't it? So she didn't get a chance to face up to the left-hander. Should be looking forward to this opportunity.
Skipper to skipper. Oh, now there's a bit of turn on that. Dropped short, Scrivens. Totally tucked up by Jones though. She had to just drop the bat down on it. Good again. Came out the wrong side of the toss, Grace Scrivens, but again with that weather that's coming in today, perhaps a shortened chase here at Chelmsford today, if it plays that way, will be in the favour of Sunrisers. So it's come the over, and this is tight from Scrivens again. Just feels like something's happening out there at the moment. Not able to get that one away. It feels like there's a little bit of frustration growing from Jones. Her strike rate's dropped to 50, 22 from 44. But the way the spinners in the last couple of overs have dried things up. Oh, that one doesn't get through either. Good fielding. That's outstanding work. Moments like that can be so crucial in a match. Flo Miller preventing what looked a certain one and possibly even two, and it means just one off the over again from Scrivens. None for two from two. 64 for one after 14. Here come the drinks. I think they might have made a full start in the previous over, because I looked down, all of a sudden the over was beginning the next over. But we've had an hour now. 14 bowled.
Yeah, the batter's got one at the end of the last over when the umpires were waiting for the hour break, so they've got a couple of chances to get some hydration on. Look, it's very warm out there, and we want to see good cricket, not players that are struggling in the heat. So it's opportune to get a quick drink in.
South East Stars 73 for 4 now in the 15th against Blaze at Cheltenham. Davidson Richards still going on 32. Cranstone's gone. Court Kirk bowls. They're going for 6. So 73 for 4 in that one after, well, in the 15th. So what have we had? 14 here. 64 for 1. I don't know whether who the drinks break's come at a better time, because it did just feel as though Jones was getting a little bit itchy there. Wanted to get the ball away, was getting frustrated at the number of dot balls. And we talked about this the other day at Radlett, didn't we, about how many dot balls by a wicket. 3 in the Charlotte Edwards, more difficult to quantify in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, of course, a longer format. But equally, you can just feel the spinners have got a little bit of a squeeze on here, which is why that end of the over from Villiers was unfortunate. But you can see from Jones that she was just feeling a little bit of that pressure to try and get the ball away. 1 wicket down. Central Sparks having won the toss. Ellis was bowled Kopak for noughts. Ball that ricocheted up into the air off the pad and back down onto the stumps. But Jones 22 from 45 now. And as I said, it dropped to 50, a strike rate in that over, and then has now dropped below. So whether this drinks break just allows her a moment to gather herself and say it's partnerships, it's time, it's duration in the middle, it wins matches. It's not about the small pockets.
Yeah, I think it's also good for Sunrisers to just regroup. You always want to have success in the power play, but to remind yourself that the things change very quickly in a game. The old adage of add 2 wickets to the scoreboard and things look very different. I suppose it was a really different power plays to what we saw on Tuesday to what we've seen here. Probably reflective of the conditions, not necessarily the way either team have played. There was swing on Tuesday because it was just a little bit damper under the surface, whereas here it's been a good surface all along. Quite a lot of bounce, which has aided the spinners and maybe hampered the seamers a little bit, in that balls you might have seen nicked on days with less bounce were beating the top of the edge of the bat. So I think it's one where just remind yourself you add 2 to that scoreboard. It's a similar ploy here. Bed in. We've seen Scrivens and Villiers bowl 5 between them for a little over 2 and over, and if they can keep that pressure on, then the fact you put yourself into bat and you know that you really need 250 plus on this wicket, that starts to come into play, and that starts to to make the batters have to make different decisions. So yeah, a matter, we said it the other day, look, matter of patience. Don't be the team that blinks first, because Sunrisers are very much in this match at the moment. They've just got to execute their skills well and be ready when the opportunity comes.
Villiers resuming after the break from the Hayes close end.
It's a bit like the first ball of the game. You want it to be positive for your side, don't you? So after every break you want that as well. So great start there from Maddie.
Just rocking back on that one. Free ball, just a little bit of width. And chopped away for 4. It's really well played. I don't think we'll see much width on this one. But the flight of it outside off stump, it just gave free ball that little bit of permission to take some room and chop it away late. Really good cricket. She's on to 31 from 41. First boundary in a while for Sparks. Good response from Villiers. Kept that flight. Just brought the line a little straighter. Darted down. Did 2 flighted deliveries. Free ball's been going at somewhere around 72 as a strike rate throughout the innings. It was up in the 80s at one stage. Just picked up again slightly with that boundary into the 70s. Can Villiers get out of the over? And swept just a single though, 5 off it. And having gone for 4 second ball, it's a good recovery from Villiers. Just the 1 off the next 4 deliveries. 70, they did 69 for 1 after 15.
We talked about it the other day, didn't we? I don't think Maddie will be too upset to see Freeborn trying to take the game on. Because, yeah, it's lovely bowling dot balls, but you're there to take wickets and you're there to be in the battle. So actually having a batter there that's looking to try to take the game in a positive direction gives you a chance as a bowler to do the same. And I don't think she'll be too upset to see her wanting to sweep, her wanting to play it late, because it brings opportunities for her as a bowler as well. So again, keep Jones off strike, and when she does get on, you never know what she might be thinking.
Yeah, she certainly looked as though she was getting tetchy in the last over to Scrivens, and even there was a long way backing up to what was always a dot ball, just fine of mid-wicket. And Dowse, who did the fielding. Good again. A bit of width and a single taken. 3 to come at the over. Back to Scrivens versus Jones. Is that lunch I can smell on the air? Started to blow in from the pavilion. It's got a whiff of something being cooked up, probably a little bit earlier. Maybe
Slightly
they're just starting
premature.
things up. They have confidence in Sunrisers bowlers, clearly. Or a lot of flight and punished. Just allowed Jones to free up the arms and swing it back down the grounds. Didn't go mad at it, which can so often be the case with a full toss. Batter, as their eyes light up. But Jones, positively, but with great control, puts that one away back down the ground. There's the single, just fine of extra cover as well. Good batting from Jones. She's clearly keen not to let the dot balls rack up. Full bunger's just alleviated a little bit of pressure for her. 27 from 47. Strike rate back up over 50 now. Oh, yes, no. Throw to the non-striker's end is just a little wide. It was always going to be tight. But good running from Jones, calling through Freeborn. You can see she's really keen to get on with the singles out there, Jones. She has 27. Freeborn will keep the strike with a single on 34. End of the over, 16 bowled. Sparks 76 for 1. Scrivens going for 7 off that over, having only gone for 2 off her first couple of overs. Back to Villiers, none for 14 from 4. Frustrated with a couple of boundaries that have got away. Villiers just allowing a little bit of width on a flighted delivery. Beautifully late cut by Freeborn and the full bunger from Scrivens. Just alleviates a little bit of pressure that these two will look to turn the screw with again here. Try and settle in again, Villiers and Scrivens, rack up the dot balls. Clever cricket from Freeborn. Just a single though, it's a high risk shot for just 1. Sunrisers won't mind that massively. Thought she had got it away with more purchase than she did, but it's the single. Villiers is going to come around the wicket to Jones. Looks as though there was a bit of negotiating with Freeborn over there.
Are you moving? Are you not? I think the bowler's going to win on that occasion.
Villiers hasn't bowled to Jones for a while now. There's a lot of orchestrating of the fields.
Jones hasn't really faced many balls in the last 5-6 overs, has she? Freeborn's definitely taken the bulk of the strike.
Yes. Oh, it's wonderful. Beautifully bowls. Flight, the length, everything there again from Villiers. Beats Jones.
I'm starting to get the feeling that we used all of our fortune up in that first wicket.
Well, maybe, yes. Slip comes in, that's rapping on the pads, but has she just got outside the line? Feeling will be yes. Around the wicket to the left-hander.
It's a great time to get in the batter's face, isn't it? Just to put a little bit of pressure on, remind them if they get out, then their mate has to come in and start again.
Umpire's just signalled the other way, actually, saying it was drifting down as forward goes Jones, pushing back, and there's no run. Again, we're not at an angle to judge it perfectly, but from even the angle we're at, I wouldn't have thought that was sliding. But no, not at the greatest of angles for that. Pace right off. Flights it just a little too straight. There's Jones to turn the single.
This is one of the downsides of coming round the wicket as a right arm off spinner to a left-handed bat, is that he's got to do quite a lot to straighten if you're going to hit the stumps. So it probably gives the umpire a little bit of a doubt when you're doing it from that angle. But obviously trying to beat the outside edge, bring the wicket keeper and the slip into play. Another really tidy over from Villiers. More pressure on Eve Jones. It's quite an un-Eve Jones-like innings at the moment. She would normally be expected to have scored a few more runs, definitely on a pitch where you feel like there's runs in it. So yeah, I'm sure they're reminding her of that situation. Just a quick update. Notice at the beginning of that last over, Eva Gray has snuck back on the field. Obviously had her sit down and cool down in the changing room. Esme McGregor's been able to go off and relieved of her 12th person duties for now.
Leg side to Jones. Feels she's missed out on tucking that one away.
Yeah, slightly short of the length started in, but always missing leg stump.
Use of the feet. Only as far as mid-off from Jones. Definitely the feel she wants to get on with things out there. Run rate's 4.5, it's pretty healthy. You'd feel the pressure's more on Sunrisers to find the wickets, but again, it's an easy game from up here. Looks as though she's looking for runs every single ball, which is quite right to be positive, Jones. But the longer that these two stay together, the more the pressure shifts to Sunrisers. You won't mind seeing the adventure in the mind of the Sparks skipper. It's a good ball from Scrivens, no choice but to defend that.
There's sometimes a very different mindset when you've decided to have that bat first versus putting the opposition in, isn't there? Like you know what you want to score.
As skipper as well, you've made that decision to bat first, you're out there. Strike rate of 50. Okay, they'll want to up that, but yeah, it's exactly that. It's the tricks that the mind can play with you out in the middle. Dropping short, Scrivens gets away with it. It's slammed back at her, and the frustration grows for Jones. You can see it with almost every ball at the moment. Maiden over for Sunrisers skipper. None for 9 from her 4, and that was why those 2 boundaries were both, obviously the ball slips out and you bowl a full toss. That's cricket, but when you're just trying to keep it tight, Villiers and Scrivens going for boundaries in consecutive overs, you can see the pressure that's building on the batters from through the dot balls at the moment. So they'll be desperately keen to keep this tight, as Scrivens has done there, and Villiers had a good over last up as well, didn't she?
Yeah, they've got back into their straps since the drinks break. You've got to get used to, I guess, games like today where there will be breaks, there will be 12th players bringing drinks onto the batters, bringing fluids and some sort of hydration onto everyone. So you kind of have to be able to switch on and off, don't you, and just be ready for the next thing when it comes to you. But again, like Villiers is going into her 6th over now. Been on the whole pretty tight, and it's about time she got some reward for the way she's bowled.
It'd be really interesting if Sunrisers picked up Freeborn right now. 35 from 52, 67, but it's Jones that's looking tetchy, looking like she wants to get things moving. Won't be happy with her strike rate, clearly isn't happy with her strike rate. Were Freeborn to fall right now, then that slows the scoring rate further. What does that do to the mindset of Jones? Crucial little passage of play in this innings right now. Oh, it's beautifully played. Quicker ball darted down by Villiers. We saw the reverse attempted by Freeborn in the previous over. This one she had the pace to work with and gets it away for a boundary. Moves to 39 from 54, 82 for 1. Her strike rate's over 70, and that's why, as I say, if Freeborn with the 1 to fall, then the dynamic out there in the middle could become really interesting for Jones and the new batter.
You almost feel that's what Freeborn wants. She wants that pace on. She doesn't really look that comfortable trying to hit down the ground.
Pace off again, but width. And put away. And she's been punished every time she's offered a little bit of width, Villiers. 2 pace off deliveries outside the off-stump. That one was a little bit more of a long hop, a little bit more of a gimme. It was the late cut from Freeborn previously. She's on to 43 from 55, and we've been saying it feels like something's going to give out there in a moment. Can Sunrisers keep the pressure on? Tight offside field as well, just to try and stop the single. Going to have a change. Deep cover's going to drop back. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square, deep cover. Oh. It's up in the air but not carrying anywhere. Don't think it was a bump ball. I think it was just scooped up, but gently. Back-to-back boundaries in the over. Now Villiers get out of it now. 86 for 1. 1 ball to come at the 19th. Good finish. Pace off again on that length that we were talking about, and so reminiscent of that ball early in the match on a track a few along the other day from Josh De Carey's to Alistair Cook. As soon as that pace is off, it just feels, if you've got it on the right length as though as the batter, you are waiting an eternity for that ball to hit the bat.
Yeah, pace off does seem to be the way to go. As you say, 2 pace on balls there from Maddie Villiers, and they both went to the boundary. One more clinically than the other, I suppose. But yeah, the game is we're at a nice little point, aren't we? For those who really like the battles of a 50-over game, we're at that point now where neither team's grabbed the game and run with it as yet. So you almost feel like the next 5-6 overs to take you to the middle mark is going to be crucial.
Single for Jones, first ball of the over. Scrivens will be a little disappointed. I'm sure she'd have fancied an over here against Jones. Free scoring Freeborn back on strike though, a couple of boundaries in the last over. 43 from 57, strike rate pushing back up. Over 75 now. Good length.
I'm sure Grace will see it as a chance to get the free scoring Freeborn out as opposed to not bowl at Jones. Like you want to impact the game, don't you? And that's definitely what she's going to be keen to do here.
Strikes that one down slightly, only a single. Sweeper set back. Deep mid wicket. Deep backward square and deep cover, the 3 back. 4 Scrivens to the right hander. How do they go to Jones, the lefty? Deep cover remains back, and they will have both a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket for Jones as well. Nice flight. Nicely driven to Gray by Jones, but no run. So we'll walk away to think about it before settling once more. There's that use of the feet again, and this time does get it away. Beautifully done by Jones. She moves into the 30s, 92 for 1. You can see on the previous ball the intention growing. What's come of the over? That's perfect from Scrivens. A lovely flight. You can see from Jones's finishing position how long she was waiting there on the front foot. All of the weight was forward, waiting on that ball to defend it. She played it well. 92 for 1. 20 gone. 30 to bowl here at Chelmsford in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Live stream from Sunrisers. Myself, Kevin Hand, Danny Warren up in the commentary position. Feels like an even loftier position than usual because we're one way back in our commentary box, but.
And it makes a change from the almost dug-in position we had at Radlett on Tuesday, where we couldn't see the keeper's feet at the far end of the game. We were still directly in the sun. We still had all of that to contend with, but it's very different up here. To as you say, you can get a little bit of an idea of the flight of the ball, and a slightly better idea of where the angles are for the fielders when you're up here. But we've got Jodie Grucock coming into the attack now. Any regular watchers of Sunrisers will be hoping for a bit of Jodie Grucock magic.
Straight onto the spot, Grucock. It's a really good start. Through for a single. Very round arm wrist spinner, isn't she, Grucock?
Yeah, we were saying the other day, she probably gets a bit more top spin than she does get side spin, but that can often be quite deceiving. We saw Sophia Smale play back to one that you definitely didn't want to play back to the other day, and I've forgotten the other batter who then almost yorked herself on Tuesday, and she's off the back of the last game Jodie played here against Vipers. She picked up four wickets as well, pretty much held the middle of that game together with a few of the players away on England duty, so it's a familiar role for Jodie now in the middle of the innings. It was Emma Corney, wasn't it, who played over one.
It's a bit too much flight on that one. Jones able to get it away for the single. Yeah, finished with figures of 3 for 24 from 7.1 on Tuesday, Grucock. Missed out with the bat for Sparks the other day, but good starts from them both here. It's going to be an interesting chase, this one, for Sunrisers, whatever they are chasing. So if the bad ball's there, you put it away, but if pace is off, it does appear as though put the shots away and just look for the angles, look for the singles, which is exactly what you were thinking about the dimensions of this ground as well, where the pitch is. Feels early, even in this early stage, as though it's trusting the process, stick to the plan. Find the singles, keep the scoring rate ticking over. It feels as though it might just be the side who bowls the fewer bad balls, which everybody bowls and everybody's allowed to bowl. That's part of the game, isn't it? But whoever bowls the fewer bad balls to be put away, then they may well be the winners on this one. 95 for 1 at the end of the 21st.
Yeah, and you talk about trusting the process. The first part is trust the process with the ball now. We've got the spinners on in the middle here to try and create that pressure. Just keep hitting the areas that you want to hit. Be ready to take your chances when they do come.
You brought the coffee. I brought the peanuts, but I don't know where they are now. Oh, there we go. Energy boost for us in the middle of the innings. Straight away, beautifully done by Freeborn. A single more. How's your Swedish? I'll translate it for you. Peanuts. Well, actually, I won't. I'll just go through the pictures. Peanuts, cashew.
Aren't you? I was almost going to be really impressed there with your multilingual. I was going to challenge you to do the next over in Swedish, but you've given it away.
That's nicely done. That's what we're talking about. You're not going to score 6 and over dropping singles because the field's placed and the bowlers are bowling to a line and length, aren't they? But can you score at 4 and over, 3 and over, dropping singles and wait for the bad balls for the rest of the requirement? That's where Sparks perhaps. Oh, that's floated beautifully past the bat. That's where Sparks perhaps will be feeling, and that's what perhaps Jones's keenness is. 9 wickets in hand. Well, if we've got 9 wickets in hand, then we need to be scoring quicker than this. Well fielded. Really good work out of the boundary.
Flo Miller coming round and mopping it up very quickly. I think you're probably always happier as a bowler that your drag downs are going for 1 and 2 than your better balls that are being nudged into the leg side for a single. So at least you feel like you've got some control when it's your bad balls that you're only conceding runs off.
Lots of flight. Well bowled, well played. One's come of the over.
I think there's also something in the fact that these two batters have now been in. They've both faced over 60 balls, and they're still getting beaten on the outside edge.
Short, pull to mid-wicket, good stop. Really good stop in there.
She got away with one there, but if you've been in for 60 plus balls, I think that's the 68th that Avi Freeborn's faced today, and you're still being beaten on the outside edge. Now, if your mate from sitting on the sideline has to come in, hasn't faced a ball, there's a huge responsibility now with the players that are in to take the game forward. And like we talked about, the way that these two approach it, obviously they've put a brilliant partnership together. They're almost at the 100 partnership, having lost the early wicket. But Sunrisers will know that you get 1, you get 2. And before you know it, you're into a load of batters that haven't been out there in the middle and haven't got the pace of the wicket.
Oh, now, we saw that the other day, that the flight of Grucock can really deceive a batter. Because she comes with that rounder arm, when she does toss it up a little bit, it almost feels like it's a full bunger. And as you mentioned, batters can get themselves into real trouble. Corney played over the top of one, didn't she, where she got herself into trouble, and much like that one to Jones, think out of the hand, she's thinking this is a juicy full toss. Use of the feet, doesn't quite get there. That was a reasonable example of it as well. It was just a little bit more flight out of the hand there. It dips very quickly on the batter. They're not expecting it. They're thinking out of the hand that it's going to really loop up for them. Oh, beautiful, and there's the wicket. Wonderful piece of bowling from Grewcock. Jones departs for 35. She's been trying to get on with it for a while, trying to get that scoring rate up. She just pushed it up over 50, but now she dances down the track to Grewcock, doesn't get to the pitch. Mara Carr behind the stumps, reliable as ever. Jones gone for 35.
It was a very tidy bit of work from Amara behind the stumps. I think she had to go quite a long way to get that bat, but it was a perfect example of what we're talking about with the way that Jodie approaches her bowling. It's very simple. It's to make the batter make a mistake and play to your game. But there's a little. I'm thinking back to, it was our last game of the season last year when Jodie first got the ball in her hand. Probably a bit of a Hail Mary bowling change at that point. Picked up 2 wickets in an over. No one had seen this young kid before, and from where she's gone to now, like there's a real intelligence about the way she bowls. You could see she took that a little bit wider, having seen Jones want to get on with things, got the length right, and gave Amara Carr the best possible chance to grab it and get back. So yeah, the progress that she's made as a bowler, as a cricketer, she's a great example of what happens when you can dedicate to playing the game as a young player. She's incredibly talented. I'm doing my usual talk them up and watch her get hit out of the park for the next 3 overs, but just as an example of like the intelligence that she showed there, and wanting to keep sticking to my length, but I'm going to go slightly wider and see what she does. I know she'll come at me. Was a really, really clever bit of bowling.
Yeah, it was outstanding, wasn't it? And good change of bowling as well from Scrivens. A wicket in Grewcock's second over. Villiers had bowled well. They both bowled well, Scrivens and Villiers. Change of bowling brings a change of fortune. So, to the middle comes Maddie Green. 99 for 2 in the 23rd. That's an outstanding ball first up. He's played it well enough, but first ball you're not feeling wholly happy on the back foot. You're almost stranded there slightly, waiting on what the ball may do, and if it does something you're in trouble. Oh, backs up again. Going down the leg side, but that's a couple of danger signs, and immediately down the track comes Beaumont here to have a chat at the end of what is a wicket maiden for Grewcock. 1 for 3 from 2. Brilliant start.
Well, I imagine Maddie Green hasn't played a huge amount of cricket in English conditions over her career, and definitely not recently, having just come in, the New Zealander. But to get the pace, and this is what we said before, like you feel a huge responsibility as the in batter. With Jones and Freeborn both having faced over 60 balls, virtually 70 balls now for Freeborn. You know the pace of the track, you know how difficult it is to get in, but you also know that if you're there you can score runs. So there's a huge responsibility on them to be trying to keep the game moving forward, but being aware that a new batter coming in has to rebuild and give themselves that platform. And like we've said before, you win the toss, you put yourself in on a pitch that most observers would think you need to be scoring 250 plus, if not more on, then the scoreboard also becomes a bit of a loomer over your shoulder as you look back at it on the far end of the ground.
Interesting change up here from Scrivens. Kelly Castle coming on from the River End. No shortage of options with ball for Sunrisers. I wonder, is part of the thought process here that new batter, things will slow down a little bit. Castle bowl at the stumps, be economical as ever. Keep that ball on the stumps and see if Freeborn looking to force makes an error. Bit of width. There's our 50. That's a great piece of fielding. Well, almost talked up the 50 too quickly there. Joe Gardner come around at cover, getting the throw in, which very nearly could have brought Freeborn's downfall. 50 from 70 deliveries, 87 minutes, 5 fours, a strike rate of 71. She's really an outstanding job out there for Sparks. As Green comes on to strike to Castle for the first time.
Just a moment on that fielding though. Not only was the stop and the pick up and the recovery to throw, but the backing up from Eva Gray also allowed her to let go of it without the fear of what happened earlier when buzzers went flying.
I only stumbled on where the phrase buzzers came from quite recently, and it is wonderful. Well, I say wonderful. It is in some ways, but not in another.
I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to learn something.
It came from the trenches in World War One. Buzzers were when one would go flying past your head. Yeah, buzzers.
There you go. I just thought that David Bumble Lloyd had made something up and started shouting about it.
But,
sure.
So pre-World War One, the buzzers wasn't the phrase used, but post-World War One, that was where buzzers came into cricket. Buzzers.
There you go. I say, as a commentator, you
I'd
surely
prefer
want
being
to
in the trenches at Radlett rather than shouting
yeah,
buzzers.
Yeah, the only thing we had to worry about were the helicopters and the planes going into Elstree Airfield.
Yeah, exactly.
The odd train rattled past us on the line into Liverpool Street as well, but apart from that, it was a very, very safe place to be sat on your Tuesday. I like the fact she's brought Kelly Castle on here. Pace off, but in a different way. Making the batters play most balls, but with nothing to really work with. You don't feel you have as much license to use your feet and start to and certainly looking at the way that Abby Freeborn's wanted to play, she's wanted to play, I guess, behind her more than she wants to play in front of her. So hopefully this is a ploy that will work well for Scrivens and Sunrisers.
61 ODIs for Green now, 81 T20 internationals. Averages 24 in ODIs, 15 in T20 internationals. Top score of 122. Also got 5 50s and ODIs. You have to bring up a 50 in T20s. Top score of 49 unbeaten. The Perth Scorcher. Auckland women, Welsh Fire as well. Will be 31 in October. There's that floated ball right into the block hole again from Grucock. Really do struggle, batters, to pick it up, and I think again, out of the hand, you might be thinking a little shuffle and meet it on the full. Lovely ball again. It does seem as though batters really have a difficulty to pick her flight. Round arm action. Looking back through Green's last few innings. Huge amount of flight, just a little bit of width on it, and allowed Freeborn the time to wait, and a late cut to deep backward point. She'll pick up a couple. Moves to 52. It's a century for Wellington against Canterbury for Maddie Green, which was 4th of March at Queenstown. Unbeaten 38 for New Zealand against Sri Lanka, but other than that, run of low scores. 5, 5 and 10 in the subsequent 5 games against Sri Lanka. Didn't bat in the other 2. And then Sparks against Blaze the other day. It's a duck called Gordon bowled Ballinger. It's a great flight again from Grucock. Once she's got that flight right, if the line's right as well, there's very little batter seem able to do against her. Grucock 1 for 5 off 3 now. Smucks after 25, the halfway stage reached, having won the toss. They're 102 for 2.
I mean, it's one of the great things about this competition at the moment, and where it's evolved to, is to see a player like Maddie Green coming in to bolster a side in the latter part of the season. Like, it's always been the norm in the men's county championship to bring some overseas in at the back end of the season to try and achieve what you're looking to achieve as a team. But for us to be starting to talk about that, and so from our perspective, to have Danae Van Neerkok around, who unfortunately picked up an injury in the 100, but to have those players wanting to come and play in our competition is fantastic.
Here is Green on strike. 6 balls face, yet to get off the mark. Castle dropping back deep third. He's going to keep a very straight line here with that short boundary to the offside. Deep square back, long leg as well. There you go, right into the spot. Green defends.
It's a strange position for these players to be in, though, because you're not often finding yourself being the person that's under a huge amount of pressure to perform, being the one who, is probably commanding a slightly higher match fee than your teammates around you.
Head in the air. Carry to mid-on and Gray.
And I've no doubt that's going somewhere near Maddie Green's mind at the moment, realising that she's been here for 2 games. She's yet to trouble the scorer. Kelly Castle will be wanting to make that a continued trend.
Good start to the over. There's that little late cut, deep third set back, and it gets Green off the mark. 103 for 2. Speaking of pressure, Kelly Castle, there's a large picture of her over there, isn't there, on the side of
there is,
what I think is the family room. Is it for entertaining family players' family?
They use it for another thing. I think woodland tent, woodland marquee. I can't remember exactly what they do call it, but there's a few entertainment areas
that she's
around
on.
here.
There's one to the left. There's a picture to the left of it as well.
Yes.
Small room there under the scoreboard, right, which is now operating. Actually, it was your powers. Obviously, they were listening.
Someone was listening and realised that I honestly thought it was my eyes earlier. I thought that I was just struggling to see it through the glare. I haven't worked out whether I want sunglasses on or sunglasses off here.
Yeah.
And then the TV's over there, so I feel like I should have brought my actual glasses to be able to see that. So it's all a bit of a struggle up here.
It's the joys of commentating, never the same, only 2 days. Good from Castle again.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of the location of where there is one picture of Kelly somewhere else, I think, as well. But yeah, most grounds now are really good at providing a space that people can go into to get away from the hustle and bustle of a cricket match. I don't see too much hustle or bustle going on around Chelmsford today, but certainly it can get a bit overwhelming at times.
Swept straight to long leg. Eva Gray down below us. She had the mic. They're on I think it was Middlesex Surrey. Did together recently.
She's enjoying her commentary. She's her and Joe Gardner are both very, very keen on it and the opportunities that it brings. Just going back to Kelly Castle, she turned out for Essex yesterday, and that's just probably explaining why she has pictures of her up around the ground here. She's a very, very loyal, very proud Essex girl, and she turned out for them yesterday in their final London Championship match as they took on Sussex, defeating Sussex to take the 2023 crown. I thought very long and hard about what year it was then, because we've done so much planning for 2024 and 2025. I can actually never remember what year we're in, but yeah, great to see Essex bring that one home. The competition played between Essex, Middlesex, Surrey, Kent and Sussex is now residing at Chelmsford.
First ball of the new over, push back to mid-on. Lovely bit of flight again, really good. now, that's a beautiful little shot. No run. Delicately played. And the umpire didn't signal no ball there. He was just counting the deliveries, wasn't he?
I think he was indicating 3 left. But you feel that's almost a riskier shot against Jodie Brucott than it would be against Maddie Villiers, given the dip that she can create.
Tumbling stop at extra cover. Oh yes, no. Throw to the keeper's end. Carr collects. And as such, they've run the misfields. It wasn't really a misfield. It was a good stop by Scrivens, but it just bounced far enough away from it to allow them to come through for 1. But it did open up the possibility of some confusion, which is why they always say never run the misfield. But Freeborn's on to 54. 26 years of age now. Sussex-born Freeborn. Eastbourne-born Freeborn, which I had to take a run up at myself.
Yeah. Definitely a tongue twister somewhere in there, isn't there?
Trent Rocket and a Birmingham Phoenix player as well. A run by Green, drops the single, which again is what today is going to be very much about. Can Green begin her innings that way? It's 2 from 11. She just rotate the strike, and you've got Freeborn going well there. Just give her the strike. Let her keep going. 54 from 83 for Freeborn. Green will keep the strike though, because it's the end of the over. 27 gone, 106 for 2. Yeah, she's been on a sticky run, Freeborn. 6 and 12 in the last 2 matches for Sparks and for Phoenix. Just had 4 games, or indeed 4 bats in 7 games.
Yeah, she's an underrated cricketer, I think, in that she's been in teams for a long period of time now. She's pretty experienced, but quite often finds herself, as you do as a wicket keeper, sometimes not being able to secure that regular starting berth. I think she came through Sussex, who have produced some fantastic wicketkeepers over the years, and was probably slightly unfortunate to find herself not only behind Sarah Taylor in her prime, but then Carla Rudd coming through as well.
Quick single. Oh, now if that hit, I wonder. Carr got a glove to it and I think brought it down onto the stumps, didn't she?
Yeah, she tried to redirect it. Again, another tight single, and you wonder, are you stuck in that position now as your rapid Freeborn? It's like, do I twist? Do I stick? Do I keep doing what I'm doing? A couple of runs and over, and then suddenly look up and 34's on the board, and we're staring down a subpar score, or do I have a go, knowing that if I get out, Maddie Green's an international cricketer, and she's 3 off 12 at the other end. That almost cements how difficult it is to get in as a batter on this pitch, which then Sunrisers will be taking note that you've got plenty of time in the game when you do get out there with the bat. No need to try and blast it through in 30.
Yes, the call. Comes Scrivens. Good work. Throw to the non-striker's end. Lets them know that it won't be an easy single if they want it. Have to run it sharply. South East Stars 145 for 4 now in the 28th. It's interesting, they've been ahead on the runs but also ahead on the wickets for some time now. South East Stars against Blaze. Beckenham can be a big scoring ground though, can't it? Depends on the position of the track as well, I suppose, as Scrivens fields that one.
Yeah, it's a much smaller playing area than here when you get to Beckenham, but just as kind to you as a batter when it comes to value for runs. That we fancied ourselves chasing down 290 there before, so you definitely need runs on the board.
little bit of width, gets away with it, straight to cover. And they are up and running. Western Storm against Northern Diamonds, 15 without loss in the 5th now. Diamonds in that match being played at Taunton. Storm winning the toss, deciding to fields. Winfield, Hill and Callis opening up.
Been reduced to 43 aside as well, I think. So we're looking to see runs come a bit quicker than you might do in a 50 over game.
Can't bring myself to go through the county championship scores. There's a full ball from Castle, just pushed gently down to the long on by Green, a single.
I think there's a deliberate ploy there to give Green the strike at the start of the next over.
Yeah, I was just about to say
keep the pressure on there. No one was in any particular hurry to stop them coming through on that occasion. But no, yeah, worked. You'll know better than me, as I can't keep up with all the cricket that goes on alongside the day job. What have we got? Three county championship rounds left.
Yep.
Three left.
It's three. Yep.
It's squeaky bum time has been coined by another sport, isn't it? There's going to be a bit of movement both top and bottom end of the table over the coming weeks, and teams are desperately jostling for position.
So 109 for 2, 28 overs bowled, 22 to go. And again, you know, the position we reached here, you're into a T20 now, aren't you, for the remainder of it with 8 wickets standing. So you effectively start a T20 innings 2 down, but with 1 set batter. Where can you go from that position? Certainly the One Day Cup, the Metro Bank One Day Cup that just finished, you saw that. That's a great shot. Really good use of the feet by Green. We've talked about the difficulty batters have using their feet, picking the flight of Grewcock. Early pressure put on by Green with that shot.
Yeah, there's a very small needle that she could thread that through that didn't keep mid-on interested and didn't bring the bowler back into the game. So yes, very good shot. I suppose the only difference in approaching this as a T20 innings is you have got the licence to have your 4 fielders out from the beginning now. So you probably find it slightly harder to score as you would do in a T20 innings, but again, you've got wickets in hand. You hope that you can push on.
And the other side of mid-on brings the bat swinging down on that one. Green, she's into double figures. He's 212 from 17, 117 for 2 it is.
Yeah, Grace Griffiths is trying to keep the pressure on here. I think from my quick scan of what I can see, I nearly
How many
took
in?
the headphones off.
We've got 6 in, haven't we?
I suppose you could always look at it that way. There's definitely a deep mid-wicket and a backward square.
7 in, my apologies, 7 in. This ball's cut away into that offside that's tightly packed by Scrivens.
So yeah, keep the I guess the
that's the way I always do when I lose a fielder. How many are in?
Yeah. the payoff of trying to keep that pressure on and keeping the field up is that you do leak the odd boundary.
No run to extra cover on this occasion. 2 dot balls to follow the 2 boundaries that began the over. You can see that Green similarly now has a keenness to get on. Quick single into the covers. Deep cover set back now. It's a single more. Double your score at 30 was the old adage, wasn't it? 250 would be a minimum really that the Sparks are looking for with 8 wickets standing, but that is so much easier said than done. It can go one of 2 ways as you start to hit out with wickets in hand. On 18 for 2.
Yeah, really well pulled back there at the end by Jodie Grewcock. I don't think she'd be too disappointed with the 2 fours that were hit off her at the beginning of the over. They were good shots. There were nothing that she could really have done about it. As we say, with your straight fielders up, trying to keep pressure on, you're going to leak the odd 1 or 2. So to then pull it back, go for one off the remainder of the over has been a really good comeback.
Tony Warren alongside myself, Kevin Hand, here at Chelmsford for this one. Castle continuing from the river end. That's hit up in the air, just wide of Gardner coming around at mid-on. No run either. Just dragged it, which in the end saved her. Green, otherwise it could have been straight down the throats of Gardner. 118 for 2. 30th over of the innings.
You get the impression something's going to happen soon, don't you? I'm not sure which way I think it's going to happen. I'm on the edge of my seat as usual. Something's going to happen.
Castle just 6 runs off 3.1 overs. Really good change by Scrivens. Inside edge onto the pad, brings them through for a single. Sharp underarm throw from Surya Kumar, and Carr had to be equally sharp getting that glove up. It was just a little higher above the stumps than Surya Kumar intended.
There's another factor to put in there now. Abby Freeborn's been out there for nigh on 30 overs. It's this second over of the game, wasn't it, that Bethan Ellis got out, and it's very warm.
There, bumped away into the offsides. Cover coming around. 2's the call. 2 it is.
Yeah, there hasn't been a high percentage of runs scored by boundaries. So you're actually thinking she's done a lot of work, hasn't she, to get to where she's got to.
Castle. I mean, as long as Castle can keep this going, none for 9 off 3.3, then Sunrisers don't have too much to think about. Crewcock at the other end, 1 for 16 from 5 equally.
Becomes a bit like we talked about the other day. Like, do you sit in, let the batters get used to those bowlers, or do you play your hand?
Little paddle. Goes away fine and goes away for 4. That's really well played. Freeborn's on 61. 125 for 2.
And that's really been her scoring area today. She hasn't looked all that comfortable trying to play straight. Where certainly when there's been no pace on the ball, she's got a couple of drives away through covers really nicely. But when she's looked to push it, she's looked to try and paddle, try and sweep. And it's something to keep an eye on in terms of how you want to play this game.
To the pads. It falls away. Backward a square and leg bye taken. End of the 30th. 20 to go here at Chelmsford in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Sparks winning the toss. 125 for 2. Green 14. Freeborn has 61.
There we go.
Change of bowling.
Almost on cue.
Yeah.
We have a shuffle, shall we say. Going back to a bit of pace, going back to your strike bowler. But we saw on Tuesday trying to do this actually didn't necessarily work. Very different match situations, very different contexts, very different pitches to consider. But as soon as it went back to pace on, but one thing that Eva Gray does bring, well, she's got 6 overs in her pocket, so you want to use as many of those as possible. But she's an incredibly good, skillful death bowler. We saw that in the 100 for over Invincibles, that the role she played there was probably slightly different to the role she might be playing with us here, where she's developing the skills to bowl at any stage of the game, but that they saw her very much as a death bowler, someone that would come on at that that middle and back end and use her skills well to pick up wickets and dry up the runs. So that'll be the plan here. Do the same.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes. There'll be an element of the gamble on it, in that it's a little bit of pace on with Freeborn on 61. But that's cricket, isn't it? If it was straightforward and obvious, then we wouldn't turn up to watch it. Good start. Right up there from Gray. We saw a little bit of this at Radlett the other day, didn't we, when pace came back in, and it's a case of, well, actually, when they really try and hit out at the end with pace off, that's when there could be real trouble for team setting.
She's bang on from ball one, isn't she? So, like, so we're so young as a game at this level, and the skills are evolving so quickly from all of the players. It's really hard to have any kind of stats to base your thinking on, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got a lot based on grounds, but that's been played under men's playing conditions, so different numbers of fielders out for different periods of time. And of course, have been played with obviously a different sized ball and some strength differentials and some preferences and nuances in the way that the game is played. So it's something that you say, it's a bit of a gamble every time you make that decision, but there's a reason you do it, and there's a reason you think that it's going to be successful in that way. There's no set model yet that teams are really able to prescribe to.
Ooh. Tracks that one down, a wide signal again.
And it's almost like as a captain in the women's game at the moment, and certainly in 50 over cricket, you almost have to be a bit more agile than you might be with the prescribed plans that the men's Metro Bank One Day Cup might have brought. That you almost saw you could stick a bowl by numbers, couldn't you, on it?
Single taken. 29 for 2. Yeah, the evolution of one-day cricket in particular has been fascinating to watch, with power plays as well, how they've developed things.
And changed almost year on year, haven't they? And yeah, do you have 3 power plays? Do you have 1 power play? Do you have one that comes back on? It is different, slightly nuanced to each to the men's and the women's game.
I think the 3 power plays in the men's game at the moment works perfectly. I think it's by far and above the best formula they've found. Oh.
It's great hands by Mara Carr behind the stumps, isn't it? That's not trickling through to her.
Yeah.
But yeah, it almost felt like the elective power play didn't work because no one ever elected to do it, and then you tried to force them to do it by a certain point, and that kind of again created a template of the game, didn't it? And here we have just the first 10 overs, and then there's a second power play which is the same condition all the way through.
Oh, up in the air, and Scrivens holds on. Goodness me, it hung up there for a moment that I wondered would the pressure grow with it, but 129 for 3 it is. Green to pass for 14, huge wicket for Gray, returning to the attack, and the skipper who brings her back on is the one that takes the catch.
I thought for a minute, is anyone moving?
Yeah.
It's one of those, because it's a leading edge, you don't quite know where it's gone, and quite rightly the fielders take that split second just to work out the length. She tried to play it to the onside. Probably, as we keep talking about pace off, that little bit of extra pace caused the damage there, but yeah, cool under the catch, Ray Scrivens.
So 3 down here at Chelmsford, having won the toss. 129 for 3. They've never really been able to break the shackles here today. It's a big end to the innings coming up here at Chelmsford. And Freeborn is a massive wicket now in this innings, in this match. Amy Campbell comes in at number 5.
Sparks are very threatening throughout the whole of their batting order. I think Campbell and George have been big players for them this year, in situations, I guess, not dissimilar to this, where they've had to come in and take the game on. Neither of them are shy of doing that, so Sunrisers will know as they stand in their drinks huddle at the moment that you've got to keep doing it. You said it earlier, trust the process, trust that what you're doing will bring you the results. And that's a perfect example. Look, you had to be patient for a big chunk of the game. You get an early breakthrough, the batters get the pace of the wicket, but they're not getting away from you. Stay patient, make sure that you do what you're looking to do. Don't let the batters change your plan, and be ready to pounce when the opportunity arises. I think Grace Scrivens will be very pleased with her decision to bring Eva Gray back on to change the pace of the game slightly. So you can get used to the wicket, can't you? You can get used to how quickly the ball comes on, and that's brought the result at the end of that to tidy over. A couple of wides in the middle that she'll be disappointed in, especially as she tried to really force one through with the bumper. But you definitely take returning or 1 for 3 off your returning over.
Not sure what that announcement was, but everybody rightly taking their time out in the middle at the moment. I'm sure Tony Warren alongside me, you're feeling exactly why we've moved to the back of the box now. The temperature's rising massively, and being sat in the sun at the front with this temperature going through the roof right now is not pleasant. It's just hitting 28, predicted to go up to 33.
Yeah, we're definitely one of the better spots around this ground. I'm obviously thinking of the players out there who've just had the second drinks break, and it's very, very much needed. A few ice towels would have gone out there, some electrolyte drinks and everything to keep them going, but 2 boxes down from us, and they haven't got a choice about it. Other scorers sat at the front of their box, so I imagine that they're probably feeling the pinch at some point soon. Spectators, the stand next to us actually has got a little bit quieter, hasn't it? I think they might have all gone downstairs to find some shade.
Exactly.
The usual pavilion crowd that would be sat in front of the pavilion, I imagine, are all in the lower tier of the sheltered stand rather than in front of the pavilion for now.
129 for 3, Gray to Campbell. Oh, whipping, attempting to whip leg side, races away off the pads, and they'll take. Well, in fact, it comes off the pad at the edge.
Looks like he hasn't signalled a leg by, so it sounded quite thick, didn't it? So yeah, that might have been the only thing that saved her. So I imagine if it had been pad only, Eva Gray and Amara Carr and the rest of their teammates were probably going to be a bit more excited than they might have been there, just ruin their luck as she got a last minute inside edge on it.
So end of the over, green gone. Caught Scrivens for the bowling of Gray for 14, 130 for 3. And Jo Gardner comes into the attack from the river end. I was about to mention earlier, in whatever piece of outstanding fielding she was doing at that point, it's occasional from Gardner at the moment, isn't it? But rarely seems to let the side down when she does come on. She
would very much like to not be occasional. I think when you're in a team with Maddie Villiers as your frontline off spinner, and your captain is the other off spinner, you might find yourself slightly further down the pecking order. I actually think Maddie Villiers might be off the field at the moment. I mean, trying to work out for the last few overs who Esme McGregor's been on for this time as Eva Gray is bowling. So I have a feeling Maddie might be off the field for some reason. Definitely don't have any insight to do that, but to say occasional doesn't do enough service to Jo.
From the river end, that's a really good start. It's great action, doesn't she? She's got a real rip.
Yeah, she's a brilliant professional. She came into a professional career as a seam bowler.
Task that one through again, left alone by Campbell.
And she really wanted to find a way to, I guess, at that point, she felt the way that she could impact the team most was to look at a different option. She's worked so hard over the last 2 years.
Up in the air, gone! Extra cover. Is Eva Gray taking the catch. 130 for 4. Campbell's gone for 1. And as Sparks try and increase the scoring rate here, so the wickets column is rattling along. Good change again from Scrivens. As back goes Campbell. Gray's done well. It's hit fiercely enough at her. Didn't quite get all of it, but still had to be taken. And Gardner with another important breakthrough, just as Sparks are looking to press on here. The run rate drops down towards 4 now. It was up at 4.6 when Jones and Freeborn were going together, and at that point they were keen to try and increase it from 4.6. With that though, it's been brought down to 4 and over, and all of a sudden Sparks need to be a little bit careful here with 18.5 overs to go in this innings. Casey George comes out at number 6, and Freeborn now, I'll say it, with the fall of each wicket at the other end, that wicket just becomes bigger and bigger for Sparks. 130 for 4, Freeborn 62 of them. Very good from her, but they've got to find somebody at the other end. Talks about maybe doubling this total towards 250, 260. I'd certainly take that right now, Sparks.
Yeah, it'll feel a pretty long way away though. Katie George, we've seen to our detriment, and many other teams we've seen, has a really exciting ability to hit the ball from ball one. She wants to move the game on. She's off the back of 50 in her last innings. We seemed to really did rescue Sparks from a position where they were struggling to get a meaningful score on the board. So yeah, again, every wicket is such an important moment here.
Right up there to the right-hander first up from Gardner. Top ball pushed back, 2 to come of the over. Up in the air, just in front of Grucock, who ends up running past it with the bounce, the spin on the bounce. So get through for a couple, but Grucock was certainly interested to begin with. Could she get around to that one?
It just died on her, didn't it? She took a couple early on in the game on Tuesday there at point.
Gardner bowls, will turn to mid-wicket, no run again, 132 for 4. I can't imagine how it feels out there at the moment, because it feels pretty airless up here, but Sunrisers have their tails up at the moment, 132 for 4. As another one bites the dust for Sparks, and a wicket in her first over for Gardner, 1 for 2. As Gray will continue. Gray took the catch to remove Campbell. Conflab with Carr and Scrivens as well before she begins the new over, and in fact, yes she is. I thought she was taking a cap from the umpire. She's taking the ball from the umpire. What's the chat as to whether Carr stands back or not? She's got the cap back on now.
Back on, so probably gives Eva a bit more freedom to bowl the line that she wants to bowl, rather than just to tie her up as a higher up there. Brings the nick off as well into play.
Deep third, deep cover, deep square set back. This ball's short and hooked fine of the deep backward square, and through it goes. I missed a long leg as well. Long leg wasn't getting around to that one. And 4 it is, powerfully put away by Freeborn onto 66. Temperature going through the roof here. Sparks will hope the scoring rate does as well. Pressure on the start of the over for Gray, 1 for 22 off 5.1. Freeborn paced it really well with the 2 set back. Chops that one away. Down to deep third. Single taken. 137 for 4. full down the leg side. And a wide signalled 138 for 4. Interesting conundrum at this stage, isn't it? Whether you try and buy some cheap quick overs or go with the strike bowler. Try and rattle through a few quickly with the loss of that wicket. Gray would only come back for a couple anyway, because a few would be held back for the end regardless. Lovely shot down the grounds. George finds her first boundary. That was a glorious shot. It's one of the shots of the day.
It is, and that's what Katie George does so well. Like you know that she's a dangerous batter when she comes out to the crease. She hits straight with a lot of power and from a very still base. So she's a quality cricketer. Eva Gray hasn't done much wrong there, but she's seen it whistling back past her.
142 for 4. Deep cover set back for George. Oh, it's going to be 2. A swell run. Long leg down below us, tidying up. Just got it away fine.
The thing that Katie George does, and she's doing it again, which I don't like to see, is she brings a real impetus to an innings. Regardless of the situation, she wants the game to get moving. I think that can sometimes be difficult to be on the other side of.
Comes back, that was better from Gray. Good line and length. Feels very little margin for error at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're hoping it's signs that the pitch is getting better and better to bat on as it's becoming easier for batters to get in. I don't think it will be too long before we see Maddie Villiers back into the attack. She's got 4 up her sleeve. Scrivens has still got 4 herself. I think Grucock's bowled 5, so you've got your 3 frontline spinners. Jodie Grucock will be very happy to hear me say that. You've got 13 overs between them, and we're only 17 from the end. So I'm sure you're going to see the reintroduction somewhere along the line. Obviously, Jo Gardner's played a hand already, and will be looking to continue to play that role. But as you say as well, Eva Gray, you probably want to hold her back a couple for the end. So, not that I'm in any sort of know. If I was out there, I would probably have Maddie Villiers coming back on next over at the far end. So let's see how much or how little I actually know.
So Gardner continuing from the river end. A wicket in her first over, getting Campbell. Single through square leg for Freeborn onto 68, gives Gardner a look at George. 145 for 4. It's a little tickle once again. They just bring mid-wicket around a little finer to stop that comfortable one. As we talked about from the off today, just finding the gaps in a big field. There goes again. It's a little bit too easy of a get out at the moment. It's going to give Gardner and Scriven something to think about there.
Yeah, Gardner bowls with just a bit more pace than you would see from a Maddie Villiers or a Jodie Grucock, as we've seen from the other end. So it's almost easier for them to just lean forward and let it run off the bat.
Sam tries to work it hard, and a single is taken just in front of the short fine leg.
Again, worked away just behind square. It's gone all the way this time. Had a little bit more of a swing at it, and the over's definitely moving now.
150 on the board. One's come to 34th. And the top ball it is to finish. 152 for 4. So Gardner goes for 8 off that one. George 10 from 9. I mean, we are in T20 territory here, but with the 4 down, again a couple on the board now, and Sparks just has to be very careful. It's a difficult time for both batters and fielders at the moment. Who can get on top of this period?
Judging by the activity, I didn't get Maddie Villiers right, but we have a spinner coming on, so I guess no one wins here. So Jodie Grewcock back into the attack.
So Grewcock 1 for 16 from 5. Wonder the two right-handers playing a part in the wrist spinner coming back on. Shorter boundaries to the leg side for the two right-handers. Long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Deep cover back on the offside. Nice bit of flight first ball. Just a little bit of width in it though allows George to work that gap out to deep cover. Lots of width on that one. Just a single again though, gets away with it. 3 ball on 74, 144 for 4. Yeah, we got distracted I think by a wicket, but I was just saying the temperature's really rising out there at the moment. You can feel the dry heat in this commentary position up here. I can't imagine what it's like out in the fields. Tough fielding second in this as well. All down the track comes George. Was nowhere near it and had to wait and steer it in the end out to deep square. Moves to 12, 155 for 4. How you've gone with jeans today, I don't know, Danny.
You've got to try and look as professional as you can. No one needs my legs to come out on a match day. I
make no apologies for my legs being out. It's a lot of flight. This ball's eased away into the offside for a single. 3 balls onto 75, 156 for 4.
I'll be honest, the most appropriate shorts were in the wash, so I kind of had to suck it up. But we're not going to get this heat for much longer, so I'm making the most of it.
A lot of flights and a lovely pickup by George. Swings it away over mid-off. Got the trajectory perfect over the fielder there. For a moment, everybody watched to see has she got enough of it, and she did. No chance at all for Kelly Castle at mid-off. Another boundary, 160 for 4. Boundaries just starting to tick now, as they should be at this stage for Sparks. Can Sunrisers find a breakthrough to slow the charge? Put the run rate back up to 4.6, which is where it was when Freeborn and Jones were going well. Slipped down to 4 with the tumble of wickets thereafter. Flight again and gone at extra cover. George goes for 16. Scrivens takes the catch. Grewcock has another one. Again, it's the flight with the low arm wrist spin of Grewcock that makes the difference. 16 for George, 160 for 4 for Sparks.
The 16 that she did play really got the game moving, and you could see there's a slight change in the field. They put mid-off back up onto the boundary to long off, brought in fine leg, and she still wanted to find the boundary, couldn't quite get it over extra cover. And due reward for Jodie Grewcock. So again, another smart bit of proactive captaincy, another sharp catch taken in the covers, and the game is definitely moving. It
is indeed. 160 for 5. Sparks are probably only just past halfway where they'd want to be by the end of this innings at this stage. So that's a long, long way off for them now, with Sunrisers halfway through Sparks' wickets. There comes Charis Pavely to join Freeborn, 75 to her name. Such a crucial innings from Freeborn. How long can she go? How far can she go? The heat as well, we should mention, for the batters also, wearing all the protective gear in this heat.
Yeah, it's been a tough gig out there today. As you say, it's only going to get hotter, so I think Sunrisers might be looking at the fielding unit as they walk out there later, quite pleased that only a couple of them have to go and deal with it at a time. But look, it's been a really important innings that Abby Freeborn has played here. But again, an innings that she'll know the responsibility of, because if you said it before, if she gets out now, the state of the game changes dramatically. If she can bat through, then they will be looking at knocking towards the 250 that they'll feel they really need. If she gets out soon, Sunrisers will see that sniff. There's batters to come, but there's still there's an opening, and there's the pressure to try and score runs at a quick rate. So you could be looking at 200 or 250, and most of that, if not all of that pressure, is on Abby Freeborn right now.
So Gardner. One for 10 from her too. Miller stretching out the quads below us at mid-on. A lot of flight. Just a single out to deep cover. We saw them milking the singles to the onside in the last over. Pavely on to strike. Freeborn on 76 with a single. So the left-hander for Gardner to have a look at. Backed right up to that one, Pavely. Shuffle back onto her stumps, but defends it well enough in the end. Punched nicely, but two in there at backward point. The pair combined. Was that Villiers first up, I think? Yes, it was Villiers who got the first stop to it. And then
they were tempted by the little misfield, but it was only a couple of foot behind us, so there's good decision made.
Yeah, and Kopak was only a couple of metres behind, wasn't she, to come around and gather up as well as this ball's eased to cover. Oh, it just gets through Gray. Holds her hand up immediately for the misfields.
Almost too simple, that one, wasn't it? The plan of blocking that offside, you can see the 2 points they've clocked onto. Extra cover relatively tight. Didn't quite work that time.
And now free ball onto strike with 2 to come of the over. She's on 76. Steers that single into the gap between the trio of the keeper, the mid-wicket and the 45. Pavely back onto strike once more. 3 off the over, 163 for 5. Gardner just adjusting the deep on the onside as she steps in again. Oh, again, Pavely backs right up to defend that one. Interesting from Pavely. 1 from 5 for her, indeed 1 for 4, my apologies. Freeborn 77 from 103. Sparks are 163 for 5 after 36. 14 to go here at Chelmsford in the Rachael Heyhoe Flints. Stream from Sunrisers with myself, Kevin Hand and Danny Warren. And well, this is the position at the start that I think Sunrisers, if you're offered it to them at this stage, you say, actually, yeah, sounds like we've done pretty well.
Yeah, certainly. Well, you always get excited when you get an early breakthrough, don't you? And then I guess the realisation over the second wicket partnership that it's a decent pitch out there. There's plenty of runs on offer. It's hard work, but it should be. This shouldn't be simple as the door slams on us. The breeze is getting up. That's good news for everyone.
Lots of flight from Grewcock, push back, and there's no run. I'm going to reopen that door because it does assist with the breeze. Oh, you're going to do it for me. Well done, Danny. Thank you. Just gives that slight chance of the breeze drifting through. Oh, well done. Chair to wedge it now as well. It just gives the chance of the breeze coming through by having a few extra openings in the box. Oh, it's quite nice when you stand up, actually. The breeze seems to hit you more. Here's flight swept away down to deep backward square. 164 for 5. You just hear the breeze has picked up on our effects, Mike. Actually, that'll be some relief to the players for a moment. In fact, the Sunrisers flag fluttering proudly next to the dressing room away to our right.
Yeah, and that'll definitely help out in the middle.
Which way is it going for your Grewcock? A crosser, actually. From right to left shoulder of the wrist spinner. Top spinner you've been talking about is her main weapon. What are the other variations that just drops that one a little bit short? Job to do at short fine leg, and a job well done as well by, was it Miller who got around? No, Dowse, sorry, Dowse.
You can be forgiven. The last minute printing of our newest edition, slightly smaller name than we might have had for some of the others, and her hair is right over the top of it.
The hair's also brown as opposed to blonde like Miller. The forgiveness I'll look for is the heat. It is oppressive at the moment, and that's why, if you imagine us sat at the front of the box right now, I would be dying, absolutely dying. 165 for 5, 37 bowled here, and 13 remain.
I tried to give you that, and you didn't take it.
No. I will always admit mistakes.
Going back to your question about what I guess makes Jodie Grewcock as successful as she's currently being, that it's probably her relentless accuracy. It's very simple, but it's very simple in an incredibly complex way, if that makes sense.
Cricket at its best is simplicity, isn't it?
Yeah, she doesn't try to do anything too spectacular. She knows her game and she plays her game, and ultimately that accuracy makes you do something as a batter.
What was the Glenn McGrath mantra? Keep it simple, stupid. It's cut hard to backward point by Pavely, no run.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind Maddie Villiers being at backward point all day, would you? That one was a very decent stop, but we overcomplicate it, don't we? A number of scouting meetings that ultimately end up with saying just bowl it off stump.
Match awareness is the other big one, isn't it? And part of match awareness will be what comes of the scouting. If something just isn't going right or isn't working, you know what somebody's weakness is or their strength, but simplicity to begin with. You always see sides go wrong when they overcomplicate it to begin with, they overthink it, over-theorise.
I think the other thing about Jodie is she doesn't shy away from the challenge. She comes on to bowl quite often when there's a big partnership in progress.
Single just wide of mid-wicket.
And when she's asked to do that by her captain, she just does the same thing she would do if she'd taken 3 wickets in the over. She'd do exactly the same thing, and it's great to see. It's great to see a young player just enjoying playing cricket.
Oh, stumps her. Or was it bowled indeed? I think it did just clip the top. Carl going to grab the ball, but it's just flipped away and bowled. Pavely's gone for 3, and Gardner has a second wicket. 167 for 5. This is always the danger for Sparks. Managed to get that scoring rate back up to 4.6. They'll be in danger of it slipping away now, and the pressure heaps even more to Freeborn.
This is what we said before, like the difference between knocking on 250 and sneaking your way to 200 is firmly on Abby Freeborn's shoulders now. Emily Arlott comes out to the middle. She is absolutely no mug with the bat. Like you say, you have to respect everyone who walks out to the middle, and and then Marlott will want to try and get the game going in a similar way to Katie George has done when she was in, but Jo Gardner's stuck to her guns. She's bowled to a phase where they've taken a lot of singles, but it's not phased her. It's not worried her that the scoring rate is going up. She's been tight, hasn't leaked many boundaries, set a good field, bowled to it, and has Pavely tried to make something happen. Jo had the right line, and I think there might have been a little bit of nibble on that and clattered into the stumps.
New batter out to the middle to join Freeborn is Emily Arlott. Coming in at number 8. The big job to do, and that job at the moment really is just turn the strike, turn the singles, let Freeborn steer this for a few overs. Just keep it ticking over. 4.4 the scoring rate drops to. Perhaps had too lofty ambitions in their mind, Sparks, in setting here. At a real position of strength when Freeborn and Jones were together, but the pair started to look tetchy. They wanted a higher scoring rate than 4.6. It's cost them. There's 5 wickets since that partnership have fallen, and now Sparks have to be careful that they do muster their way to 200 here. 12 to go, 167 for 6.
You talked about game awareness, and like you're walking out into the middle there. You know, on one hand you have to bat your overs, but no one wants to be approaching it in that way. You want to be as positive as possible, and the question mark has to be like, you've got a set batter. Is the set batter going, or is the new batter going and leaving the set batter to see the game through? And that's an interesting conundrum now.
Good start from the new over from Grewcock. Pace off. Just allows Freeborn to turn the single, which Sunrisers will not mind at all. Long chat between Scrivens and Grewcock. Cut off this inning is 11 minutes to 2. They'll be fine. I think it was 13 overs in the first hour, but the heat, they just need to be careful of the heat here, which slows things up naturally. Everything slows down because of the heat.
There've been a lot of drinks breaks as well, so I'm pretty sure there'll be a conversation with the umpires should it come to that.
It may have pushed up actually already, has it, to 149.
Normally 3:10, is it? 3:10, 3:15, I think it's 3:10. So it's 9 minutes over that from a 10:30 start, which, as you say, with the spinners on, it shouldn't be a problem.
Huge amount of flight on that from Grewcock.
And I'm pretty sure that Grace Scrivens will be thinking if we bowl them out, it doesn't really matter either way.
Oh, this is good. I do like that as soon as the left-hander fell, Grewcock was back in. Gardner was on once there was a left-hander out there at this end.
And it goes to show the importance of the role that Jodie Grewcock plays for Sunrisers now, that she's kept Maddie Villiers out of the bowling attack when my feelings were that you can bring your frontline spinner back in.
That one gets through for a single to end the over. It means Arlott keeps the strike. She's one from, oh, she was looking for the second there. She's one from 7, 169 for 6, just 2 off that Grewcock over. 2 for 28 from 8, economy of 3.5. Gardner economy of 3.8, 2 for 15 from her 4.
Remember, one of those overs went for 10, didn't
Yes.
it? I think so. It was 9 or 10 off it. So she's bowled a fantastic spell here. As you say, she doesn't get the opportunities that she would like and that she merits. She's a very useful bowler. She's a very useful member of the attack here. But when you see the options that Grace Scrivens or any of our captains have have at their disposal, she often finds herself slightly frustrated saving the runs on the boundary rather than taking the wickets and with the ball in hand. So it's brilliant to see Jo come on and get an opportunity, show what she can do. She's bowled very well.
South East Stars are 215 for 6 in the 40th.
Ooh, they're motoring, aren't they?
Well, they've always been ahead on the runs scored today, haven't they? They were always ahead on the wickets down as well, but the wickets down have been caught up by Sunrisers, whereas runs on the board haven't quite happened.
Go on, who's got the runs there?
Davidson Richards 93 not out, Schofield with a 50 as well.
10 overs to go there. With those two set, they'll be...
Oh, Schofield's gone. She's gone 56, sorry. Hill's gone for 3. Yeah. Miles now joins Davidson Richards on 93.
They're still behind a big one.
Mm.
Got McDonald Gay to come still. She's coming in amazingly above Maddie Villiers in the 100. So there's definitely batting there. They'll be possibly eyeing further than they got on the scoreboard than when we played them, which was I think 290 they ended off on.
Was that at Guildford?
No, Beckenham.
Hit in the air. Oh, just short of dash. She thought for a moment about going for it. Died just in front of her.
Yeah, you're brave if you go for that one, aren't you? It's not quite getting there.
Short, flayed away. And having seen a near chance land at the feet of Dowse, and the next ball goes for 4. In cricket's old rules. Nearly a wicket, followed by a boundary. 175 for 6. Northern Diamonds are 104 for 1. They've just lost Callis. Run out by Robbins for 45. Winfield Hill has 49. Armitage now at the crease. That game at Canterbury, which had a delayed start, down to 47 overs aside. Top ball into the onside here. Want to come of the over. 6 off it from Gardner. 10 overs remain after this delivery. Actually, I was going to have a look. The reason I turned to the scorecard was to have a look at the economy rates so far of the bowlers. Top ball pushed back by Arlott to finish the 40th, 175 for 6. So, yeah, those economies of the bowlers. Gray 1 for 30 off 6. Kopak 1 for 18 off 4. Villiers none for 24 off 6. So economies between 4 and 5 of those. And Kumar just had that one over for 13, but Scrivens 6 overs going at 3s. Grewcock 8 overs going at 3.5. Castle 4 overs, none for 13, and Gardner with 2 for 21 from her 5 now. Nice shot down to long on for a single. On 7-6 for 6. This ball's pushed away to extra cover, no run. Thanks to Ollie on the other side of the ground, managed to put up the bowling card in between overs. Oh, that goes up in the air and over the top. Does a pitch and plug there, pitches and keeps going. Arlott's giving that a full swing down the ground, clearing mid-on. 180 for 6 now as Arlott's on to 10 from 14. Oh, turn and bounce. One of the balls of the day from Grewcock.
A little bit of everything there, wasn't there?
hit that one down the ground, she says. Back to the trusty old consistency. Right up there, getting it to slide on to end the over. 9 to go, 180 for 6. Sparks right now, if you were offered, well, if they were offered 240, they'd absolutely chew your arm off, wouldn't they? 220 though, be on their mind. That Wickets column, 6 down, going at much more than 4 and over from this stage. It'll be difficult, it'll be risky is the point, as they're still 20 shy of the 200 mark. All eyes on Freeborn, it has been for the entire innings, 82 from 112 deliveries. Here's Scrivens back on from the river end, none for 19 from 6. So I was thinking about the economy rates, because that's what Scrivens will look for at this stage. Who's been the most economical? Try and come on and tie up an end, much as Grewcock's doing at the other end. Good start from the skipper, right onto the spot. Scrivens versus Freeborn. This could be the real matchup that decides how the remainder of this innings pans out.
I was thinking back to the match we played here against Vipers at the beginning of July. We posted 254 in that, where a bit of a lower order hitter, hits by Surin Kumar and Kopak at the bottom got us to that, and we didn't feel we were out of sight with that score. So, as you say, 240 would be a dream for Sparks. Whereas, as we've said many a time today, our job, Sunrisers, is to stick to the plan, believe in the process, do your things well.
Just a little short from Scrivens, gave Arlott a chance to rock back, or they'll think 2, yes, no. Eventually settle on no. Full toss, down to long on it goes. 183 for 6. Thinking 2, back they come. There was a slight misfield there.
Yeah, a little fumble by Ariana Douse down on the boundary here. It has hurried Rappy Freeborn along, who, after spending 40 overs out in this heat, is
bit of cramp.
Working very hard.
Could be the biggest threat to her next 15 runs and 3 figures. We said for the fielders it'll be tough, but all that padding on for 115 deliveries. A single more.
She's keeping wicket as well, so
yeah,
she's going to have a busy day.
Yeah. Stretching out the calves still. Yeah, the heat today, as we've been saying for probably the last hour up here, just the dryness of the heat. You can feel it in your mouth, can't you? Just sitting up here commentating, running up and down out there, I can't imagine. 185 for 6.
You do get a breeze. I'm not playing down the conditions they have to play in, but you do get a breeze when you're out there, which is nice. You can see this, like we said at Radler, when you find the Felsted stand over there has a bit of shade in front of it, so you quickly put your hand up to field at deep mid wicket for some of the innings. Joe Gardner, I think, is the one who's got that prize gig at the moment, so take a little bit of shade before she walks back on the field in a second. But yeah, they're difficult conditions, but we play a summer sport, so they're used to it.
Yeah. That's what they have all the pre-season tours for. This is dabbed back. First ball of the over from Freeborn.
Don't give many ideas. We're banging on my door saying, look, remember how we have to play in 30 plus conditions. Please don't take me to
I'm trying to think
to Jersey again. I want to go further afield.
Single down to long on. I'm trying to think who it was. There was an opposition county who had been on a pre-season tour somewhere. I'm not sure who it was, but a Sunrisers player picked up on that and said, "Hold on a minute, we only went to Jersey."
Well, we've been to Spain and Jersey this year, so we've had two plane trips. Won't lie, Jersey was a little bit eventful getting over there after we had a cancelled flight and a.
Oh, is this the ferry crossing?
No, we had our flight cancelled, despite the fact it was blazing sunshine somewhere. I'm not sure why it was cancelled. So the next one we could get out, we were meant to be going from London Luton. Makes a lot of sense given our region. The next one we could get out and get everyone on was the following morning at 7-ish from Manchester.
Oh.
So given the timings, we couldn't get a coach, which would have been fine. Oh. We ended up with 3 or 4 taxis driving us up the M1 and M6 in pretty dismal conditions. The rain had come in by that point, so the thunderstorms that potentially had cancelled our flight, albeit pretty early in the piece, were going on around us. We've made it to Manchester Airport Hotel sometime around about midnight.
Oh, now wrapped on the pads but sliding down.
Anyway, suffice to say, I was the most relieved person on the planet when I turned up to Granville Cricket Ground in Jersey to see an amazingly set up and prepared practice area for us. The warm welcome of Jersey Cricket, who were fantastic in organising it and having us over, and finally getting some cricket in, which was a very meaningful 3 days of cricket. But if it had gone the other way, I'm not sure it would have produced the best outcomes from everyone who went on the trip, but we got through it.
Don't forget the commentator on the next pre-season tour, that's all I'm saying. Grewcock's bowled out 2 for 36 from her 10 with 1 maiden. Here's Scrivens, number 24 from 7. 88 for Freeborn on strike.
Why do you think I'm spending so much time learning from you, Kev? I think I only got to go on the last pre-season tour because I was scorer.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, still haven't managed a pre-season tour out of Middlesex yet either. 19 seasons and counting there as this ball's pushed down to long on for a single. Freeborn's on to 89, 189 for 6. The Champions match has gone now, hasn't it? So there goes the trip to
Abu Dhabi, wasn't it, for a bit? MCC's post-COVID budgeting has changed that one ever so slightly.
Game's got to return now, hasn't it, somewhere? Oh, that's slammed back down the grounds. Powerfully punched by Arlott. She's on to 16. 193 for 6.
It's such an interesting subject, pre-season tours, isn't it? I think most directors of cricket, as they're in charge of budgets, are probably unsure if it's the wisest way of spending money. Every head coach will tell you that it's imperative, and every player will tell you that they'll only sign for you if you're going on a decent pre-season tour. So I'm sure we've, as a women's game, have joined this party slightly later than the men's game, who've fought against it for the last 50 plus years.
A bit of room to back away for Arlott to find the single.
They're quietly going about their business here. We've lost concentration and started talking about holidays, so probably should get back into the game, but they're sneaking up.
195 for 6, 196 for 6 indeed, just wider of long on, and Joe Gardner, they realised, who sends the throw in. It looks pretty tired out there. Gardner, I say tired, but feeling the heat as that throw goes in. This is dragged short and out to mid-wicket deep mid-wicket it goes. We'll get 2 again. Villiers and Gardner coming around. A couple more. 198 for 6. They're going to hit the 200. How much more will they go beyond? Yeah, run rate 4.5 for Sparks. 198 for 6. They're just getting it back to where it was in the partnership between Freeborn and Jones. What would it have been if they'd have stayed together? It's cricket's big conundrum, isn't it? How big a gamble do you go to try and really increase the run rate? But when you take that gamble, it can significantly fall. 196 for 8. 198 for 6. Having won the toss, Sparks is Maddie Villiers back into the attack, replacing Grucock. Villiers number 24 from 6. She comes back on. Now ball, by the looks of it, start up from Villiers on that one. Pushed down to long off. Started the day with the most beautifully flighted delivery you could imagine. That one looks as though it was just pushed through a little bit more. Brings Freeborn onto strike on 93. 199 for 6. Ball turn to mid-wicket. Again, another of the big matchups we talked about. Freeborn against the skipper earlier, Grace Scrivens. Oh, now tracks that one down. There's the reverse again from Freeborn. Gets a single, gets away with it.
It probably would have kept Marika interested for a second there as it went off the top edge, falling just safe.
It's driven to extra cover. No run. Crunched away. Down to long off, just a single. Let's have a look on those scores elsewhere as we approach the end of this innings here. So South East Stars 230 for 7 after 44.3. So very similar scores. Davidson Richards got the century, 101, but then was stumped Lee off high. Should just be a single out to deep mid wicket. Freeborn, she's on to 95. And Northern Diamonds are 126 for 1 in that delayed start at Taunton, that after 22. Winfield Hill has 55, Armitage has 15 here. There are 5 overs to go. Sparks on the toss, 202 for 6. Did miss a game that was taking place today in the Women's T20 World Cup qualifier. Scotland beat Italy by 117 runs.
How did abs go?
Let's have a look. None for 15 off 3. In that T20, 83 all out. Single more, Freeborn's on to 96. Struggling with cramp a little bit out there at the moment as she nears the milestone. Where was that one played?
They're in Desert Springs.
Oh, nice.
Get a mid-season tour as well.
Needed a commentator for that, surely. This is hit down the ground by Arlott. Didn't time it, but gets away with it as a result. It falls well short of Gardner. Hung her head backwards, feeling she'd missed out on that. Perhaps was trying to get a little bit wider of Gardner and bisect along on in deep mid-wicket. Single just in front of the short fine leg. There's a top score of 67 from Sarah Bryce in that one. 57 not out for Jack as well. Lorna Jack. Slam back down the ground by Arlott. Excuse me, long off comes around Gardner. Combination of Gardner from long on indeed, and Castle from long off. 206 for 6. Freeborn on strike on 97. On to come of the over. 4 overs to go. 206 for 6. It's the pads, leg by, but it means Freeborn will keep the strike on 97. 207 for 6. 4 to go here at Chelmsford on the stream from Sunrisers. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Serving up some pretty good encounters in the 3 games today by the looks of it, all pretty evenly matched. Sparks aren't quite to where they'd want to be in this one after a pretty good start from Freeborn and from Jones. Since then it's been a bit of a scramble to get a partnership going. Manhattan, I'll show you, it's happened in fits and patches, which in some ways is good work from Sparks, but they have managed to keep it going and not crumble in a heap. But equally the start looked very good and boded well, but they fell away to well, near the 30th over, didn't they? From the power play to the 30th, things just really died off as perhaps their ambitions got beyond them, I'd suggest, in terms of the scoring rate. They're looking too big and you end up coming up a little bit short. 207 for 6.
And a lot of it's been on Abby Freeborn's shoulders, who's closing in on her milestone here.
Leg sides. All eyes on the fielder to make sure there's no misfield as she moves to 98. Can't pack out there, but deep square. Still delayed England versus New Zealand at Southampton, which is just a little bit worrying that it might blow up and across the country. Rain delay at Birmingham as well. But Warwickshire against Northamptonshire. Oh, attempted scoop from Arlott, through it goes. Play everywhere else around the country, I should add. This is slapped back down to long on. A lot of flight. Just freed up the arms to drag it really down to long on for the single.
Quite interesting watching the run in between the wickets. You'd normally be at this stage of the game, you're trying to turn everything into one extra by putting the pressure on, but we're jogging our way through at the moment, the Sparks batters.
England under-19s are taking on Australia under-19s at Worcestershire, and I'm more telling you this in terms of weather watch because they're off there at New Road as well, so it is that kind of southwest west area up around the Midlands. I think we're going to be okay here. Freeborn grabs a single, moves to 99. Everybody looks to see any sort of misfield. No chance of the century there. 99 from 132. 2 to come of the over. 210 for 6. Oh, that goes up in the air. Could be the end of Arlott's, and is the end of Arlott's. Flo Miller holds on in the covers. Arlott goes for 22, 210 for 7. She's done well with a strike rate of 73, 22 from 30, and in a partnership with Freeborn, which has just pushed things on here. They were 167 for when this pair came together, so just shy of a 50 partnership. Excellent work for the 7th wicket. It's topped up Sparks, and they were in danger of falling light of the 200 mark. Their ambitions towards 230, 240. Well, they've fallen mainly on Freeborn, but certainly what Arlett's done there is helped to get them to a competitive total here at Chelmsford. A huge boundary on one side, which, well, is probably as big a boundary as you'd get for the women's game. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm not sure you see. I mean, you're not going to see it much bigger for the men's
game. Even for the men's game, yeah, exactly. That's what my thought was.
Running out of space when you on both sides. So yeah, you've got to consider run-offs as well. So this is probably about as big as you can get with the match playing area that we've got available to us, which is so exciting because you want to see dynamic cricket. You don't want to see, you don't necessarily want to see every ball trying to be carted over cow corner for 6, do you?
Billy is continuing. Georgia Davis, the new batter, single first up, and that is the end of the 47th, which means 3 to go. Davis keeps the strike and Freeborn remains on 99 at the non-striker's end. 211 for 7. So Villiers' first wicket indeed today, 1 for 32 from 8, going an economy of 4. Scrivens going an economy of 4.2. She'll bowl out from the river end. Castle comes across to ask which way. Where do you want me? Long off, please. Gardner at long on.
Yeah, it's just a reward for Maddie Villiers. She's bowled much better than the Wickets column suggested there. As you say, she bowled one of the balls of the day with the first one that she let go of earlier on.
Actually, Castle has stayed up. My apologies. The answer was to stay up at long off, not to go back. Scrivens is in, bowls to Davis, who pushes a single down to a wide long on, and my question was going to be, should mid-on be up as well and just put the squeeze on? But had she been up there, Gardner, the chance would have been that bisected mid-wicket and mid-on, and it would have been 4, so it's an easy game out there.
It's so easy, isn't it? At the end of the day, you'd rather concede a single than a boundary without getting too deep into the or the fast approaching Centurion.
Keep it simple, stupid. Abigail Freeborn on to strike on 99. Commentator overcomplicating it up here.
You can see they have put a bit of a squeeze on here. They said, look, if you want this, you're not going to be able to knock it into
for Freeborn it's a different,
You're not going to be able to knock it into the leg side for a single.
Lots of flight, leg side. Now I think that's just pad, is it? To short fine leg it goes. Let's see. No, it is the century.
Up, so
helmet comes off.
Way of knocking it.
Single to short fine leg, raises the bat down below us at the river end and to the pavilion, and the crowd in here today to our right as well. And brilliant century by Freeborn. 133 deliveries, 8 fours, 180 gruelling minutes out there in this heat for a Freeborn century. Outstanding knock. Held this innings together for Sparks. Can't think of a chance offered either.
No. There may have been the odd one that wrapped the pads, but to be fair, there haven't been many chances in this game. So it's been a batter's pitch if you apply yourself.
Top ball. Davis pushing back. So what have they got? 15 deliveries left. I want a strike rate of at least 100 from that. This is hit straight to Gray at mid-wicket, and that's my point. Single from Davis, now another one. Freeborn at the other end. With 3 wickets standing and 14 deliveries, you've got to be swinging at the moment. Down the track she comes, swings again, but only as far as Gray at mid-wicket. Really good from Scrivens. One to come at the over. Davis. It's really 2, 4 or 6 from her here, isn't it, with 12 deliveries left. Hits it up in the air and gone at mid-off. And there you go. As soon as you reach that kind of position, the onus is on you that you have to try and hit. And that means he can fall with it as well. So Scrivens' day ends with a wicket. 1 for 40 from 10 with 1 maiden. She has been excellent today as well. 213 for 8, the Sparks.
Yeah, you got the impression that something was going to happen that ball. The field was pretty tight. The bowling was making her do a lot of work as a batter, and as you say, you can't hang around, and that's really, really well deserved by Grace Griffin. She's bowled a fantastic spell, well, 2 spells as she's brought herself on and off, but just at the right time, taking responsibility with the ball when her team needed. Wait and see who comes on and bowls the final over at this end. If Maddie Villiers doesn't snaffle a couple more to finish the game off before then.
So 2:13 for 8, and Freeborn has the strike. That's why 2, 4 or 6 at the end of the over. It's a dot ball or a 1 are no good, so 2, 4 or 6. Well, 3 we might let you off, but 2, 4 or 6 please, which could obviously result in out. So Grace Potts, number 9 on her back. Freeborn crucially on strike on 100. Villiers in and past the edge. 9th over for Villiers. This is tickled away out to deep mid wicket for a single. They think 2 and back they come. And that's pretty much the order as well for Freeborn now, although how that cramp's feeling right now. See ball, hit ball for Freeborn, try and find the boundaries if she can.
Yeah, we've said for about 25 overs that a lot rests on her shoulders here.
This is down the ground in the air, but just a single. 2 long on over to Potts. Now you're at the point that the innings can be wrapped up in 2 deliveries. She's feeling it, Freeborn, at the non-striker's end, isn't she? She's down on her haunches. She's going to be down like that a fair while, keeping wicket today as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult day for her out there. So your wicket-keeper batter, you expect that there'll be occasions when you have to play that role. You might not think it's going to be 32 degrees when you're doing it.
This is skidded through by Villiers through to the gloves of the keeper and a dot ball. Top ball pushed back by Potts into the offside. 1 to come of the over, which again we're back to the stage. 2, 4 or 6 please. It's the last ball of the over. You've got the freedom to swing here now, Potts, and give Freeborn the last over of the innings. There's the swing and gets it through. Backward point with a dive to her left. It races away on a pretty parched Chelmsford outfield for 4. 220 for 8. Well, we said if they were greedy Sparks, 240 might have been on their mind as they were at mid-innings starting to recover with Freeborn and with Arlott. They've got to 220, which we said was probably a fair return from the trouble they got themselves in at one stage. And equally, they, well, if Sunrisers were being greedy, they'd have said below 200, wouldn't they? So, big final over coming up is the point here. How far beyond 220 can Sparks go? Can Sunrisers really restrict them? So, that's Villiers done for the day. 1 for 39 from her 9, good from the Sunrisers spinners today. Eva Gray at the river end to finish the innings. 1 for 30 off 6 so far, with an economy of 5s, which again goes back, in summary of this innings, because we'll be off pretty quickly at the end of the innings, Danny, for the heat today, and it's not a long interval. But pretty much what we said, pace off is the key, and that'll be in the mindset of Sunrisers when they do come out to chase. But pace on for the final over as Freeborn's on strike on 103. Thinking 2 here, this will test the cramp of Freeborn. Back she comes, throw to the wicket keeper's end. And usually it's a pretty strong arm from Villiers. It is on this occasion as well. Freeborn makes it back. Tell you what, with every sharp single and two that she takes right now, you do wonder for Freeborn and her ability to keep today. It's going to really test her.
Yeah, you might be asking what price they've paid with her having to be the bedrock of this innings. Obviously, you expect it to happen on occasion when you're a number 3 batter and you keep wickets. So it's one that you buy into as part of that role. She's going to need a bit of fluid, bit of hydration, some food on her, bit of help from the physio, and maybe even an ice bath at half time.
2-2-2 for 8, 5 to come. Freeborn on strike. Slow ball, dabs to backward point. Saran Kumar does the fielding, no run. Just try to find the gap there. Fine of deep cover as well. It would have been at least a 2, you'd have thought. Almost feels as though they should be better off standing and delivering at the moment, just swinging hard. But then equally, the energy will be sapped. Now it's going to be a no ball. Swung hard out to deep mid wicket.
Has he signalled the no ball?
He hasn't.
I'm not sure it will be.
Ooh.
It didn't look that high. I'm struggling to see with the glare on the screen exactly how it does look, but
yeah, maybe at my angle I had it slightly wrong.
In the batter's natural stance, I think we often jump to no ball quite quickly, don't we, on waist tight, and batters get out of jail free on occasions.
Yeah, Freeborn had a slight glance at the umpire when she got through. That's up in the air and safe over extra cover and mid off. They'll take 2. Potts moves to 6. 2-2-5 for 8. 2 to come. Freeborn really is struggling at the non-striker's end. She's exhausted out there. Batted the majority of this innings in this heat. Shorter ball pushed back for a single, just straight to the mid-off. So Freeborn gets the last ball of the innings. Good stop by Castle. 2-2-6 for 8. Now what will Freeborn do with the last delivery? She is exhausted. I'm thinking down the ground is going to be her best bet for a boundary. Mid-off's up, long on's back, deep mid-wicket. That's that deep boundary on the onside. So a use of the feet, trying to go over the top, back over the bowler's head. Nope, stands her ground and sweeps. Sweeping hard to deep backward square, and it'll just be a singles finish. 2-2-7 for 8, and with the exhaustion of Freeborn, she's not even going to bother to try to put the pressure on the throw for the second. So Freeborn makes 107. Sparks make 2-2-7 for 8. Danny, a good all-round performance from Sunrisers. Good little fight back from Freeborn and from Arlott, but crucially Freeborn's innings. Batting time, batting the innings.
Yeah, look, see, as you say, it's an easy game from up here. We look back on other games we've played here. You don't feel out of sight when you hit 250. So I think it's going to be a score where neither team really feel like they've put in a match-winning innings. You feel they've probably left a few runs out there in the way that they approach the game. But that's not to take anything away from Abby Freeborn, who's batted fantastically for 49 overs pretty much to get her team to here and be the foundation that they can build upon. Sunrisers now need 2 players to apply themselves, create partnerships in a way that Sparks didn't, and has realised that it's definitely a good pitch to bat on. It's definitely a ground that gives you value for your runs, but you really have to work hard for it. So I don't feel either team will be standing there thinking we've done the job yet.
Tony Warren, thanks very much. A short interval, so we'll get going. We'll be back in just under 30 minutes. The chase will be 2-2-8 for Sunrisers to win.
Sunrisers opening batter Cordelia Griffiths is presenting the Essex Girls County Competition Best Batter and Best Bowler Awards for the 2023 season. And third up for the under 13 Best Batter from Wanstead and Stanford is Kaya Patel. And then we have for the under 13 Best Bowler from Woodford Wells, that's Leah Nucky.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Chelmsford. Sunrise is out to start the chase. Sparks 227 for 8. Off their 50 overs, having won the toss. I'm Kevin Hand. Danny Warren's alongside me. Temperatures haven't dropped, I can say that.
No, it's just as warm out there, if not a little bit warmer, but the breeze is picking up, as we can hear in the effects mic, so hopefully the players have a slight reprieve whilst out there. You can actually see there's some fluffy clouds in the distance, and we're all amateur weather watchers now, hoping that any storms that have built up over the southwest of the country aren't heading too closely to Chelmsford.
Here's Potts to open the bowling from the Hayes close end. Grace Potts to Grace Scribbins. Chops away into the offside, no run. So at the other end, for the second game in a row, Ariana Douse. That because of the injury to Cordelia Griffiths. Wow, that wind has really got up on the effects mics you were mentioning, Danny. Sparks fielders will not mind that for a moment. Possibly pitching outside the line. Half an appeal really from Potts. And from Sparks, so yes, 2-7 for 8. Something of a recovery in the end, but when things were going well, it looked as though they might have been on for something much bigger than that, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, we were saying just before the break, weren't we? I think neither team will feel like they've put a nail into this game's coffin just yet. They'll feel that there's opportunities for both sides to do their job and to win the game. But yeah, you need to apply yourself, that's for sure, out there.
That's a lovely shot. No run into the offside. I mean, one thing all the way through is the big shots weren't really there today. It was putting away the bad balls, and we did make the comment, or I made the comment towards the end of that innings, whoever bowls the fewer bad balls will perhaps be the ones that win the game.
It's hard to tell until both teams have batted, I suppose, and see how their approach was. Like, despite there not being many chances, it didn't feel like there was a huge amount of proactivity until George and Arlott came to the wicket.
Run away nicely, down to deep third, single taken. 2 without loss. And yeah, power play was a reasonably proficient power play, up to 60 on the board at that point. Just the one down that early wicket. Keeping on the spot. Well, we were saying keep it simple, stupid, weren't we, for the most part? Safe at Sparks, they all say that to themselves. Look, on the spot here, as few bad balls as possible. No putaways. Limit those as much as you can. And then the pressure on just turning the singles grows greatly. Tight start is what they'll be looking for. Last ball of the opening over from Potts. And a dot ball to finish, just 2 off it. Decent start from Potts, had that half shout earlier in the over to Scrivens, leg by taken, so Scrivens remains on 0. Dowse has 1. And yeah, all set for a pretty interesting chase here. Should not be straightforward. Sparks will be very disappointed. They've given themselves something to bowl at, and quite often if you don't quite get the score you want, in any format indeed, just give yourself something to bowl at. They've got that, Sparks.
Yeah, I think they've more than given themselves something to bowl at. It's a challenging score to get. It's not impossible, and it's not even a difficult score to get, but it's one that you almost have to be thinking you're chasing 250 in order to chase this 228, to bat as if you're trying to overshoot the target, to give yourself that opportunity to not be chasing it too much at the end, or to leave yourself short. But I think, yeah, like I say, both teams will really feel in it. Both teams will know that they have to perform to their game plan in order to win it.
So it's going to be Arlott, Emily Arlott, who gave it a real thump at the end, didn't she, for Storm? Sorry, for Sparks. Don't my Storm for the Sparks for a moment.
I'm hoping that you're not sort of foreseeing something that's going to surprise us later on.
A storm from the Sparks.
Yeah, or a storm from the sky,
well, yeah.
To be honest. You can see the clouds rolling in. It doesn't look like it's too close at the moment, but let's hope that's not the case.
It's nicely steered away. Fielder on a very, very deep boundary out there. So you're always thinking too on that first one, because of the size of the boundary. Puts in a strong throw, which immediately tests the leap of Freeborn behind the stumps, who, as he said, whether it was an ice bath or whatever it was, to get her going again for this innings.
Yeah, I did pop up to the changing rooms in between and found 2 of our girls jumping in an ice bath, but the problem is there isn't a huge amount of ice going around the ground at the moment, so there's probably a slightly cold bath. Anything will do in these situations, won't it?
What's worse, an ice bath or a slightly cold bath? I think I prefer the slightly cold bath. Oh, well bowled right up there.
I'll leave the scientific answer to our Triple SM team.
Scientifically it's the ice bath, but I'm just thinking mentally.
I'm not sure that, knowing that you really only get the benefit from the ice bath, you want to put yourself through the...
Oh really? It's only through the ice bath you get the benefit?
Well, again, I'm going to leave this to the experts to confirm or deny, but yeah, I'm not sure they'd put people through a ice bath if you could do a slightly cold bath.
They're telling us all to do it now,
amount.
aren't they? Ice plunges in the morning. That'll be a wide. Down the leg side, a cheeky appeal from behind the stumps. You can't open social media without some guru telling you have to get in an ice bath every morning.
Wim Hof started it, didn't he?
Yeah.
With the show about overcoming your fears and doing that. I can't think of anything worse, I'm not going to lie.
You don't do the cold showers or the ice baths?
No. I'm the one at the moment who turns the shower up when I get in it, because I'll have the same temperature whether it's 30 outside or -3 outside. I want a warm shower, thank you.
Solid length again. I have to admit I've taken to the cold showers in the morning. And right now they're working well, but ask me again in deepest, darkest December.
We'll check back in and see how that's going for you. I'm going to stick to the consistent temperature.
It's the one slip in place for Arlott to begin with. See what seam or swing they can find. There wasn't much this morning for Sunrisers. It's leg side again. Another extra. Little things like that as well. To keep the extras tight on a day like today. There isn't that much swing or seam. You can often see a ball swing away down a leg side, seam away. Oh, that was our effects mic. Fortunately, not either you or I. The wind really has picked up. I'll go and rescue that at the end of the over. Don't tell the BBC. As ball's nudged away down to long leg, and they have a single. Hopefully Ollie's eardrums haven't been burst, our producer, or those at home have the sound cranked up with headphones on.
Yeah. Send help. It's all falling apart up here. You'll be glad to hear that the TV is still safely placed on top of the temporary boxes that we placed. That hasn't fallen as yet. There'll probably be a bigger commotion in here if we did lose that.
It's definitely not balanced on 2 boxes. It's a length ball pushed back into the onside, and there's no run. That is the end of the second over. I'll go and wrestle with the effects mic, which is still picking up the breeze. It must be coming onto our headphones as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going to put it that will keep it out of danger, to be honest. Hang it anywhere out there and it'll probably catch the breeze as it comes across the top of the stand. But yeah, steady first 2 overs from Scrivens and Dowse. They'll be happy with that start. It's all about giving yourself the foundation to go later on, so there's no need to panic at any stage.
Welcome back, the effects mic. Yes, it's working, fortunately. Don't know if I'm just making an awkward call to the BBC later. Potts continuing from the Hayes close end. It's clouded over a bit here, which will be a relief to the fielding sides, but again, if there are any interruptions, it does play into the hands usually of the side batting second. Not always the case, but any shorten chase or stay ahead of the DLS, which also means keep wickets in hand early on. Can't play for the weather though. That's well played by Scrivens, eases that away into the offside. Effects mic picking up the wind heavily on the outside now. Problem with the effects mic, a little. Oh, is there a problem for? No, I think she's just tired. Bent double already. Yes. Potts at the far end. Yeah, smoke and mirrors and all that with radio and TV. With an effects mic, if you point it downwards, it doesn't pick up the wind so much. This ball's edged away, inside edge into the onside by Scrivens. But that means putting it up perilously at the top of the window, point it down, it doesn't pick up the window as much. If you put it where it is now, flat and point it out, it'll pick up all the wind. So we'll turn the effects down a little bit.
We'll tell everyone if there's an appeal or anything that goes on in the middle that they don't see before we speak. It's okay.
The fact that it's blowing in here now, the wind, is a huge relief to us. There was one point in that first innings, I have to admit, towards the end of the innings where I was thinking this is too hot now. It's full, clipped away through mid-wicket, great stop at mid-wicket. Campbell in there, managed to get a hand to it, hold them to a single. Yeah, there was one point where I said the dryness of the heat. I just thought as a commentator right now, this is killing me, but this breeze is very, very welcome. Although, as you say, it might be blowing in a storm with it, so I shan't celebrate too much. We don't want any more interrupted games. Two to come of Potts' second over. That ball eased away. How long is Maqsood away with Scotland?
She is back by our next match, so it's a very intense schedule they've got over there. Actually, they're playing their six games in, or 7 games in 10 days or 8 days or something ridiculous like that. So they've hardly had a day off at the moment. So I guess we're in constant contact with them.
Well, the dot ball to end the over. 3 gone. 7 without loss. In contact with them.
As in Scotland. Sorry, I cut off halfway through. Constant with them, it sounded it's a bit extraterrestrial, didn't it? If I knew the answers to that, I'd let you know. But yeah, we're in constant contact with Scotland and Abs to see how she's going. Obviously, coming back the day before a fixture will always be a challenge for a player. The Bryce, Catherine and Sarah Bryce are both over there with Scotland as well, who we're playing Blaze in the next fixture, who obviously Blaze want to put back in their team as well. So yes, a very busy time of year for a lot of people. September seems to cram more and more in every year, doesn't it?
Right up there, and Scriven's looking to give it a chance. Had to get the feel of it. She's bowled in it, obviously, but it's quite different when you got the bat in hand, just to get that feel of the ball coming on.
Yeah, getting the pace of the wicket is probably the most important part here. The batters that do that the quickest, that adapt to the surface the quickest, will be the ones that are able to play the biggest innings.
It's noticeable in the men's game how less of an importance is put on the first 10 overs, power play 1, in the One Day Cup than it used to. You know, it used to always be, well, you gamble a couple of wickets, take a chance. But sides really do seem to set up for the long haul. But then equally, yeah, they have the different phases, don't they? Power play 1, power play 2, power play 3. Wow, that goes straight through from Arlott. Beautiful delivery. Right over the top.
Yeah, really well taken by Freeborn, who's, as we've said a few times today, is going to be playing virtually the entire match out in the middle there, with a key role with the gloves behind the stumps. But as you say, I think batters work so hard on accessing boundaries at any time of the game now. Obviously, with the power that they have in the men's game, it's not just accessing it along the ground, it's taking on the fielders over their heads.
Nice little tickle for the single, and that's what we've talked about all the way through, is those singles as well.
That was proactive running there, wasn't it? A little heart in mouth moment, because you can't quite see who they've taken on and what the angles are when you're sat up here, but so Grace looked at what hand it had gone to and was confident enough to take them on. You want to try, especially when you've got a left and right handed partnership, you want to try and keep those singles coming around, because it does challenge the bowler a bit more than you like.
Taswaits, and gets a lifting ball on this occasion. That's really well bowled. Oh, just extracting a little bit more from the pitch there. Taller bowler, Emily Arlott.
Yeah, both Potts and Arlott bring a bit more height than our opening pair would bring, and we saw some bounce coming off the pitch from Kopak and Gray, who managed to get a couple up when she dug it in short. So I think, yeah, Arlott will definitely be looking to make the most of that, as will Potts. She's a very dangerous bowler.
Short, pulled away. I'll pick up 2. Douse moves to 4. Sunrise is 10 without loss. Kick of the dirt from Arlott at the end of the over, conceding the runs. Just the 3 off it, and a good start. 10 without loss after 4, but again, a simple game to say it up here, but wickets will be key in this chase, won't they? The more wickets that Sunrisers have in hand early on, obviously they have to take some risks to not let that required rate, 4.7, which it's climbed to now, get too high.
Yeah, I think, to put a slightly different spin on it, partnerships are key.
Yep.
In the if you can build yourself 2, 3 really good partnerships, then a total like this becomes a lot easier. You lose wickets in clumps, it becomes a lot more challenging.
Onto the pads now. She's backed right up to that one, Scrivens. She just made me pause for a moment as to whether it had just pitched in line or not. That's nothing doing from the umpire. Scriven survives the appeal.
Wasn't the most convincing appeal.
No.
There was sort of slight heart in mouth moment as we waited for umpire Anthony Harris's decision.
Full ball, no ball, 3 hits for Scrivens. Can't particularly think of a free hit being punished.
Doesn't happen very often though, does it? And it doesn't even happen in the guys' game. Let's be honest. You think a free hit would free you up. It's amazing how you go and play a shot that you probably wouldn't get out if the ball was live. Instead of thinking, well, actually this is my area. I'm going to play this shot because it's low risk in a game. So I'm going to do it again. Instead, you run down the wicket or you try and take them on over cow.
Down the track comes Scrivens, and inside edges onto the pad, no run. Looking to give the charge and access mid-off and mid-on. Try and get past them. More bowls from Potts, keeping it tight to Scrivens. Incredible change in the day, actually. There you can feel the temperatures drop massively. Well, I say dropped massively, but certainly the air feels a lot cooler with this breeze now. Still says 32 degrees. It's dabbed into the offside by Scrivens. No run.
I'm not sure the fielders will be feeling much better about it, because when this happens it tends to just become that really muggy, close feeling, doesn't it?
That's true.
It's almost worse to run around in than blazing sunshine, because blazing sunshine you at least have a little bit of air to work with. When it gets muggier it's almost on top of you the whole time, so I'm certainly not taking anything away from any of those players that are working their way out there.
Leg side from Potts. We've had a no ball now wide in this over. It's an 8 ball over. She'll have to bowl again on a hot afternoon like this. Not easy. Look at scores elsewhere. I didn't see where South East Stars ended up. It was all eyes for us. Obviously we're focused heavily on here. Oh, that gets through. Attempted punch to the back foot by Scrivens. Perhaps wasn't there for it. Through it goes. 12 without loss. Just seen the headline. Oh dear, now 28 for 4 England. Trent Bolt had reduced England to 8 for 3. Now Matt Henry's in on the act, and it's 28 for 4. Nudge down to long leg. I'll look for 2. Scrivens turns, but it's just a single. 13 without loss with 1 to come of the over. So that's South East Stars game. .278 they posted in the end. As we said, they were always slightly ahead on the number of runs on the board. They were also slightly ahead on the number of wickets down throughout. South East Stars, but 101 from Davidson Richardson, 56 from Schofield, Miles with 33, Stonehouse 18, topping it up down the bottom. Block hole delivery, dug out for runs. It's well played. Potts looking for the Yorker. Douse will settle on 2. Moves to 6, 15 without loss, end of the 5th. So even I can work out that's 3 and over. 4.5 was the required from the start of the innings, just crept up slightly to 4.7 now, but nothing to perturb really Scrivens or Douse out there. I think you answered the question before I even got to it, but yeah, what weight is put on a power play? You said partnerships are obviously key in a chase like this, and any given chase really, but this power play, the opener's given the trust. Look, you see it as it is, the power play, you play it as it is. But equally, Jones almost got herself into a bit of a pickle, it felt like, out there, wanting more than she had at that point. And actually what she had was the best of the innings. It was only at the end that they managed a little cameo to get them back up to 4.5, 4.6.
Yeah, well, it's a 10 over power play, and you got a new ball from each end. So, actually, I'm not really sure of the point of it, because you've got the toughest of the bowling conditions in theory. Your seamers should be able to get something out of the new ball.
Hold on the spot once more, but well run.
And we've seen that, especially with our lot, who's bowled a couple of beauties so far. Grace Potts managed to get one through Grace Scrivens as well in the last over. So you've got 2 new balls, which means pretty much every one of those overs you might have the back end 2 don't give you as much help with the ball. I suppose the general convention is they tend to last 8 to 10 overs.
It's full, driven, fielded in the covers.
So when you consider that, does that kind of cancel out the fact that the batting team have the restrictions on where they can put their fielders? So I guess it's one where you're probably more concerned if you've come out of it with wickets in the wickets column than you are without too many runs.
To chop down to third again, but Michael Point doing the job.
Because you know that there is an opportunity to work, but you want to be proactive. You don't want to find yourself in a position where you're 20 for none off 10, because there's a long way to go from there. So it's, as everything, it's a fine balance of that. Just trying to work out those areas that you feel comfortable scoring on, and when the ball's there, get your hands to it and back yourself.
Shot away once more. That's getting a little frustrated. She hasn't been able to open up that offside field with the cup.
And again, it's almost that extra bounce is just making it quite tough with the newer ball. The length that you might be able to drive or cut is just coming onto you at an awkward height.
And this will have been discussed. This would have been pointed out. Look, you know, what do their attack have? This is where the scout work comes in, isn't it? You know, they've seen one thing all the way through the first innings. Watch, though, what the threat is from Potts and Arlott, because they'll obviously pose something different, as every bowler does on any surface.
Yeah, and you can see that. She played, okay, defended that almost on the slice of the bat, didn't she? It came up. Yeah, it's different. And then you get a ball that's slightly older. It does less.
Watchfully pushed down to mid-on, and again that was that kind of line that we've talked about, closing the bat face too early in the innings, especially if there is a bit of seam or swing out there. Dot ball to end the over, 16 for 1 after 6, and Dowse has 6 to her name, Scrivens has 5, none for 8, Arlott now off her 3, number 7 off her 3 for Potts. So those other scores. In reply to South East Stars 2-7-8 all outs off the last ball of their innings. Blazer 33 for 1 in the 7th.
We mentioned the Rice sisters. They're going to be a big miss for Blaze. So Blaze obviously played Sparks the other day. They would have played a Sparks with a team that included Nat Silverbrunt, Tammy Beaumont, the Rice sisters, and all 4 are now away on international duty. So it's a very different team.
Potts. Again, just trying to access that offside. The left-handed Scrivens. Michael Point does the fielding. Northern Diamonds 273 for 3 in the 43rd. 83 Winfield Hill, Callis 45, Armitage 45, Dobson 60, Marlow 23. The last 2 they're not out.
I think that's a 42 over game, isn't it? So they've set Storm 200 and.
Oh no, it's still going. 42.
Still going.
How many did you say? It was 47.
47 over game.
Yeah, this ball's clipped down to long leg. Single taken. Yeah, 47 over game. They're in the 43rd over. 273 for 3. So going big. Oh, have you got Enders up? Oh, 43 over is it?
40. Yeah, I think it's 43 over.
Sorry, 43. So they're in the final over.
You're in the final over, but they've already put 275 on the board.
Slip in place for Potts to Dowse. Almost looks like they've got their sleeves rolled up because of the colours of the sleeve of Sparks. I thought Slip did at first, then I thought, oh, the bowler's got her sleeves rolled up as well. It's got the coloured trim on the sleeves. All black outfits otherwise. Slow ball, chopped to back or point by Dowse. 17 without loss. Just keep hitting the fielder at the moment. They mustn't get frustrated with that, because what they are doing is getting the feel of the pitch, the pace of the bowlers, the pace of the ball.
Yeah, and if you're middling it to a fielder, then you're doing the right thing, aren't you? You'd much rather be doing that than playing and missing it every ball. So, yeah, keep hitting it at the fielder, because eventually it's going to go just a yard either side and you're free.
Oh, bottom edge, and that one gets through, and there you go. For the amount of times that you managed to middle the square cut and it picks out the fielder, then a bottom edge on a cut and a boundary for Dowse. She moves to 10, 21 without loss. 1 ball to go of the 7th. That is indeed the first of the innings. Squirts away wide of Slip.
Yeah, who'd be a bowler?
Yeah.
You do all the hard work.
Yep, the bottom edge brings the boundary. It's that little jutter into life that just brings a little bit of luck to Sunrisers. Dowse dances on her toes, then settles over the bat. Drives nicely again, only as far as cover. Bumping stop made by Beth Ellis. First to go, who was the unluckiest of all, wasn't she, today? Ball that looped back onto the stumps, the first wicket of the Sparks innings.
As I said earlier, I thought that might have used up all of the fortune the Sunrisers were going to have at one point, as anything that ballooned off a bat in the air after that seemed to find space for a short period of time. But yeah, she probably won't get out again in that manner for the rest of her career. But you have to do it once, don't you, to have it against your name. We'll give credit to Kate Kopak as well, who obviously bowled the perfect delivery to hit the pads, get the angle absolutely spot on with just the right amount of pace to make it then balloon up and hit the stumps. There's a skill in that.
She had the spin just right, didn't she? Let's start in the over. It's slightly elongated start, that one. And did the cap and sunglasses to mid-off. I don't know if something delayed her down below. Out long off. Perhaps hadn't realised it was the over. Nothing particularly needs to happen in a rush here for either side, for varying reasons. Cut off 5:30. Late finish for this one. The cut off eventually went to 1:53 in the end for Sunrisers. Steered away, long leg coming around. They'll think 2, but they'll settle on the single. Scrivens on to 7, 22 without loss. Very quick check on all the other scores around the country. Mention the other Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches. Scotland beats Italy by 117 runs in the Women's T20 World Cup qualifier. England under-19s are back on against Australia under-19s at New Road. That's a weather watch game, really. Straight nicely, that one, Dowse. Just feeling bat on ball there, not appearing to show the same frustration on that one or urgency. England 46 for 4 against New Zealand in Division 1 of the County Championship. Kent 189 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Crawley with 122, Bell Drummond 45. Cut in the air and gone. The cut shot proves the demise of Dowse. She's been trying to get it through that offside for a while. Perhaps went a little bit harder at this time. And sends it straight to backward points. 8th over of the innings. Sunrisers lose their first wicket. Dowse having brought up one boundary, but just looking as though she was desperate to get moving. A strike rate of 50, just below with her 21st delivery. She falls for 10. And Arlott makes the breakthrough.
They're almost done by the bounce again that Arlott's been getting. Just rocked back, couldn't quite get on top of that ball and steered it straight to point. It's a good comfortable catch, but again, like you a watchful foundation, you then have to be careful to make sure that you let that kick on and you make the most of that situation. With Jodie Grucock coming out to join her captain, Grace Scrivens, at the crease.
Scrivens 7 from 26. 27 her strike rate. The frustration appeared to show more on Dowse though, and yeah, perhaps just putting that little bit extra in on that one, not over the top of it. So 2 balls to come at the 8th. Elsewhere in the championship, Middlesex are 114 for 6 at Lancashire. Sam Robson with 46. He's desperately trying to hold things together for his side. It opened up with Mark Stoneman and seen all those wickets tumble. 208 minutes, 146 deliveries for Robson's 46. Josh DeCary's with him on 12. Higgins falling in the 40s. One other Division 1 game. Northamptonshire are 90 for 2 at Warwickshire, where there's a rain delay. So again, the southwest and the west getting hit by it so far today. Possibly Old Trafford as well. Perhaps it's on the way out that side of the country.
Is that wishful thinking?
No comment. Well, Robson's going well, isn't he? Keep going, Sam. 2 slips crashing down. Put right up there. First ball by Arlott, giving it every chance. Grucock in behind it.
And DeCary's was the hero last week with the ball, so this week his turn to show his batting prowess as well. Well, probably more renowned as a batter as he's been coming through the ranks at Middlesex than he is as a off-spin bowler, but very handy skill to have.
Hands to the sky from Arlott. She thought she was through. Executed the Yorker perfectly. Last ball of the over. Well dug out by Grucock. So Dowse the batters fall. Caught off the bowling of Arlott for 10 at backward points. And Pavely holding on straight to her, but nonetheless, backward point cut at you generally comes pretty hard. Division 2 of the Championship, Yorkshire 125 for 1 at Glamorgan. That was a delayed start as well, so they've rattled along. 125 for 1 after 32 overs. Good start. Lyth with 49, he's gone. Bean has 50, Masood with him now. Cut away by Scrivens, and there's her first boundary. Moves into double figures, 26 for 1, Sunrisers.
First loose ball of the bowling innings, really. And what we were saying, like we're now into the 9th over, and this is where you start to see that new ball has now had 4 overs on it, and it's often not giving you quite as much as a bowler as you've been used to. So these 2 overs in the power play, saw it with Sunrisers, with Surin Kumar bowling the last one and going for 13, can often bring some sort of reward as a batting team.
Gloucestershire, they're 140 for 3 at home to Derbyshire. Chelmsford 30, Dent 41, Bracey 23, not out. Ollie Price on 31, Hammond on 4. Last game to Selioff, Sussex 195 for 6 at home to Leicestershire. Oh dear, Now I hope that's not too nasty a collision. The mid-wicket and square leg both went for the same ball, and looks like it's Bethan Ellis that's down holding her head. Not sure if it was picked up on camera.
It wasn't picked up by me, so
It's well, it's right in the stanchion of the window for you. The clip into the onside, and the two of them
there we go.
running for the ball
yeah.
with the dive. Oh yes, head into a knee.
Ellis's head face as I think it was Campbell who slid with her knees to get around, and Ellis who went with their head.
It is Amy Campbell. Yeah, who's just getting up,
Yeah.
holding her left knee, but
Heads are quite hard on knees as well, but she's definitely in a better position than poor Bethan Ellis, who's.
I mean, fortunately, I think she'll have to come off no matter what. Blow to the head.
She looks a little dazed and confused as it is right now.
But fortunately, it's not a. I've seen some awful head injuries on the field, haven't we, over the years? It's an unfortunate and unwelcome head injury, but it's one that I don't think anybody needs to be too alarmed about. Which is the good news, because as soon as they came together, you were thinking, well, what's hit what? There was the two Surrey fielders, wasn't there? I think it was Rory Burns and an overseas ran into each other at Arundel, perhaps, and they had to get the ambulance onto the field, and the two of them went off, having smashed heads together, going for a catch, I think.
It's I guess, a slightly unfortunate side of the increased athleticism in the game, isn't it? That players are more prepared to put themselves on the line, and you both only had eyes for the ball there, and unfortunately for Ellis has come off looking a little dazed and confused for now, but hopefully she's all good. I was going to give you another score update. It's slightly after the news on this one, because they'll be into the final by now. But Essex under-18s are currently playing in the girls T20 under-18s final up at Loughborough. They beat North East Warriors by 9 wickets in their semi-final this morning. So we're playing Hampshire in the final this afternoon. So what do we have here? North East Warriors scored 115. Bella Johnson took 4. Sophia Mitchell 3. And then it was chased in 18 overs. Bella Howarth scoring 33 off 30. Bella Johnson 15 not out. And Holly Dring Richardson with 59 off 49.
Oh, it's a wide. The resumption from Potts.
So best wishes to Essex under 18 girls who are currently playing their national T20 final. I'll see if I can find a live update on Play Cricket for that one. That was sent through by our talent manager James Norden, who himself had a successful week on the cricket pitch as well, having won the Disability Premier League final with his team.
Strike to 8 by Gru Cock, no run. Didn't I hear there was a presentation? We don't have long in these intervals, do we? We're rushing around here, there and everywhere. But there was a presentation from Cordelia Griffith in the interval, wasn't there, for some young Essex players?
Yeah, there were. So we've got a few of the award winners from Essex clubs around the county, along to watch the game today, and to have their awards presented to them by Sunrisers, and Cordelia Griffith did the honours at the break, so really exciting to see the talent that's out there.
Tickle into the onside, wants to come of the over. For 1 in the 9th. Delay for that injury between Campbell and Ellis. It was Ellis, wasn't it?
I'll be honest, I said Ellis because you kept saying Ellis, so I'm going with
number
you.
14, yeah. I was just thinking, she said that could she have had a more unfortunate day?
Yeah.
The dismissal and then sliding into the knee of a colleague in the field. Diving into the
Sometimes
knee.
It's just not your day, is
No.
it?
End of the over. 9 bowls, 30 for 1. Yeah, it's amazing. Essex really, their churn out of players. Speaking to a good number at the ground, including Dan Feast in particular. You know, the turnover of players in East London for Essex. And quite the number of players that they had to choose from. East London now. Umpire's having a chat here. Have we missed anything? A long chat with Maddie Green, amongst others. Can't imagine what for. Concussion sub? Can't imagine that'd be the on-field umpire though, would it? It'd be the match referee, surely.
We still have 1 over left in the power play, don't we? So we're not discussing how that plays out.
Scrivens drives back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Denied a boundary, but fortunately for Sunrisers, Central Sparks denied a wicket as, well, I think Rucock was still within her ground anyway.
I don't think she'd gone anywhere. But yeah, it may well be a conversation around the concussion substitute, as they would have to deal with the absence of Ellis from their bowling attack.
That's up in the air and really well put away by Scrivens. We've mentioned that the bounce that Arlett's getting is proving problematic for Sunrisers batters, but that one just dropped a little short and Scrivens onto it quickly.
I've said it before, it does make a big difference when these balls get older. You look after them as well as you can. It's going to be a pretty abrasive, dry pitch out there as well, so you get to the point where you realise as a bowler you're not getting what you did get before.
Oh, it's up in the air. Scrivens just looking, steering around the corner. She's done that and has steered it far enough to pick up a couple as well. Giving chase. There's Abigail Freeborn testing out those calves. A couple more to the total.
You have no idea from this angle how close it was, do you? We're watching it thinking, go, go, go. It just gets dropped further away. She didn't stick a dive in, so I wonder if it was always just that bit out of reach of her, but here it looks like it's close enough to grab.
Oh, something's upset Grace Scrivens. Has to pull out and unwelcome start again.
I'm wondering if it's the noise going on the ring road in Chelmsford behind
the racetrack.
us. Yeah. Cloth fell out the back of Arlett's trousers as well, but if she spotted that one in the run-up, that's eagle-eyed, isn't it?
Two balls left to the power play. Scrivens already picked up 6 runs off the over. 20 from 33. Amazing what a difference to your strike rate a couple of deliveries can make.
It's always a case of just don't panic. There's so much time left in this game.
.36 for 1. 2 balls left of the over. Stroked back by Scrivens. She watchfully play out Arlett's 5th over. 1 for 15 from Arlett. Potts number 20 from 5.
There's a few arms waving around from other bowling options in the field, so I imagine we're going to see Georgia Davis with the ball soon. Possibly coming on the Hayes close end.
Right the second time. This ball, oh, now little inside edge. Scrivens tries to turn it into the onside. I did wonder whether she was going to play that down onto the pads and back onto the stumps. She survives painfully. She's worn it somewhere, not sure where, but end of the over, end of the power play. 36 for 1. Hayes close end.
And after all of that effort, it's not going to be Davis coming on at that end, though it might be. Katie George is making a move to do it. She's now being told she's not. No, she is. This is great commentary.
Well, they won't.
This is exactly what people tune
It's
in
the drama.
for, isn't it? To hear about the will they won't though, the bowling changes. But yeah, not a surprise to see 2 new bowlers coming in now. We're out of power play.
Well, they've got a long wait for pantomime season if we don't provide it. Oh no, they haven't. Oh yes, they have.
There's never a dull moment around here.
Not much of a dull moment at Southampton. England is 60 for 5 after 14. Butler's gone for 30. 13.5, 14 overs bowled. Should just make 16.4.
Shades of England rugby, isn't it? You're coming up to a World Cup, you're trying a few things out, nothing's quite going your way.
Bairstow, Brook, Root, Stokes and Butler all sent back. Moeen Ali and Liam Livingstone together.
I'd still quite like them as my top 5, whether they score runs today or not.
Yeah, not bad, is it? Here's George. Onto the legs, first up of Grucock. She'll get a single to deep square. And Davina Perrin, subfielder.
Yeah, the build up to a World Cup is a tough time, isn't it? You want to try new things, but your fans and the public and the media want you to continue to win. And you're trying to work out new combinations, give experience to players that might not be in your 11, but you never know, you might need them in a semi-final of a World Cup, so they've got to have that opportunity.
This was short outside the off stump, wide signals. Just dragged it a little.
Yeah, a lesson to the casual observers of us that you never really know what's happening until you get to crunch time, do you?
Stroked away as far as cover by Scrivens. Strike rate of 55. Her opposite number Jones found herself in a similar position. It dropped down below 50 and she started to get a little tetchy at the top of the innings. That began something of a collapse. 4 sparks before a couple of rallies at the end. Strokes that one away with an open face. Deep third. Coming around to hold them. Just to the single. Markedly different day out there for the chase. It's the blazing sunshine of this morning. We could almost move back to the front of the box now. Too late.
Probably get blown away if we go down there.
Well, that's true.
And we'd have to shut some windows. They're going to be whacking us on the side of the head if we sit in the middle of them. If you built a commentary box again, you probably wouldn't build it in this design, would you?
Not for one moment. They're close to building it again though. Have you seen the door?
It's a little sunburnt, isn't it, shall we say?
Yes.
Could do with a bit of factor 50, that poor thing.
During the
Peeling
5
away.
Live Sports Extra commentary we had here the other day, the point was raised as to how many different things may be growing in that door at the moment. A few new trees. All wide signals. Grucock looking to square drive, following it, but through it passes. Rather wide in the over. No, it's still doing its job. We're teasing. There's nothing a lick of paint wouldn't tidy it all up. It's mostly the paint peeling off it that's making it really look its age. Job for one of the players in the winter, isn't it?
We need a Twitter feed, Kev, because if we were on 5 Live Sports Extra right now, this will be on Twitter and everyone will know what we're talking about, don't they? We need a Sunrisers commentary Twitter. Don't worry, Ollie, it's not going to go on your job description.
I've heard it's like watching paint dry, but having to listen to paint peel off doors. Do they really need our picture?
Probably not, but the picture paints 1,000 words, doesn't it? And I'm
Well,
not
there
sure
you go.
1,000 words quite does this justice, does it?
That's true.
Anyway, back to the action in front of us. George looking to finish off, 4 off the over so far.
Oh, lovely. Points and cover bisected. And Grucock picks up the boundary. She moves to 5. 44 for 1, Sunrisers. Really beautifully placed.
She just timed that, let it hit the bat, use the pace that George comes with. So 8 off the over. Gives the scoreboard a nice look. Hit it late. Very nice shot by Jodie Grucock.
.44 for 1 after 11. So having a quick glance back at the innings of Central Sparks, who won the toss. Let's not forget this morning. 20 extras, 3 no balls, 7 wides, 1 bye, and 9 leg byes. 8 extras already in this innings. I did fancy they were racking up already. 1 no ball, 6 wides, and 1 leg bye. So 8 extras in the first 10. Sunrisers only conceded 20 in their entire innings. We mentioned cutting out the bad balls may be key. Just keep it on the spot. Always used to frustrate me as a young bowler when older players would say, look, stop worrying about the pace, just put it on the wickets. Yeah, but I want to be a quick bowler, I don't just want to be a dibbly-dobbly. But it is one of those tracks here, really, isn't it? It's just make sure you've got your line and length right on this pitch. The batters actually have their work cut out to find the boundaries. Here's Davis into the attack from the river end. Oh, chopped away late by Scrivens. Might pick up full reward for it. A little flick back in on the ropes. Just down there by Charis Pavley.
Yeah, it was a teaser and didn't quite run away down the hill. Scriven's edge wasn't as thick as she would have hoped for. Again, it keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
Well, the run rate's up to 4.2 now. Oh, sweep down the leg sides. Comes back off the keeper, nothing off the batter Grucock or wide signals. So now the 9th extra of the innings. Just need to watch the extra count. Strokes away nicely by Grucock, but only as far as point.
So here's something controversial. I'm obviously getting very comfortable in my seat here.
Yep.
Leg byes being an extra.
Lots of flight. This is driven. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Gorgeous shot by Grucock. It's had a fine day so far. It will be pulled up. But as fine a stroke as you'll have seen all day. All run 3.
Yeah, she deserved a bit more than that. Didn't quite get hold of it and it slowed up as it got to the boundary. But yeah, very well placed.
50 up. 50 up in 57 minutes.
Never the best time when you've got a spinner on to go into the deep depths, dark thoughts of leg byes being extras or not.
Ooh, what's that come off down the leg side? It's going to get away for a couple here. Just the one taken, and the umpire will signal leg byes. I'm not sure if it was the hip or whether it was the keeper's glove that it deflected out of, but indeed leg byes.
Well, that's a perfect example to prove my point. How is the bowler at fault for that? How is the keeper at fault for that? Just give it to the batter.
Oh, onto the pads, right arm around. Well, it needed to be doing a lot. It was doing enough, in the opinion of the umpire. And Grucock's gone for 8. Davis, the off spinner, around the wicket to the left-hander from the river end. 52 for 2 in the 12th. Grucock, good day with the ball. Isn't going to have as good a day with the bat. We'll look at the replay and the lines of it. Maybe just clipping leg. Big call. Bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. Yeah, maybe just clipping leg. 52 for 2 in the 12th.
It's a shame, is that I built into quite a nice over for Sunrisers there. Just went back, looked to try and work it again into that gap behind square on the leg side and couldn't get anything on it.
Amara Carr coming out at 4. Sunrisers, of course, that chase the other day. They were battered down with the injury to Cordelia Griffith. Hope to remain at full complement all the way here. 52 for 2 in the 12th. And there you go, yeah, the run rate had climbed to 4.4 there, with the required down to 4.6, as close as they had touched at any stage of the innings. The DLS is 58 for the end of this over. So they're 52 for 2 with 1 ball left of it. Just climbed with the fall of the wicket. Chance for a drinks break for Sparks. New batters out there ready to go, but Sparks are all having their drinks break. Well, whether this is I wonder, was that the chat the umpire had before about the delay? Because the umpire is looking at his watch at the moment. I think there might be 1 or 2 hours. There a physio, some strapping going on for one of the fielders.
A bit of help for Amy Campbell after her collision in the field with Bethan Ellis earlier. But you're right, it feels like one team's ready to play cricket here and the other team are standing around.
Yeah, umpire's not looking wholly impressed by it. I think they're radioing up to the scorers the extra time that will be allocated. We could be on for a 6 o'clock finish here tonight.
Surely no extra time's going to get added, because as a bowling team you're eating into your own time here.
Does an injury, are you allowed to add for an injury?
She could also have gone off the field to have this done.
I don't disagree.
This is why I'm not a match referee or an umpire.
Because you'd be too strict with them.
Well, I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship going on out there. We talked about Storm on Tuesday, didn't we?
Slowed it up as much as possible.
Deliberate attempt to slow the game as much as they could, and I think there's a bit of that going on out there as well.
Yeah. The skippers get interviewed at the end of each game, don't they, by the match referee? So I assume these things get noted at that point. Well, in fact, I know they do. That's the opportunity, isn't it, to just remind officials of anything that might be concerning a side. 52 for 2. Was that the end of the over? No, one to come. Mara Carr on strike. It'll be a slip in place. Jones orchestrating the field. Good stride from Carr. Eased away into the offside. So 52 for 2 it is after 12, 38 overs to go, 176 more to win. A bit like narrowing things down in a T20. Say, well, what do you chase in a T20 to win an old 40 over Sunday League competition? Back in the day here at Chelmsford, 40 overs, you're effectively 0 for 2 after 2 overs and need another 176. Good game.
Time isn't the issue here. Just like we said before, partnerships are key. We haven't managed to break the back of a partnership yet. We've lost wickets just as they've started to get going. So I think these two will be really, really keen to correct that, to set that platform.
Leg side first up from George. It's the heels, they're going to leg by, which should go to the batter.
I do think it should. If you're skillful enough to hit your pads without it being an LBW, And I feel for the keepers, and I kind of feel for the bowlers though it doesn't go against them, because look, you've not bowled it where you want to bowl it if it's gone there. So why are you getting the liberty of having to blame your mate behind the stumps with the gloves for it? I say this totally as a bowler, that you should be punished if you're not bowling it in the line that you want to bowl it on.
Carr's first ball, leg side, looking to whip square of the wicket, leg by signal, no bat involved, so umpire happy that that one was drifting down. And to say, Sparks really thought they had her there. Bat in front foot outside the line of leg, and she kept leg side of it, didn't she? In the end, squared up somewhat, but that went around that front foot. Quite tell from the angle that we just saw the perfect lines of it all. That's a great ball, just full of length past the edge. Scriven's 24 from 41. I'll talk about partnerships doing this, but probably are going to need somebody to go big, much as Freeborn did for Sparks. Can Scrivens, now the skipper, do the job for Sunrisers? But width on that one, and signalled so. Not impressed, George, by the signal. Scriven set up for it, the cut shot, and then left alone. Extras tick along. I think that's 12 now. Remember, 20 were conceded by Sunrisers in their entire innings, and in a game of fine margins. We're talking about cutting out the 4 balls, cutting out the bad balls. Could be costly. In fact, 6-13. Steered nicely. Thinking 2, but Scriven says no. Carr was ever the eager runner. How many did I say? It's 13 extras for the innings now. That was the 8th wide.
But how many are real extras? How many aren't leg buys?
4 leg buys, 8 wides, 1 no ball. So,
okay, so
still
9
pretty,
extras,
yeah.
of which I think Sunrisers bowled 3 plus 1 buy. I'm petitioning to change leg buys.
3 no balls, 7 wides from Sunrisers. Oh, low full toss, and Carr gets it away. Looped up that one nicely, and Carr makes no mistake. Just a gentle little clip, really, to capitalise fully. 60 for 2, 168 to win. Run rate climbs to 4.7, the required drops to 4.5.
I don't think they'll be too worried about any of that at the moment. It's every ball as it comes. Treat that as the next event.
Single taken. 61 for 2. DLS par score was 59 for that delivery, that ball, and Sunrisers are 61 for 2 at the end of it. Start of the next over, 13.1 overs. DLS is 60, so Sunrisers are 1 ahead of the par score. They're in a winning position should the rain fall.
We have a game as well. We've passed the magic 10, so yeah. Everyone has a different weather app, don't they? And they will check about 15 and get the one that they prefer.
If we went by the effects, Mike, you'd imagine it was gale force winds, and we're calling for Captain Ahab right now
to weigh us down, won't we? Like my weather radar, which is not, I'm not going to pretend it's the most reliable one in the world, doesn't show us having too much to worry about. We might get a little sprinkle or something in an hour or so.
I'm reliably informed that rain alarm is the best one.
Are you?
That's the one to go for.
Okay, weather and radar, I've put some faith in here.
A flight from Davis, well met by Carr. Yeah, it looks as though it's all going to be fine. Whatever rain arrives or just meets the edge of Chelmsford will arrive pretty much stumps or just after. So I'll run.
I'm afraid to report though that it is raining in Loughborough where the under-18 T20 girls finals are being played, so Essex's attempt to bring home that trophy is currently on hold.
Yeah, big old band of it just passed across the Midlands.
Yeah.
It looks as though it's just about to hit Manchester as well.
Batten down the hatches.
Middlesex had on. Looks like it'll pass through though, and they'll get another go at it this evening up there.
Manchester's had a lot of rain, hasn't it, this year? Certainly when it's tried to host a cricket match anyway.
Probably didn't need the last two words there, Danny. This year. It says I was sat here in the driest county of all, Essex. The country's driest county.
It is, isn't it?
So I'm driving from the driest county in the country to the wettest.
Yeah.
Wish me luck.
And everything in between.
Yes. How many road closures do you think there'll be on a Sunday evening? Lots.
Yeah, the more pertinent question is how many road closures will there be where you'll actually see work being done?
Did drive to do a Lord's Taverners event, and that was Staffordshire way, Manchester way. Both the M1 and M40 were shut that night. Same night. 4 planned roadworks. Same two.
Genius.
Absolutely incredible.
Genius. Where are they expecting you to go?
Timbuktu and back that evening. Really was. 63 for 2 after 14 overs here. Scrivens on 26, Carr on 6. Lots of batting to come for Sunrisers, but as we always say, it's the partnerships that are key, and you don't want to leave it too late to build that partnership, or the pressure grows. George to continue, none for 15 off her 2. Expensive start. Cut away into the offside. Yes, no. Fumble, no. Partnership's only worth 11, but right hand, left hand. One batter, relatively well set now. 26 from 45 deliveries. The other had a brisk start, 6 from 8. Oh, just full of a length. Swings it past the edge of Scriven's bat.
Yeah, you say it's worth 11, but it's been off less than 3 overs.
Yes.
11.5 overs was when the wicket of Grucock fell. So it's come at a decent rate, a proactive rate, shall we say, which isn't surprising given the 2 batters that are out there.
Short one. Scrivens up on her toes, cuts it to mid-off. I think she was caught in 2 minds there as to whether to pull it.
The most important thing is it didn't go to fielder's hands in the air. So
there are only 2 options there really, with the uppercut or the pull. In the end, she was as much pulling out of the shot, wasn't she, to cut it down to mid-off. It was just a overhead tap back.
Good little tennis forehand.
Exactly. Full and driven away. Just a single into the covers. Kent 248 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. So Crawley's gone. Corton bowled Harrison for 156. Belldrummond's still there on 60.
How many balls did that take him? Can't have been very many.
Crawley's 158.
Yeah.
$153.
Test match cricket, isn't it?
Mm.
Bazball on the county stage.
Not what Middlesex needed for Kent to be racking up bonus points with the bat. It's a beautifully bowled Yorker. Yes, no. It was never there. They've settled well in the end. Well, the answer being no. Moment's panic. She thought just maybe they were going to get themselves into some trouble. Northants 111 for 2 against Warwickshire. They were 24 for 2, but 50 for Gay, and Nair's on 48. Middlesex off for rain on 24 for 7 at Old Trafford. This is full down the leg side. It's clipped off the pad of Carr, and they'll get another leg by. Yeah, it's a good point you make about when I say how many extras for such and such, how many extras for such and such, but really what you're looking for is no balls and wides. So the no balls and wides count currently for these two. Sunrisers conceded 7 wides and 3 leg buys. We're counting buys?
Yeah, I would still lump them in extras because that's
Wicket
a mistake.
Either that or a veering, seeming swing delivery where the keeper was unlucky. But
yeah.
So 1 bye, 7 wides, 3 no balls, so 11.
Okay.
Sunrisers, Central Sparks, 8 wides, 1 no ball, so 9. So there we go, at this stage of the innings. Sunrisers will be pretty happy with their extras return. A good point well made, Danny. Here's Davis from the River End. Nice stroke for no run. It's a little shuffle from Carr.
Yeah, I think my membership of the Bowlers Union has just been cancelled, making the case for the bowlers to have a leg bye against their name.
Short, cut away late, but only as far as points.
It would make it easier for the scorer as well, wouldn't it? 2 off the over, 3, 1 to the bowler.
Well, that's true, yeah.
Oh, here we go again.
Nice little use of the feet again from Carr to defend. Blazer 76 for 4 now. Claridge has 18, Munro has 3, 2 for McDonald Gay, 1 for Stonehouse, 1 for Miles, as Lee, Graves, Boyce and Kirk are all back. 279, Blazers target.
It's a very different look team. You haven't got Natsif of Runt to come in and rescue you from 4 down as they did the other day, so it'd be a difficult job there.
A flight and a forward defence from Carr into the onside. And Western Storm are 11 for 1, 13 for 1 now in the 4th, having been set 282 to beat Northern Diamonds. Short, and Carr gets it through. Deep mid wicket will hold them to a single, but Pearce is a tightly knit onside field of mid wicket and square leg. 16 overs gone, 66 for 2 Sunrisers. Yes, that was my chair, me nearly falling backwards off it, slid backwards. Stop leaning back on your chair,
There's
hands.
a lot of things going bump in this after our conversation about the door, and the structural integrity of the box is now starting to concern me.
BBC Essex commentators always speak so lovingly of this box.
I have nothing against the box.
They don't.
As I say, the design would not be what you'd do if you had a piece of paper again, but I think you could quite rightly say that about virtually every cricket changing room you
that's
go
true,
into, unless it was built in the last 10 years, that you wouldn't design it the way you did design it way back in the day.
It's that Carr dropping a single into the onside to begin the new over. 67 for 2. Probably is only the windows, really, the stanchions of the windows that are problematic.
Yeah, you want ones that will open out, don't you? But then you've got the stand in front of you, and I suppose, do you ever find it difficult? You're sitting here, you're trying to have a rational conversation and be considered, and you've got all you've got the members sat in front of you. I only ever sit up here where there aren't too many people around, but do you worry about what you're going to say? It's
wild Friday nights up here on a T20 night with the effects mic.
Is this the party stand?
Yeah, well, it's a party of sorts. This is runaway down to deep third for a single. 68 for 2 actually, which isn't the party stand at Chelmsford on Friday night. T20s here. The Middlesex played a day-night match here in the one-day cup, and
was that the one that they needed not very
5
many
to win
off quite a few balls with like 4 wickets in hand, and
5 off the last pair. Bamber edged down to a fine deep third. It looked like 4 and scores would be level, but not only was it flicked back in, but immediately returned back in, and Bamber was run out coming back for the second. Essex claimed the victory. Oh, down the leg side.
Yeah, I was watching you on stream for that one with my head in my hands.
Yeah.
Thinking, I did have a quick thought that I've felt that feeling at Chelmsford a few times.
Well, there was the Maddie Villiers throw, wasn't there?
The feeling that Middlesex felt, obviously not the feeling that Essex felt. I'm preparing myself to feel more like Essex did on more occasions. Now we have the Chelmsford monkey off our back.
It's a lovely stroke away in front of point. That's deep cover. 70 for 2. I think that, I can't remember, was it lightning that evening?
It was storm.
The Maddie Villiers throw. That was my first. I think that was, if not my first, my second Sunrisers commentary.
And you realise that when we say entertaining cricket, we didn't necessarily mean that it was going to be good for us.
Yeah, well, the best fielder of the bunch as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons that I'm so sensitive to the role that Katie George can play with the bat in the middle order is she was one of pretty much the key architect to our downfall.
Straight away nicely by Scrivens, but straight to cover.
Yeah, having slowly sort of ticked away at wickets, we've managed to get ourselves in a really good position. Again, a position where you feel like you're in control of the game. Outstrode Katie George when she was in a Western Storm shirt and proceeded to hit quite a few runs off not very many balls and just wrestle that momentum back to them, which then you get to the Maddie bowled, probably forgotten by most people, a really good 19th over, and then the rest, as they say, is history.
Single drop by Scrivens, throws to the non-strikers then, they're through, all backed up. 71 for 2.
So Katie George at Chelmsford is a sensitive subject.
Yes. She's none for 21 in her 4th over at the moment. Oh, 2 have become 3 for Kent, and Belle Drummond has gone for 60. Near and leaning together. Strong batting lineup. Kent have for that one. Nottinghamshire doing Middlesex a favour as Kent passed their first batting point and just starting to get a couple of wickets going.
So it's 250, the first batting point.
That may have been tight, but they're through for the single. Yes, it's been moved from 200 to 250 by Bazball.
Yeah.
That hasn't been a popular one, I must say. It hasn't gone down well.
Where does that sit on the 5 points for a draw one?
5 points for a draw. I mean, we've had 5 points for a draw before, haven't we? I'm relatively at ease with that, but especially with Kent being 6 points behind Middlesex.
Well, make that 5 after this bonus point's been chalked up.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. I think the batting points you don't get the reward really for efforts, and especially some of the conditions you play in. 10:30 starts in September, but April and May. I think, goodness me, that's a really fine 330 they've got there, and then you get 2 points for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, feels. I think they'll change that one. It hasn't gone down well this season.
It feels like you should have equal opportunity to get batting and bowling points, shouldn't you? That if you've had a particular spot in the game that, yeah, you're 6 down and 300, it feels an equal.
Nice bit of flight from Davis at the start of her 4th. Shuffle from Carr just to dig it out. Rides that one nicely, Carr, for the single. Really waited on that, throwing down the stumps. Excellent work there from Katie George, but it was really nicely done by Carr just for the single, and exactly what you spoke about at the very beginning of the broadcast, Danny, that it's a big boundary, it's a big playing surface here today, and nudging and nurdling will be key, and something actually we probably haven't touched on much in the chase so far, but something we said all the way through the Sparks innings. Can they do the same? Or perhaps do it better, I should say. This one's pushed away for a single.
I don't like this window frame. They're setting off for a run, and I'm thinking they'll just run straight to cover.
Is it too late in the broadcast to move our box down there? We might be able to do it, now the sun's gone.
Well,
as soon as you move it down there, the sun will come back
out again. So
this is clipped in the air by Carr. Perfectly chips mid-wicket. Mid-on comes around to collect, and single for Carr. It's almost the most Amanda Carr shot you could imagine, actually. She's the ultimate nudger and nurdler at times. Not to say she can't hit out, but she does play the angles very well, doesn't she? Forward defence from Scrivens, no run.
yeah, I think I've said too many nice things about Amara on commentary and watch her get out soon
Yeah, say
after.
no more.
So I'm not making any comment. But what I have decided is that if we don't move, I'm just going to go on your reaction, because it's easy to tell if there's something happening when you get excited, and if I can't see it going on outside the window.
Ooh, that one goes through. Oh, just watching the replay of it. Lovely ball from Davis to end the over. 75 for 2. The run rate's dropped slightly to 4.2. The required's climbed up to 4.8. These two going along at strike rates just over 50. As the worm has just flashed up.
Pretty even, isn't it? And it feels a lot like as we see another bowling change coming on the other end. I think Hannah Baker's having a bowl. It feels a lot like that period when Grace and Maddie were bowling in their innings, where it was, we kept saying who blinks first. Feels a bit like that period again in this game.
Well, it was the fall of the 6th wicket for Central Sparks, and you thought things could really go wrong at that point, but indeed Arlott and Freeborn got a partnership going. They 47, wasn't it, for the 7th wicket? And that was the point where we just saw on that worm there was a tumble of wickets, and at that point it really could have gone wrong, but they managed to rescue the situation. First ball from Hannah Baker is short, gets away with it. Carr picks out mid-wicket.
The only fielder there, and she managed to pick it out, but they certainly won't be panicking yet. There's loads and loads of time left in this game.
Edged, just out of reach. Had a grab at it. Evelyn Jones, the skipper, would have been a stunner. She'll be disappointed having got something on it. They've taken 2. But I think everybody would have been turning down the decibels had she have taken that one. It would have been a great catch. Carter 14, 77 for 2. Swept fine by Carr. And looking for 3. Back they come. 80 for 2, Sunrisers. Carr's strike rate climbs to 68. Bit of flight on that one right up there, and Scrivens like the look of it, but quite timed. Toe into the bat. Almost the same again. DLS par score for what it's worth, 72 for the end of the 19th over. 1 ball to go of it. Sunrisers 80 for 2. Taps back once more, no run. End of the 19th, 31 to go. 148 more required. Think we're okay for the rain, so the DLS is just a barometer for us, nothing more at this stage.
Yeah, you say that. There's a lot of cloud looking over to the right hand side of the commentary box over the pavilion for now, isn't there?
Which way is looking at the flag? Where's? Hopefully that's going the other way, isn't it? Hopefully. It does often come in from that way, I must say. Do you know, I don't have my bearings here in terms of which way we're facing. Is there a weather mast on the ground? There's the Old Father Time, the Chelmsford version of Old Father Time.
I shamefully have not got an answer to that one, I'm afraid.
A little short from Davis and nicely timed by Carr, just the single to deep cover. No, I don't think there is one here, is there? Let's have a look.
We do have a great Junior Sunnies match day booklet that we've done in conjunction with Essex in the community that I'm sure if there was one would have a question about it or a challenge to find it in.
Scrivens chopping down, no run.
So when anyone gets fed up of listening to our dulcet tones and wants to come to a game in person in the future, our Essex match day booklet will help you get to know the ground.
Nice bit of flight again from Davis.
Said this has that feel of that period of the game where Scrivens and Villiers were bowling in tandem to Jones and Freeborn. You said it a few times, it's about sticking to your plan, believe in that process.
81 for 2. End of the 20th, 30 to go. So 20 overs gone, 81 on the board, run rate of 4.1, they need 4.9 off the back 30. We've got 2 set batters now. Carr 18 from 26. Scrivens 30 from 62. Check on those scores elsewhere as we hit the 20 over mark here. The other Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games. Blazer 88 for 5, having been set 279 to beat South East Stars at Beckenham. Claridge not out on 30, trying to hold it together. Northern Diamonds 281 for 3. Just a single. That's the sweeper for Carr onto 19. Western Storm are 24 for 2 in the 8th. Griffiths and Corney are gone, Luff and Wilson together. England 129 for 6. Livingston on 49. Kent 260 for 3 at tee. Middlesex Lancashire delayed with Middlesex 124 for 7. And Northamptonshire 116 for 2. That's chipped beautifully back over the bowler's head by Scrivens. Lovely shot. 86 for 2. Scrivens moves to 34. Sweetly struck.
She was waiting for that one, wasn't she? No one there behind the bowler. Just straight back where it came from.
Singles taken, they're looking for 2. Sweeper at deep cover comes around and back they come. Good running. Scrivens on to 36. Northants 116 for 2 at Warwickshire. Yorkshire 209 for 1 at Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 169 for 3 at home to Derbyshire. And Sussex 231 for 7 at tea, entertaining Leicestershire. Well, it's a full bunger. Down to deep backward square. Straight to the fielder though. And Baker gets away with it. 89 for 2. Again, it's that wickets column, isn't it? That's what DLS reflects at this stage. If you look at the run rate and the required. Run rate's 4.3, required's 4.8. But Sunrisers at the end of the 21st, 89 for 2 and 12 ahead of the DLS par score at the end of the over. In fact, that may have ticked along already, so maybe they're well ahead of it. Keep an eye on it in a moment, but one wicket would change that pretty quickly. Number 13 off 2 for Baker now. Baker, sorry. That's a run rate worm, and
they touched briefly, didn't they? Around about that 12th, 13th over. As you say, when you're chasing, you're not necessarily worried about that. You're worried about building that partnership and giving yourself the platform to go from the right time in the game.
Moment's pause. Scrivens sets herself up. Wide signal down the leg side again. That counts for Central Sparks. Will have overtaken Sunrisers now.
We'll have to start doing a little tally on the piece of paper in front of us, won't we, to save you having to look it up on your phone every time.
Lots of flight. Scrivens like the look of it. Big backlift on that. In the end, wasn't quite to the pitch of it, and she came down. She got a thick outside of the bat on the ball.
Yeah, Georgia Davis has bowled well. She's bowled a length and a pace that's been difficult to attack. We're actually pretty fortunate here to have a speed gun set up as well, so you can get an idea of the pace.
Look for a couple here. The nudger and the nurdler. And Carr manages to pick up 2 more.
And I haven't religiously been watching it, but every time I've caught it, you've got, so take for example Sunrisers innings, Jodie Grewcock's bowling late 30s, just don't think she touched 40 that often. That's what Davis's last couple of deliveries have been, 39 miles per hour. And you've got Maddie Villiers and Grace Scrivens, Jo Gardner probably bowling mid to late 40s. Albeit changing their pace up a little bit more regularly in the case of Maddie Villiers. So you can see the difference in the pace that the batters have to play with. So yeah, I think Hannah Baker's around about the mid-40s. I'll keep an eye out on it. Georgia Davis a little bit quicker there, 42.7. Worked away into the onside for a single.
game of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket this, here at Chelmsford. Those scores that always means it's game on for both. Neither side would ever feel particularly comfortable. It's a big enough amount that even at 94 for 2 you've still got 134 more to win. Likewise for Central Sparks, there's enough on the board to bowl at for this partnership. He is worth 38. Is that right?
You said it with so much conviction, I'm just going to believe you.
It's worth 42. It's close.
They came together on 52.
I think 38 felt a little light. From Baker, half-hearted at the beginning of the new over.
You just feel like the game situation hasn't really changed. Both teams are in a position where they won't feel like they're ahead and they won't feel like they're behind.
Quicker one, Carr reacts well and gets that on away fine. Charges through for a couple, but it was 4 all the way. The fielder was a long way around for that one. Once she got it fine, and it was going to be a boundary, and the 100 up. Is that right? No, that takes them to 98. 98 for 2. I need to go with one scoreboard and stick with it. I'm looking at 2 here.
Too much going on, isn't there?
They're not in sync. .26 for Carr from 34. Oh, edgily. Backward a point. Slide will hold them to a couple. Good from George.
That's your 100 up.
And there's the 100 up. Apologies, that was Pavely, not George.
What was that? So the third ball of the 23rd over there. So they brought the 100 for 2, which was the score that Sparks were when they brought up their 100, came up on 23.2. So 5 ball difference. As if underlining the lack of anything between these two sides right now out on that pitch.
Oh, this ball's chopped away just in front of the slip. 100 for 2. Nice bit of flight, dug out. Ooh, thought we were thinking single there, but nothing doing. So end of the over, and 22 bowled, 100 for 2. The big difference for me watching on at the moment is the pressure that was there with spin from Sunrisers doesn't feel the same from Sparks. Part of that will be Sparks are always eager to get on against it, and they couldn't against the spin, whereas Sunrisers, knowing what they've got to do, seems to be playing the patient game very well here and just nudging and nurdling the spinners without ever feeling like they have to go after them.
Just while my drinks break goes down the wrong hole there.
Have we picked up the wrong headsets at the interval as well? I think I was pressing mute on the wrong person. Let's see. No, that's all right. Yeah, I've got the right one. I thought it was muting me when I was trying to
Well,
mute you,
once I
so I
put
said
this-
nothing.
Once I'd put this to the size of my head, you would have known if you'd picked up the wrong one. You wouldn't have got it over your,
Well, that's true.
over your ears.
What are you saying about my ears?
I'm saying something about my head. It's a limited amount of space in there. So Pavely coming into the attack.
Feels like they need something different here at the moment. Left arm spin to the left-hander.
Seeing the full variety on show, aren't we?
Right up there again. Is that a dog whimpering in the ground somewhere? Or someone cleaning windows?
I'm not sure what's going on.
Pining noise from somewhere. It must be a dog. There's
If
a couple of
I'd known
kids.
if I'd known you were allowed to bring your dog in, I'd have brought mine.
Aye, I know.
She loves a good cricket match.
This is swept away fine, and they'll pick up 4 runs here. Left arm over to the left hand. You've got to be careful with that line. It's a little short, a little straight. 4 more for Scrivens. She moves to 42. Yeah, there's a couple of kids in the stand, top of our stand to our right. I'm going to go with it's a whimpering dog because they leapt to their feet and ran to have a look.
But I'm not sure where this dog's come from, Kev. They're not meant to have dogs here. I know.
Are you not?
I know the boss does often bring his very well behaved cockapoo in
Buddy.
at the start of the game, Buddy.
Not a flight on this, and this ball's bumped away to mid-off by Scrivens.
Who is incredibly well behaved and
Dan or Buddy?
Depends on the time of day, doesn't it? But would put my dog to shame whenever she comes to the game. There's no well behaved.
Oh, now that just darted a little on Scrivens, who rather stabbed at the ball into the onside. Does get a single.
But I do see one of the great things about. I've just got a message telling me that the dog is very well behaved. She obviously is right now because she's been sent to sleep by my voice on the TV.
Soothing.
Yeah, it's exactly what she's probably wondering when I'm coming home. But yeah, I'm all for dogs. Like, the great thing about outgrounds is you can bring your dogs,
Yeah.
and it's such a great atmosphere, isn't it? They get to sit there under your chair, enjoy watching the game. I've been petitioning for dogs to be allowed in here for a couple of years now. I'm hoping that now I've stated on the live stream how well behaved.
Well, that's leg side and swept away in front of the short fine leg. But at a moment with that in the air that Carl would have worried it was a little too close to short fine leg, but she picks up a couple. It's when the comms cam's operating though, and we've got the dogs in the commentary tent, that's when we've got problems. What do they say? Never work with kids or animals.
Or
105 for 2.
cricketers. I'm putting cricketers in there as well.
Or Tim
because-
Murtagh.
Yeah.
Actually, the list could be long.
I'm just going to go generally cricketers. It's a catch-all. And just to put the record straight, the dog is very well behaved. She's currently asleep on the sofa, and I am going to be in the proverbial doghouse when I get home.
Steered nicely again by Scrivens. On to 44. The actually that 100, when the 100 came up, it heralded the 50 partnership as well, didn't it? 55 is the
I was
partnership
just
now.
looking at that, yeah. 52 they came together on, so we missed that man, Mark.
It went from 98 to 102, didn't it? Which meant it was the 50 as well as the century. As this is tickled by a car for 2. Backward screw on the leg side. 110 for 2. Car on to 32. And this is what I'm talking about really with these two at the moment. Just the first 2 balls of this over. There's no great show of wanting to hit it hard, wanting to find the boundary. Just play the ball, play the field, play the game. It's the beauty of the chase, of course. stride in to defend that one, Carr. But how often, when Central Sparks were batting, did we say you just see the frustration growing? To see them getting agitated.
It's the process, isn't it? And just believe in what you're looking to do. Believe in every ball being the next event you need to face. I think I've said it a few times now, like neither of these players will be looking at that scoreboard and be worrying. They know their game, they know how they want to play, and they will desperately want to be backing up the brilliant work that the girls did in the field.
Oh, now! Has she got it? No. The appeal went up from short fine leg. The bowler wasn't interested, then belatedly the bowler joined in. Although now he's expressing disbelief, having not originally appealed. She had her hands on her head to begin with.
I'm not sure DLS exists, so I don't know why we're standing here.
Yeah. She had her hands on her head to begin with there, Baker, as she bowled it. And then when everybody else appealed, oh no. Then she decided she'd appeal and express disbelief as well. It's a lot of flight, and this ball's driven away as far as extra cover, 111 for 2. And the reason I linger on that point is it is something that's talked about a great deal now, that at the top levels we have to make sure the respect for the officials, football, cricket, all sports, questioning decisions, we must be careful because it goes all the way down the game.
Yeah, and it's something that we should rightly be proud of in women's cricket and in women's sport. I think there's a reason people are flocking to watch women's sports across the board, aren't they? That the Lionesses are so revered, is that the way, the spirit they play the game in kind of reminds you of why you like sport. It's a real shame that I think in general in cricket there aren't too many issues at the top level. Yes, your emotions can get slightly ahead of you. DRS has definitely cut that out, I think, of the televised games. Certainly not. There are instances. It's more frustration than anything else, and over competitiveness, isn't it? But yeah, it's a shame that there are some sports where you see people feel that pressure being placed on the officials, because ultimately they've got a tough enough job to do, haven't they?
Pavley across the front of the umpire and around the wicket. Carr cuts fine. Just a single on that occasion. Yeah, that's it. And you hear the officiating bodies, whatever sport, talking about it. The behaviour goes all the way down the line. I have to admit, I saw a youth game the other day and I couldn't believe the questioning of the officials. Cricket match, it really was quite a surprise. A flight on that. It's a lovely drive by Scrivens. Beautifully placed in between extra cover and mid-off. She's on to 48. 116 for 2.
And then we wonder why people don't want to become umpires. And at recreational level you're trying to put league cricket on, and leagues are asking for umpires, but there aren't umpires out there. Like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? That you, in a way, player umpires at certain levels kind of takes that away, because you can't. Your mate's not going to do something deliberately if they make a mistake.
Good follow-up, well defended by Scrivens. $116 for 2, 112 to win. Just past the halfway point, 25.3 overs bowled, 24.3 to come. Scrivens dabs a quick single. With Carr out there, you've got to be sharp, haven't you?
Yeah, you do. But that's her way of wanting to be proactive in the game.
Yeah.
And knowing.
She was the perfect batter for this chase.
No, just knowing where those little ones can be nicked. It puts the pressure back on the bowler, doesn't it? Sometimes it goes slightly awry, as we saw on Tuesday.
Wide signal down the leg side, 118 for 2. But again, you said it right at the beginning of the broadcasts. Being able to work the fields, being able to work the depth of this field. Carr with a masterful display of running out there at the moment, putting that pressure on. Gets that one through. A long chase at deep backward point, and from the infielder has managed to take the pace off it. 2 more, 120 for 2. Wind picks up again. As you say, those clouds away above and behind the pavilion, looking a little bit more ominous. But going by the flag, that should pass us by. It should be over the back of the Hayes close end that we're looking, and that looks okay. DLS looks good. 108 is the DLS. Sunrise is 120 for 2. Sunrise is 121 for 2. End of the over. 26 bowls. DLS climbs for 92 for the end of the next over. 121 for 2 at the start of it. Scrivens 49, Carr 37. Proving something of a lucky charm on the mic here at the moment, Danny.
I'm saying absolutely nothing. I'll give you an update instead from the Essex under-18s match, as it stopped raining in Loughborough, so they've got back out there. Looks like it's become a 10 over a side game, and Hampshire 41 for 2 at the halfway mark.
Oh, that gets through. What did it take? Carr's going to come through for 2. And the umpire signals byes.
So you have to stick that one on your extras
exactly.
list.
That's against the keeper.
That is against the keeper. I'm not blaming the bowler for that one.
There was a lot of bounce there, though, wasn't there?
There was a lot of bounce. You probably couldn't really blame the keeper, but I'm definitely not letting the bowler have that one.
Swept again by Carr. They'll look for 2 here. Carr's quick, and they'll settle on the single. Probably was a second there because Carr was running to the danger end, but no need to take the risk. Carr moves to 38. Scrivens on strike on 49.
Yeah, definitely not on the arm of Katie George, who got round nice and quickly there.
So, from the Hayes close end, a lot of flight and driven back down the grounds. Long on comes around, it'll just be a single, but it's enough to take Scrivens to a wonderful 50. 50 from 80 deliveries, 115 minutes, 5 fours, and the skipper leading from the front here for Sunrisers in what was always going to be a tricky chase. Making a fine effort of it at the moment. Haven't gone mad at all at any stage, have they? Scrivens has kept ahead. Set a good course here for Sunrisers. Yes, no, the call on that one. Scrivens, as Carr indeed, is just 12 runs behind. 2 to come of the 27th. The run rate climbs to 4.7. The required drops to 4.4. That's really well bowled. Oh yeah, Baker had to wait on that one, Carr, but she's played it late with soft hands.
Still enough in this pitch to keep the bowlers interested, isn't there?
Oh, that's edged and goes through. Got a flick of the keeper's glove. Slip then went after it as well, but probably the flick of the keeper's glove is what took it away from Slip. And Carr gets back for a couple. She moves to 40. And just as you said, Danny Warren, there's still enough in this pitch for the bowlers, and Baker, towards the end of that 5th over there, just finding a good line, a good length, and a good bit of turn and bounce as well.
Yeah, well, it's always the keeper's catch that wasn't going to slip without the little push towards the cordon. But
it's a pretty incredible effort to go from it, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough job back there. She's bowling pretty quickly and getting a lot of turn. To take that,
and Freeborn's there or thereabouts into a 77th over, 78th over of the day.
Yeah.
You mentioned Josh DeCary's a little while ago, early this season. He took 7 for down at Hampshire, and speaking to him at the end of the day, I think he bowled 24 overs that day, and he said, I've never bowled anywhere near 24 overs in my life. You know, he's probably bowled 8, 9, 10 maybe, in club cricket.
Yeah.
Never bowled anywhere near that. And I did think for Freeborn, how many times will she have played through very nearly 100 overs a day in this heat?
Yeah.
Extraordinary heat.
It's a big conversation that our SSM team have around how we realistically increase the workloads that players who in most cases have only been professionals for a very short space of time. So how do you increase those workloads? We played the Charlotte Edwards Cup period this year. The entire competition played over a 3-4 week period, and that was a lot of hard work and more, probably more game time than the players would have been used to.
Fly on that one from Ellis into the attack for the first time.
Obviously back on the field after her collision.
Yeah, which is great news to report.
Yeah, great news to see. But yeah, workloads is something that they're working very hard to increase. They've got a really good plan to keep upping that over the winter.
Oh, that slips out, and great stop at cover.
Don't get me wrong, you're going to find it pretty hard to replicate 77 overs in 30 plus degree heat, unless we take them to a foreign country in the middle of the winter on an expensive pre-season tour, expecting that call to come in my direction, I guess. Then you're not going to be able to do that. But they work so hard. They have really good plans in place. So look, these girls are really fit now. Even the players that might not be full-time professionals are really athletic, really fit, and it's one of the really big positives of professionalising the game, that we're seeing athletes out there now.
Little dab. There's a lot of talking points for the men's game about next August, getting more cricket into August, whether it's the championship or whatever it is. So the men are playing more cricket during that period. I guess there's a much more difficult conversation to be had for regional cricket in that time, let alone women's county cricket.
Yeah, we're in a strange situation. There's no formal competition through that period of time. Yet we are now increasing our professional squads to mean that not every one of those players is going to be picked up in the 100. So you are. What do we have? We have 3 full-time professionals that weren't involved in the 100 this year. We had another 6 or 7 of our pay-as-you-play players that want to be getting better every day.
For a couple here, deep backward square coming around. Carl moves to 42. What if there were to be a competition in August? What would you go for? A new one, a third competition, which obviously then doesn't affect the tables of the Charlotte Edwards or the Rachael Heyhoe?
Yeah, I don't think it's on the cards for now, because there's still a bit of instability. And look, don't get me wrong, our job is to get those 3-4 professionals that aren't in the 100 playing in the 100, because if we're developing their game at that rate, then they should be on that stage.
Oh, low full toss, that's swept away in the air. There was one like that slipped out from Eva Gray. I did wonder whether that was going to be close. I think this one they'll get away with it as well as a result, and rightly so. Consistency from the officials, which is all we ever asked for. 131 for 2, 28 bowled.
And yeah, we definitely haven't got it right. We've had 3 years now. The first year was very much the first year of it, and we probably trained so much and didn't play that much. And then you go, well, okay, we need to give them more matches, and then it swings a little bit. So it's then trying to find the right matches to the point where we probably put too much emphasis on game time at a period where those players wanted to be spending time working on their game. So I'm not sure there's an easy answer to it. I'm not sure there's an answer that is one size fits all. I think we probably noticed it more this year because of the lack of cricket we played in July, and the fact that from the, get my dates right, but I think it was the 11th or 12th of July when we played Stars at Beckenham, we only played a 22 over game, and then you go into the 100 that starts the first week in August. So like that kind of contributes to that feeling of being underprepared, under training, under playing. But that wouldn't have necessarily been the case if we'd actually gone on and played 350 over games in that period. You would have felt differently going into that 100 block. So no, we use the second team competition, a relatively informal competition, but a chance for us to play against the other regions in the south of the country. So we played South East Stars on a couple of occasions, we played Storm on a couple of occasions, and I think we'd already played Vipers twice across the year. We actually travelled up and played Blaze for a match. So we tried to use that opportunity to get some cricket for the girls that were not playing in the 100. But it's a bit of a balancing act, and I guess everyone wants, I suppose, in the future to get to the point where the game is able to sustain a competition below that. But right now we're not quite there.
Drinks break here, 131 for 2. 98 the DLS to win, 97. Cut-offs 5:36 for another hour and 13 minutes. 51 for Scrivens, 48 for Carr. And Baker has 5 to her name so far, has bowled quite nicely and has taken the edge of Carr's bat in that last over, but not taken. You talked about trusting the process and sticking with doing what is being done well and doing it the right way. Sunrisers obviously had a tough run for a little while trying to pick up those victories, but they were coming extremely close. We mentioned the Maddie Villiers match here. There was an extraordinary run of matches where so close but just didn't get over the line. The rewards appear to be being reaped now.
Yeah, and it's like no one wants to play sport to come second, do they, in a 2-horse race? And I suppose it took a fair amount of belief from the staff that have been here throughout, from the players we've kept a really consistent playing squad, and I think that's testament to the vision that we have as a club, as an organisation, to make up ground on teams that would have had a KSL franchise before and had that almost slight head start, both in the way that they were structured but also in the players that are drained out of our region during the KSL era. You add them to the team, we would have been looking pretty different. So I think there's a huge belief that we're trying to do things the right way. We've got a good plan. Andy Tennant coming in at the back end of last season has been a very steadying leader on that ship. He's had a really good idea of what he wants to do, and he's been very clear that we're not going to do it overnight. So this is the process that we're going through. These are things that we need to do. Like we know that there's talented cricketers out there, and whichever way this game goes, they're competitive, which is something that we weren't necessarily in the 2021-2022 season. So it was. We probably felt we were a bit unlucky, and like the sliding doors moment potentially of the Storm game here under lights last year, where Maddie Villiers' overthrow. You nail that throw 99 times out of 100. We've won the game. She took the risk to try and win the game, not the safe end where you tie it and no one goes away happy. And it didn't quite come off. Like if that had worked, like you think that the knock-on would have been very different.
A little bit of width. Resumption from Baker. Carson's 44.
I think the thing to note is that we're watching two players out there now who've been through this journey with us and have grown with the team and have got to know their game in a way that you can only do by playing cricket. And they're a hugely resilient group. You'll have moments, but they're a group that believe in themselves and believe in what they're capable of individually, but also what their mates are capable of doing.
Oh, that goes through and gone. LBW. Scrivens has gone for 51, 132 for 3. Oh, what's that sliding down? Right arm around to the left-hander. I'll have another look in a moment, but the first replay that I've seen doesn't quite look right. Scrivens, a wonderful innings, 51 from 84 deliveries, 128 minutes, 5 fours, and was that just sliding down? That replay from behind Scrivens isn't quite as revealing, but the one from over the bowler's arm and the angle from which the ball is coming and therefore going. Oh dear.
Yeah. Again, it's not directly behind. Sky very kindly left their broadcast tower behind, which has meant that the camera is not quite behind the line there. She'll probably feel slightly hard done by, but
great innings though.
She's held us together there.
132 for 3. So Maddie Villiers makes her way to the middle.
Once again, the game feels back in the balance, doesn't it? There's not much between.
So Villiers off the mark. First ball. They'll just want to keep rotating the strike, these two, not get bogged down with the fall of the wicket. 133 for 3. 29th over of the innings, 21 to go. Oh, that swept fine by Carr. 2 giving chase, slip and deep backward square leg. Villiers is sharp 2, but Carr was happy to settle on 2 for that. End of the over, so Scrivens is gone for 51. Sunrisers 135 for 3 after 29. 21 overs to go here at Chelmsford this Sunday evening. And 93 more required. The DLS 112, even with the fall of that wicket. One, 3-5 for 3. Danny's going to take a very well-deserved break in a minute, which I wasn't going to request until a wicket fell. As long as there was a wicket, as long as there was a partnership going, I'm not going to ask.
You found a very creative way to try and get rid of me, basically.
No, not for one moment. I've been gasping for a coffee, but I thought with the partnership going, I'm not going to ask you to move seats. I know how superstitious you all are. Now the partnership's broken. I thought, oh, polite request. That coffee machine. Long hot day here at Chelmsford. On 3-5 for 3. Ellis into the attack for the first time after that injury. There's a couple to be had there for Villiers, but certainly Sparks will know this is their opportunity. Still 93 runs to play with 7 wickets. They had their own little mid-innings mini collapse from which they recovered. If they were to force something similar from Sparks, from Sunrisers, there may not be. That wind has really got a funny feel about it at the moment. Ooh. Going for the single, underarm throw to the non-striker's end, and they're through. It does feel like it's just blowing in a storm, doesn't it?
It's definitely a very different day to what it was earlier. Still looks muggy, but with that coming over, I don't. From what we can see here, nothing looks too threatening at the moment.
My rain alarm's just gone off, saying intensity 5, but area 0.3 out of 10.
What does that mean?
It means, well, 10 is monsoon, 1 is a little spatter.
Yeah. But
the area 0.3, yeah, that's pretty.
Does that mean that's going to hit us, or that's not going to hit us?
No, you're pretty safe.
I have absolutely
even
no
if
idea
it hits us, it doesn't. A little dab, no run. Even if it does hit us, it's not going to be here for long. But a short, sharp shower, I think that's what you describe that one as.
I think as a batting team, what you probably want is either to monsoon or not monsoon. you don't really want to have to come off for a little bit. Pitch gets spicy.
Oh, full toss, hit up in the air, safely by Carr for a boundary. She moves to 50 from 59 deliveries, 142 for 3 Sunrisers. And Carr from 74 minutes and 59 balls, that's her third 4, which I think is particularly telling of something that you touched on right at the beginning, Danny Warren, that nudging and nurdling it around and using this field well, that's something Carr's done extremely well.
Yeah, once again, I don't want to say too many.
Yeah, it's time to make a coffee in a minute. Don't worry, one delivery.
One delivery.
Just say yes, Kev.
Yeah, anything you say, Kev. I'm here at your beck and call. Is it milk and sugar?
Sweet enough, thanks. Yeah, that was a pretty good lassie. It was found earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to have to temper your enthusiasm. I have a horrible feeling they might have shut the indoor
Oh,
school
no.
by now. But
Oh, well,
we have
leave
a
it.
players area, so I will go and get you one, because I'm not going to lie, I could do with one myself. But yeah, I can never remember quite how long they keep the indoor school open for.
If not, don't worry. There is a coffee machine next door. There is a kettle next door. But usually, for folks at home, usually when we've got the commentaries going, there's a tea urn within reach of us. But we haven't got one today, so that's why I'm cheekily having to ask Danny.
We normally have Stephen Fletcher, don't we, to make the coffee?
No, I'd never trust him making tea or coffee.
He made a lovely one the other week. I definitely needed a bit more milk before. I
was just about to say, never enough milk. Never enough milk.
It wasn't the strength, it was the heat. I took 3 days getting over the first sip, but hopefully he's not listening. It is his day off, so I'm sure he's listening. It's nothing else to do.
Absolutely.
But on that note, I'm going to go and try and find you a coffee, Kev.
Try not to get wet from this storm brewing either.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Thanks, Danny. 142 for 3. Yes, I was never going to ask while there was a partnership going, and actually prior to Carr getting to her 50 as well, I did think maybe I should let Carr get to her 50 first.
I was trying not to write that one. Trying not to write.
Here's Carr.
That
Yeah, we haven't jinxed Amara Carr. That's the top and the bottom of it. 142 for 3. Here, I'll take you through the scores elsewhere while Danny pops off in a moment. As this ball's eased to cover, there's no run. England 209 for 6 now against New Zealand in the 33rd over. Livingston 89, Sam Curran 38. It's hit in the air for a moment, but driven powerfully. Cover's got a fair chase on here, which she won't win. 4 more. Villiers doubles her tally with her first boundary. She's on to 8, 146 for 3. Kent are 301 for 3. Mieye 31, leaning 24. A couple of batting points on the board for Kent. Middlesex 124 for 7. Sam Robson with a 50. Debutant Yadav with him now. Northamptonshire 130 for 2 at Warwickshire. Gay 66, Nairn 52. Yorkshire 236 for 2 at Glamorgan. Oh, it swept beautifully in the air, deep backward square leg, watchfully holds them to a single. 147 for 3. Gloucestershire 215 for 4 at home to Derbyshire. Sussex all out for 262 against Leicestershire. In the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Central Sparks 227 for 8. No, hold on, I got that one wrong. Central Sparks are playing here. I was trying to say South East Stars, I was looking at it and saying a different name. South East Stars 278 all out. The Blaze 158 for 8 now. Gordon 34, McCarthy 7. So 121 runs shy. And Northern Diamonds posted 281 for 3. Western Storm 95 for 2. Luff 38, Wilson 39 after the early loss of Griffiths and Corney. England under-19s taking on Australia under-19s at tea. On the third day, Australia under-19s 46 without loss, requiring another 144 more runs to beat England under-19s. Change of bowling at River End. Georgia Davis is back on, replacing Ellis. Number 11 from her too. Scotland's women beat Italy's women by 117 runs in their World Cup qualifier earlier. And that completes all the games. Run away. Single more. Keep ticking off these runs at the moment. Yes, no, a call on that one, rightly no. Away again, and they'll pick up a single on this occasion. 150 up for Sunrise. It's just 3 down, 32nd over of the innings. Single more to be had. For Carr on to 51. Push nicely again for a single out to deep cover. So end of the over, 152 for 3. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy live here at Chelmsford. Myself, Kevin Hand, Danny Warren as well. Pot's back on from the Hayes close end. In fact, my apologies, it's not going to be. It's going to be Arlott. Change of ends, 1:15 from 5. Now's the time. 5 overs to go, Arlott. Can't wait too much longer. Try and force a way through. Slip in place for Arlott, but Villiers, a new batter to look at, straight up. Low full toss, gets away with it into the covers. England powering back against New Zealand, 2-2-2 for 7 in the 34th. Still shouldn't be enough, but runs are now flowing for England. Oh, block hole delivery dug out. Well bowled, well played. I think she ended her last spell with a block hole delivery. This one's right up there. 2 Villiers push back. A little bit of width from that, cut away, carved on the cut by Villiers. She's on to 13, really appears to have come out in the mood for this one. Turns again. This change of ends to the Hayes close end. Oh, that's guided nicely by Carr. She moves to 53, but Villiers 76, her strike rate, Carr 82, so Villiers has come out with a good intent as well. Little paddle around the corner, just a single. Villiers moves to 14. End of Arlett's first over back, 1 for 18 from 6 now. We have to take that gamble. See if Arlett can bowl them back into this. 73 to win from the last 17, required rate of 4.3. Wicket now would still change everything, especially that of Amara Carr. Turn his mic on to ask this: is this the one that's red hot if you drink it straight away?
It will be pretty warm, yeah. And you're okay. The facilities were open,
they were
so
still open.
You didn't have to have me make it out of the urn up in the changing room.
Oh, I see.
You're lucky.
Oh, we got the good stuff.
Got the good stuff.
So this is the indoor school.
Yeah. Don't tell everyone.
Okay.
Don't tell everyone.
Everyone's not allowed in the indoor school.
It says players and staff only.
Yeah, there you
go. I'm yet to be challenged, so I'm not sure how easy it is to break that rule or not. So let's keep it to ourselves, yeah. don't tell our many fans that are listening online. Next time they visit Chelmsford, they'll be getting their free coffee, won't they?
Dan Feast is immediately reinforcing the coffee on the indoor, the security on the indoor school. That's up in the air, short from Davis, and Villiers makes no mistake. She really has come out with some intent here. 18 from 20.
Well, she remembers exactly what she did on Tuesday, and it's what a player of Maddie's style brings to the team. Actually, I quite like seeing her come in at 5 when there's a bit of a platform set. I can give you a weather update.
Yeah?
The
sun's come out.
The sun's come out, no. I'm starting to squint again, so it's a very, very false update given that it has got suddenly brighter since I opened my mouth.
Oh, have we just lost another effects mic?
We lost an effects mic as well, as Maddie's threaded it through the offside to the boundary there. But no, having left the comfort of our comms box and wandered around the ground, I can tell you, it's pretty windy.
Ooh.
It is pretty windy.
Well, our effects mic can confirm that.
Yeah, our effects mic can confirm that. But there's still that real mugginess in the air. The clouds are a little broken, I'm not sure. And local knowledge, speaking to a couple of people going round, is that we should be fine to get through to the end of the game. And if anything, it's a bit of drizzle, not a thunderstorm that we need to shelter from. So I can confirm it's not as bright and warm.
So there'll be no sparks in the sky. Will there be on the field?
Oh. I chopped that one up, and I actually think you've just been caught at deep mid-wicket with that one, Kev. No, not having it. Taking the coffee away.
The coffee's too late, that was the problem.
Can you do performance reviews for commentators?
Well, you can, because you're the one that pays the bills.
Good point. Don't send me that invoice.
That's the point. That's the performance review.
It's not worth sending me the invoice after that.
Deduction. On 6-4 for 3. Sunrisers tick over. 16.1 deliveries remaining for 64 to win. Carr with a strike rate of 83. Just dropped down to 81.5 with that dot ball. Villiers strike rate of 100. Required rate drops to its lowest point, down to 4. And fine performance so far. Managed to get through a few of the scores elsewhere. While you're away, England ticking over, but wickets against them.
Have you done an update on the big game of the
No,
afternoon
the Essex
away
game,
from
go
here?
on.
Give me a second. So, chasing a target of 68 from 10 overs. Essex are currently 14 for 1 in the second over. The scorecard isn't particularly up to date, so I can't tell you anything other than that. So they require 54 more from 8 overs.
This is the spell, I think, for Sparks. Arlott back into the attack. As much as spin seems to trouble Sparks, they need Arlott to trouble Sunrisers here.
But again, it feels like the game's followed a really similar pattern. We had Eva Gray back on around about this time, trying to force something, didn't we, in the first innings? So it's almost gone opening burst with the seamers, bring the spinners on, bring your seamer back on.
Cut hard for a single. They're thinking 2. 164 for 3.
But yeah, so my update that the sun had vanished is totally out of date now. It is now starting to poke its way through. There's some gaps in the clouds. There's some very funny coloured clouds. I don't know if the redness of them is reflective of that Saharan sand we were talking about earlier.
Oh, Carr nearly playing on. It was how the day began for Sparks, with an unusual play on in that it looped before hitting the stumps to remove Beth Ellis.
There wasn't there that she just adjusted in time.
One thing that struck me, where is the indoor school here at Chelmsford?
As you come in through the car park, you'll pass it. So back out the front gate.
We could go all the way out.
All the way out. Things I'll do for you, Kirk. Things I'll do for you. I'll be honest, it's still quicker to get to than if you're trying to walk your way around a ground like Lord's, isn't it? Where it is actually a different postcode at each end.
But we shan't complain if we can get a few more Sunrisers games there. It was a good one this year, wasn't it? Against, all right, not the result that Sunrisers would have wanted.
It was a fantastic day. There was a good number of people came in for the double header when we played Stars. I think we're just probably kicking ourselves we didn't put another 20-ish on the board, and that would have made it a really good game. Well played, Matty.
That was Tanya van Niekerk's debut indeed, isn't it?
It was, and we started pretty well, if I remember rightly. Lost some in the middle, and then it took Eva Gray and Jo Gardner to drag us out of a very large hole that we got ourselves into. Put 100 and 125, 130 on the board. They all merge into one, don't they? And it took them 18 to get it. So very, very good game of cricket.
Top ball to finish Arlott's 7th over. 1 for 21. Arlott off her 7. I've just seen that South East Stars and Blaze have finished. A victory for South East Stars in that one. A very happy colleague who's rushing back to Canterbury from that game. Not quite as long a drive to Old Trafford.
Yeah, there's no rest for you commentators, is there?
Oh, there is in the winter.
It's when you start having to remember the offside rule, isn't it?
Should need doors painting or yeah, well, yeah, that as well.
I know some people that do.
So 167 for 3.
Big result for the table, really. Stars turning over the Blaze today. This is always going to be a challenge when you're missing a number of players for international duties. Certainly after being 2 down with pretty much nothing on the board. I think they were 1 for 2 at the start of the game. To go on and post a nice score and easily defend it would be very pleasing for Stars.
Up in the air and out to deep mid wicket for a couple. Villiers moves to 27, 168. Oh, my apologies, what am I saying? I thought it was cut off. This is where this stand throws me completely. You kind of look to it, you follow it, you start talking and you realise you haven't seen what you've seen. 4 it is, Villiers on to 29.
Just glad it wasn't when you missed the catch the other day.
Yeah, I saved it though, I think, just. This ball's swept around the corner by Villiers. 4 more, she's on to 33.
She's definitely taken the game forward here, looking to be proactive and put her mark on the game. It's the joy of radio commentary is you can always save it because no one else is watching it.
Yeah.
Whereas when we've got a brilliant live stream as we have set up here that's being sent out there almost as if it is happening in your living room, you have to kind of get your facts right, don't you?
They've let the facts get in the way of a good story, Danny.
Journalist in you there.
Oh, this goes up in the air as well from Villiers. Steps back, rocks back, clears mid on. And we'll pick up at least a couple here. Long chase down below as they've come back for 2. It's Arlott that had to make the run down below. Cheeks puffing out after a long day.
Yeah, she didn't quite get all of that, did she? A slight concern as it was going up in the air, but always had a bit too much on it for Emily Arlott.
And now sweeping again. Villiers is enjoying herself out there. This could be another boundary. It will be another boundary. Villiers is on to 39 from 30 deliveries. 181 for 3 Sunrisers.
And again, going back to how this has almost been a template for a game, hasn't it? Katie George played this innings, didn't she, in the middle of Sparks's innings? So it is almost that template of your top order graft away, create that platform for you, just to let that attacking middle order batter come in and free their arms.
It's punched away again. Just a single to the sweeper. She's on to 40 from 31. 46 to win, and that's the 50 partnership already, of which Villiers has 40 and Carr has 10. Amazing. 28 minutes.
I can guarantee you Amara Carr does not care.
No, indeed.
She does not care of that.
Well, Carr set this up, hasn't she? I mean, this is fantastic cricket. Oh, lovely ball. Skids past the edge. They got excited behind the stumps. Nothing from the bowler. 182 for 3. End of the 36. And Sunrisers up against a serious side in Central Sparks who have lofty ambitions of their own. But being put to the sword here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, there's still plenty in this game. I'm going to say that with my slight pessimists are never disappointed hat. The pitch will offer you something, and you never know if you do get yourself into a side what can happen. But at the moment these two are doing a fantastic job. Again, playing slightly different roles. I think it's fair to say that Amara Carr was the aggressor for most of her partnership with Grace Scrivens. And she's now taking a bit of a back seat and letting Maddie Villiers work her magic at the other end.
So 182 for 3.
I think you're very right though to say that Emily Arlott's probably the danger here. She's got the capability to bowl that ball that would just unpick a batter, even if they're as set as these two are.
low full toss. Swept away by Villiers, just tucked away around the corner. Nonchalantly done. It's just a single, but she's seeing it big out there at the moment, Villiers. On to 41, and quite a stunning display so far in this innings from Sunrise. It's still 45 runs, 7 wickets. Arlott's with the ball in hand, who gave it such a good start, and it was a fine start from Sparks with the ball. Into Amara Carr and Grace Scrivens. Really played it perfectly, this pitch and this attack. Arlott's runs per over just 3. Now into her 8th. Carr and Villiers will know to some extent they just need to see her off. No run. For a moment there was a thought, even for Carr, that would have been a sharp single.
Yeah, you've got to love the aggression, but it's nothing worse than that feeling when you're walking off having made that call yourself. I'm never quite sure which end is downhill here. I'm pretty sure it goes away from us from this end, running in from the Hayes Close end as your uphill end. But there's a much bigger slope out there than you think.
Yeah, I must admit, it's never really struck me, the slope out there. Slower ball, back of the hand from Arlott's, and it's swept away fine for a single by Carr. Another look at scores elsewhere in a moment. So England against New Zealand was reduced, of course, to a 34 over a side match. So 226 for 7 they've posted, which isn't the worst score in the world. In the end, they've recovered the situation. That's swept in the air by Villiers. And get hold of it, which will save her a single to deep mid-wicket.
That's definitely one where don't let the facts get in the way of a good story, because that changes the situation quite dramatically to put that on the board in a reduced overs game.
From 8 for 3 and 28 for 4 and 55 for 5, even 103 for 6 after 20 overs. Yeah, they've recovered that well in the final 14 overs. Just full of length on stroke to cover, no run. Kent 325 for 4 against Nottinghamshire now. Mayeye's gone, Leaning and Finch together as they push towards another crucial batting points. Middlesex 131 for 8, having lost Yadav rain delay at Old Trafford. Northamptonshire 149 for 2 at Warwickshire. Yorkshire 254 for 3 at Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 245 for 4 and home to Derbyshire. And Leicester 15 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 262. Buddington the batter out. As we said, South East Stars won by 107 runs, whilst Western Storm are 124 for 3 in the 25th over. They require another 158 from the final 19 overs. 282 from 43, their target.
And most importantly, Essex under 18 girls, currently 30 for 1 off 4 overs in their reduced game, target being 68 off of 10. So my math suggests they need 38 off the final 6. Bring it home, girls.
Is there a spot of rain in their air out there now? Or is it just a bit of haze again? Just looking at the dark spots on the far side of the ground, the trees. This is clipped wide of mid-on by Villiers. She moves to 46. She'll hope there's no rain around. Strong as the DLS is, she's close to a 50 here. 39 more to win. 189 for 3.
Yeah, maybe she did see a weather forecast that says it's coming earlier than we think, and she's trying to get it done before then. But
filled in a bit.
I'm not expecting to see an umbrella go up, because I don't think many people would have come with an umbrella today. So I'm not sure we can.
Certainly over at our end, they're all happy on top tier to our right, but just in the trees in the distance. Maybe it's just the light has dimmed somewhat. Cloud covers filled in all around. Chelmsford on this Sunday evening. Villiers drives powerfully down the ground, just a single, mistimed indeed. Really pushed hard at that one. Moves to 47. 190 for 3. Away for something from Villiers, not sure what it is. A drink. Pen pads.
I think she's asking for liquid chalk. It's a new one for you, isn't it?
Go on.
So it goes on your hands, dries your hands out,
Ooh.
doesn't sweat inside your gloves.
Nice. Liquid chalk.
I'm saying that with a lot of authority that it may or may not be
I'd
correct, but
I'd have given anything for that when I was playing. Drenched my gloves were all the time. Nice looking drive from Carr.
I won't lie, I didn't bat for long enough to worry about that, so it's certainly not a problem that I came across, but just another innovative solution that these scientists come up with to counter challenges that you might face as a batter.
Liquid chalk.
Yeah, you don't see many people wearing inners anymore. I don't know what your observations are around the circuit, but you don't see many that wear inners.
And is that because of liquid chalk?
I don't really know. Quite an old-fashioned
or
idea.
Maybe the gloves have
inners?
changed. Yeah, maybe the gloves. Maybe it's built into the gloves now. Although that almost defeats the point of the inners, because the inners you change surely when they get too sweaty you can change the inners at least.
The inners. Gloves are tighter, aren't they now? I'm not sure you'd fit inners underneath there.
Well, true.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Amara Carr is an inners wearer. I might be incorrect here. I'm trying to remember. Whereas Maddie Villiers is a liquid chalk user.
I thought you were going to tell me it was something that kids mess around with in the evenings now.
Is that like magic sand or whatever it is? I'm talking about the real kids there, they're the toddlers. The only thing that ever happens in an evening in my world is falling asleep on the sofa these days, Kev, so I'm not sure I'd be down with knowing what goes on anywhere else.
Box set and chill.
Well, it's literally a box set and fall asleep. Yeah. Pick a box set where you don't actually care if you missed the entire 3 episodes that you turned on.
Pace off on that one from Potts. Change of ends for Arlott and Potts here. Here comes the liquid chalk. Let's have a look. Gloves off. Gloves on the ground. Drink first for Villiers.
Priorities.
And now a small bottle of something which is going to be... Oh, don't turn your back to us now, Maddie.
Yes.
She's pouring it onto her hands, isn't she? Is that right?
Producer Ollie, where's the
the hands together.
Producer Ollie.
So liquid chalk, this has replaced talcum powder clearly.
I imagine it is pretty much talcum powder but in a liquid form.
Nice.
And it's for weightlifting. So you know when you see the white hands in weightlifting, I think it's come from that. I didn't spot if Amara Carr took her gloves off to see if she is an inners wearer or not, but we'll update you next time. Might have to be next season because this is our last broadcast together, isn't it, Kev?
Oh, it's going to be a long winter. It always is. Villiers straight back at it in the resumption to Arlott. The required rate is down to 3. I mean, that's plummeted. She's hanging for the most part of the innings around 4.6. Scrivens and Carr pushed it down to 4, and since then the current has climbed to 5 with Villiers hitting 48 from 38. Can she find the 50? Good from Arlott, met with respect by Villiers.
Update from Loughborough and Essex under 18 girls chase. 6 overs gone, 47 for 2. So 21 required from 4 overs.
Update from Southampton. New Zealand are 0 for 1. David Willey picking up Allen. There's a big swing into the onside from Villiers, and that will be the 50, and fittingly with a boundary as well. 52 from 40 deliveries, and Villiers pushing Sunrisers very close here. That's at 8-4 and 39 minutes that have powered the hosts towards victory. Brilliant knock.
There's always that one batter that makes everyone else's strike rate look like they're having a bad day, isn't there?
She's played a game of her own out there since she's gone out to the middle, no doubt about it. Arlott, slur ball down the leg side, wide signalled.
And ironically, it's probably a counter-attack, knowing how difficult it is to play on that wicket, having bowled so well and seen what is in there for the bowlers. I guess going back to the blueprint of this game, if Sparks could have it again, they will probably look to say, well, actually we needed to keep attacking throughout those middle overs.
Oh, inside edge on that one from Villiers, swinging again to the onside. Picks up the single onto 53, 30 to win. 198 for 3. This is run. It's a backward point. Sharp single. Ooh, one on the heel, I think, by Villiers there. So 199 for 3. 29 more. Very nearly there. And it does just feel as though it's got a little bit closer here, as the cloud cover surrounded Chelmsford. That's well bowled again, dug out by Villiers. Arlott ruin her luck, just the 1 wicket today, right at the top. And she picked up Ariana Dowse. That's the 200 up for Sunrisers at the end of the 39th, 200 for 3. An outstanding display here so far from Sunrisers. I won't put words into your mouth just yet, Danny, but a very strong performance at this stage.
Yeah, definitely not over yet. You feel like you want to, you're going to keep fighting right to the end. We've talked a lot about Freeborn's effort out there in the middle, haven't we? How she's been on that field right in the thick of things with the battle, with the gloves for all bar 1 over. We've probably overlooked the role Amara Carr has played in this game. She came out to bat in the 12th over and is still running a sharp single even with 20 to go, and having kept very neatly, picked up a nice stumping, and almost without fault for the rest of the innings.
Oh, looped into the block hole. Villiers really had to stretch for it. Pick up the single down to long on. 201 for 3, so 27 more to go. And a good week for Sunrisers. Radlett and Chelmsford, hands on hips all around for Sparks at the moment. I have to ponder the performance here. For me, I can say the point where you could see it happening, you could see it coming out in the middle when Freeborn and Jones were together, but they looked as though they were getting tetchy about a run rate which was 4.6 at that point. It's taken Sunrisers most of their innings to get up to 4.6. They're now powered onto 5.1 with Villiers. It's a lovely shot. Once again, push back to mid-on. Carr moves to 58 Let's just move that ball all around Chelmsford today. Amara Carr. .26 to win. Villiers want to 56. There won't be a Centurion for Sunrisers today, but 3 fine 50s so far. Oh, that's right up there. Big stride from Khan, gone for 58. Beats the inside edge. Yeah, it's pretty adjacent. Maybe just, if you'd have gone upstairs, was it just hitting outside the line of off?
I think she might have felt that was where she'd got herself to. But a fantastic innings played by Amara Carr. She said she was a aggressor for a lot of the partnership with Grace Scrivens, really trying to put some intent and impetus into the innings, and has played second fiddle slightly to, well, more than slightly, very much second fiddle to a fantastic Maddie Villiers innings at the other end, but you can't understate how important that innings was for Amara Carr, and it's brilliant to see her getting some runs. She's a talented batter who we've probably not seen the best of for a couple of years, so that's incredibly pleasing to see.
I reckon that's one of those that no matter which way it went, were DRS available, the other side would have gone up.
Yeah.
Carr may have gone up had it been given not out. Sunrisers may have gone up and it might have gone, Sparks may have gone up and it would have gone with umpire's call.
Yeah, which is the way it should be.
Yep.
I think this is what annoys me a bit about football and their VAR. It's like, you should only be there if there's been an absolute howler. Like, if you've made a wicket, then that can be corrected, and you should, I guess, you appreciate the opportunity to have your mistakes corrected, don't you? Whereas if it's a subjective call, in line, not in line, you've got to let them get on with their job. So again, it comes down to this. Whilst the game is in Sunrisers' favour at the moment, you need another partnership, and you need Joe Gardner to keep the platform there that Maddie Villiers has been hitting from, because otherwise it could all very quickly become nervous.
Last ball of Potts over, her 7th. Put right up there, Gardner strokes into the offside, no run. Potts 1 for 30 from 7, 203 for 4, 25 to win. Carr gone after a fine 50. Villiers still there on 56. Gardner, who so often is the big hitter, power batter for Sunrisers, comes together with Villiers, and for Gardner perhaps just a support act here. Drop the singles. Villiers is seeing it like a beach ball.
Yeah, they came together a bit earlier in the game on Tuesday, didn't they, than this, and put the platform there for the game to be won, so that they're familiar with each other in the middle. They'll have a plan to do this in as efficient way as possible. I'm sure, learning from some of the things that happened on Tuesday where players gave opportunities trying to win the game, they'll be looking to be clinical here.
Oh, it's final over. How much will Villiers factor that in? See off Arlott. Real threats.
No, I can report that the Essex under-18 girls have got over the line with 9 balls to spare. Jess Ollerenshaw, who's a Sunrisers player but hasn't managed to get a huge amount of game time this year through injury and other availability issues, hitting the winning runs.
Oh, now! Oh, it's off the bat, isn't it? Oh, it's off the bat. She's hit it. Oh dear. Well, that's one that would go to a division decision review system. Villiers is given out LBW and the ball clearly hit the bat and not the pad. I mean, look, we've got a great vantage point here. Villiers is understandably furious. She went for a sweep. It hit the back of the bat and went the other side. But Villiers storms off 203 for 5, and well, that's an extraordinary one. I don't think I've ever quite seen one like that. We talk about umpires making a wicket. We'll look at the replay, and you can't see it from the angle that's behind, but if you see it from the angle that we're at, which I think there is a replay of at this angle, here we go. Yeah, oh dear. Comes off the bat, the umpire thought it was pad, and I think, look, even Arlott there knows as she walks away. Oh dear.
Yeah, you can see why Maddie reacted the way that she did.
Yeah, I mean, umpires.
Unfortunately, there will be questions asked of a lot of what went on in the last few minutes. But yeah, don't think Anthony Harris will be particularly happy with himself on reflection there. But it's always raises a question for me. It's like when you realise, as Emery Arlott probably did there, how where is the line that you withdraw your appeal and you go like it's easy. As we keep saying, it's very easy up here. They're trying to win a game of cricket that will give them an opportunity to qualify for the latter stages. Now, Emery Arlott's gone up, kept going up. It's kind of no one wins in this situation. It leaves a bit of a taste. So we're now in a slightly hairy situation, aren't we? We've got two new batters at the crease. You know, plenty of time, but two batters that probably wouldn't have expected to be doing a huge amount in this run chase 10 minutes ago are now standing out there together.
Cut off for this innings 20 to 6. It's 20 past 5 now, and there's still 9.4 overs remaining. So Central Sparks are up against that as well. There's been plenty of delays in this innings. Arlott's 9.2 overs, 2 for 32. That's dabbed away by Miller for a single. 204 for 5, 24 to win. Solid defence again from Gardner on that. 204 for 5. .204 for 5 Sunrisers, 24 more to go. One ball left to the 41st of the innings. Time, well, in two senses on Sunrisers' side here. 19 overs for the cut-off. And they're going to be well short of that, especially with the two quicks back on, although this is Arlott's last ball. Block hole delivery. Her Yorkers today have been outstanding, Arlott. She's put so many right up into that block hole. She ends with 2 for 33 from 10. And the wicket in that over, which was a bad one for the umps. You can't call it any other way. Ball that only hit bat, given out LBW. Unfortunately, mistakes do happen, and Sunrisers on the wrong end of a mistake from the umpire there. 204 for 5. 24 to win from 9 overs with 5 wickets standing. Should be Sunrisers' game still, but how much does that shake things up a little bit out there? Because I think everybody who's watching and certainly would have seen the replay. I mean, we had the perfect angle from up here and it was clear as day to the naked eye that hit the bat and not the pad from the angle that we're sat with a lofty view. You can almost see it from behind from the umpire's perspective. Bowler goes up. The ball that is hitting in line but hitting the bat, not the pad. He's into the onside from Miller. 1 from 2 for her, Gardner 0 from 4. What was a game of nudge and nurdle. Well, right now, Sparks will bring the field right up. Try and put the pressure on. 4 up on the offside, 3 up on the onside.
Yeah, there's obviously a new bowler needed at the far end as well, so that's the next question East Jones has to answer.
Does Ellis get a go? And he had the 2 overs after coming back on after the bang to the head.
I think she's still on the field. She's down at long leg, isn't she?
She went for 11 off those 2 overs, but again, that was in the middle of a partnership for Sunrisers as she'd returned to the field.
I imagine Katie George might get the nod.
Yes. And that will be a test.
Unless they're looking to go to spin. There's a fielder down at third man waving their arms around.
Slight delay here. Potts deep in conversation, delaying matters greatly. Now they're up against it because of the cut-off, which they must be aware of. Well, it's on the big screen, so they can't not see it. It's 15 minutes away.
Yeah, it's been a very strange innings in that respect, hasn't it? There hasn't been the drinks breaks that we saw in the first innings. In fact, they've pretty much shooed away any attempts for people to come on the field, whereas it was almost a free-for-all with the batters in the first innings. So I'm a bit of a loss as to how it's been so slow.
It'll be a... thought that was going to be a wide, maybe not. Slip in place now. Look on the replay. Yeah, it was comfortably inside the lines.
I think the challenge Jones has now is that if Sparks are to win the game, it probably is going to go the distance. So they can't rely on getting things through before that cut-off time.
It is an extra fielder up, isn't it?
Yes.
After the cut-off. I'm wondering that they're pondering, look, the only way that they win it from here is by Sunrisers being unable to penetrate the field as it is. And at the moment, what have they got? Two back anyway. So basically, they wouldn't be they're already bowling with what would be the penalty in 14 minutes' time. So slow it up even further. Oh, it's put away by Miller.
And that's the danger, isn't it? You have so little margin for error if you're looking to squeeze like that. Flo's taken a bit of time to get used to the pace of it, but that one was short and she was able to pounce on it.
Potts looks pretty tired out there. And well, it wasn't the worst delivery in the world, but Miller onto it quickly. Slaps it into the gap in between mid-on and mid-wicket. A welcome boundary for Sunrisers. 20 to win. 8 overs remaining. 208 for 5. Oh, not gone to George then at the Hayes close ends, but instead it's Davis.
To be honest, I'm not sure where George is on the field. They've got Davina Perrin on as a sub-fielder still, with Ellis back on, so looking around, and I know there's going to be one missing down there somewhere, isn't there? I haven't seen George for a while.
There's the number 99 on her back, Katie George. There's a line in there somewhere about 99 problems, but Katie George ain't one. Sorry.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse. I actually quite appreciated that one.
This ball's leg sides and fielded by the sub, which is Davina Perrin.
Be an inner battle going on here. Jo will be itching to get on with things here. Play that late, lower middle order power innings that she's so renowned for. But she'll also desperately want to be there at the end, having steadied the ship after that hiccup. We'll call it a hiccup. Officially it was a hiccup.
A hiccup's a good call. Oh, hands on heads for Davis.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away from Hannah Baker there at mid-wicket, but going pretty quickly and always just out of reach.
I mentioned that South East Stars had wrapped up victory. A quick look and see. Western Storm 167 for 4, made 115 from 10.4 with 4 overs remaining. Oh, now that must have come off some sort of bat to have gone as high as it did. That can't have just been pad, but there wasn't great enthusiasm to get to it from anybody. Was it just pad then? Thought she swept it maybe onto the pad, but lands safely. Either way, in between three of them. 209 for 5, maybe that was the realisation that everybody knew they weren't getting there. In the County Championship, I think they're done for the day at Old Trafford, are they? Middlesex 132 for 8, Kent 351 for 4. I have a third batting point in the 87th over at Canterbury. Somewhat predictable that was going to be a batting surface for Kent, who with bonus points could stay up this year. 6 points the difference between they and Middlesex. Northamptonshire as good as down, 171 for 2 at Warwickshire. Yorkshire 286 for 3 at Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 282 for 4 at home to Derbyshire. Leicestershire 41 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 262 at Hove. Potts bowls short and put away by Gardner. She moves to 5, 15 to win. Couple of boundaries, one from Miller, one from Gardner, alleviating a little bit of late pressure here from Sparks. 213 for 5. Strong shot from Gardner. Potts looks tired. She's getting almost talked through each delivery at the moment. That cut-off is but 9 minutes away, but 15 runs. Sunrisers may well have it won in that time anyway. Here comes the conversation again. Maddie Green, the skipper, Bethan Ellis and the bowler. Grace Potts, who sets off. Wide down the leg side, 14 to win.
Are you still counting your extras, by the way? Did we give that one up in the first 25?
I think handsomely Central Sparks have lost it on. So Sunrisers, 1 no ball and 12 wides and 2 byes. No, I've got it the wrong way around, sorry. Central Sparks innings, Sunrisers had 3 no balls and 7 wides, 1 bye, so 11. And 12 wides alone from Sparks. Plus 2 byes and 1 no ball.
15. 11 plays 15. It's not often we lose that one.
They've actually reined that back a bit because it was they were off to a bad start, weren't they? 8 wides pretty quickly. And I guess there's been a lot of spin since the early overs of Potts and Arlott. Oh, that's chipped up. Just out of reach. Got a hand to it, I think. Gardner will pick up 2. Hard in the mouth moment. They're nearly there, Sunrisers. 12 to win. But that was very close to just adding an extra little bit of pressure at the end for Sparks. Gardner pushing hard at that ball. Wasn't over the top of it. And oh, goodness me, that was close.
It's a good thing she's got a nice healthy middle to that bat, isn't it? That flew without a huge amount of contact behind it.
Yeah, she was trying to pull out of the shot, really, wasn't she? She was checking it. That's up there. Probably resisted the temptation to go at that one because of the last. 216 for 5. 12 to win. 6.2 overs. 7 minutes shy of the cut-off, but again, it could be done in that time anyway, which I think Sparks was somewhat gambling on. Only 2 out for the visitors. Oh, it's a lovely drive. Good cut-off by Green. Coming around at mid-on, single taken.
You make a good point though. If you haven't got your full 4 out, where is the rush to hit hit that mark? And I think there's always going to be debate about how you punish how you try to eliminate slow over rates, because we don't want that in the game. It's part of the game that you have to get through and be quicker between the overs.
Slow ball, that'll be another wide. 217 for 5. The point I'd make really is for the punters that come in for the day. If you slow it up to this extent, you know, you're asking them to be there for a long day. 10:30 to 5:30. It's a long day to be at the cricket, and I don't think it's doing the game any favours to allow it to slow up this much. The amount of spin that we've had today, we've had a serious amount of spin.
I would very much agree with you, and it is part of the skill of the game.
Well, that goes up in the air from Miller. Skipper, oh, can't get underneath it. In fact, there's been a change. It's not the skipper there, it's Hannah Baker now at mid-off. Or was it?
It's Hannah Baker, and I think Flo Miller had almost given up on that, and they were having a chat in the middle of the
seemed to be a misjudgment
track, so
from Baker backing up to that one, perhaps rather than turning and running. Or whether she stepped in at first, not quite sure if we'll pick it up on the camera. Where was her first step?
It did just get big on her, didn't it?
I mean, it's only just outside.
Hugging the edge of the circle there, and it got a little bit bigger on her, but yeah, a bit of fortune for Flo Miller.
Couple of chances missed from Sparks, but some might say Sunrisers have earned that luck by hook or by crook in this innings. 219 for 5, 9 to win. They were as good as home and dry a few overs back. Carr might feel a little hard done by with her LBW. Absolutely no doubts in the world that Maddie Villiers will be feeling hard done by with hers. That's full toss, swept away. Deep mid wicket's not going to get there. 5 to win. Miller's on to 10. 219, 223 indeed for 5 Sunrisers. Leg side with that one as well, but straight to the fielder. Oh, a little sweep now. Where's that ended up? Has it bowled her? It has. Played on, looking to sweep Miller. Trying to wrap it up. 5 to win. Miller departs for 10. Just plays on with a little bottom edge. Tickled onto the stumps. So Sunrisers made to wait, but nothing more than that at this stage. A fine 10 from Miller from 13 deliveries. Not quite seen the side home. Going for the sweep, but dragging it on. Amo Surun Kumar is the new batter. 2-3-3 for 6.
Died a little bit there, didn't it? And just went on. It's not quite been the charge to the finish line that we were anticipating 15-20 minutes ago. But
I think when you have a dismissal in the mode and the manner that it was, which is easier for me to say than you, Danny, in the end it's just about getting over the line, isn't it? Because it shakes you up a little bit. It was a clear error made by the umpire, and the manner of it all can knock you in your tracks, can't it? Knock you out of your stride. Sunrisers, to some extent, I'd say that's happened here. From what was an innings, as you say, was charging along, especially with Maddie Villiers. But 5 to win from 5.3. Sparks continue to slow it up. An attractive looking shot first ball from Surun Kumar. Stroking away off the back foot.
yeah, they've got a bus trip home as well, haven't they? So the slower this goes, the later their arrival back at home.
Surun Kumar gets it away. That could be scores level. And it is. She's put that away nicely. Seems to time the ball pretty well. 1 to win for Sunrisers.
She has a habit of finishing the game off, doesn't she? She picked up the last couple of wickets against Vipers here to wrap the game up. She was out in the middle on Tuesday, again with Joe Gardner, ironically, when it finished there. So not a bad reputation to have.
Comes down the track, slams it away into the covers. That'll be the winning run. Surun Kumar, might even go all the way for 4. They've given up running.
I think that ball's staying there.
Yeah.
She still gets the 1.
She gets the single. She's looking to see what happens with it. I think she was pushing it on over the boundary rope, hoping she'd get the 4 for it. Sunrisers do have the victory, and that is another emphatic performance, which in the end, actually, the victory margin, much like Tuesday, doesn't tell the story.
No, it doesn't, and I think the batting innings was the foundation for that. Came in the first innings. The bowlers and the fielders worked so hard on a decent batting track in really, really tough conditions to restrict a strong Sparks lineup. And when you're playing against a team that have a Centurion in there, and you manage to come out on top relatively comfortable, that there's 5 overs to spare in the chase, it probably looked like it was going to be done 20 minutes ago if things had gone slightly differently. But credit to Sparks, they hung on in there. They kept asking the question, and the girls got them over the line. As I say, Surun Kumar is our finisher, it seems.
Danny Warren, thanks very much. That's it from Sunrisers stream this year, but of course Sunrisers go on the away fixtures. It does end the season on a high, I must say, these games, and it feels like a real upward spike, certainly in results, if performances anyway had been pushing in that direction already, Danny.
Yeah, look, we knew that if we could finish with 2, 3, maybe even 4 wins here, there's remote chances of getting yourself into the playoffs. That wasn't necessarily top of our list. It was to continue building the performances, the structure, the belief that we had, and to give some of our young players the opportunity to be out there for 4 more games this year. So yeah, very, very pleasing to get over the line. Very pleasing to see 3 of the girls going on, scoring 50s, and being clinical. As you say, the 6 down in the final column doesn't really show how the game panned out, but that's cricket, and it's as our head coach would say, it's a W, and it doesn't matter how you get it.
They got it in pretty good fashion overall. Danny Warren, thanks very much for the help today. Much appreciated. Look forward to seeing you again next season, but I will say that as the person who invoices you. Manny, thanks for today. Thoroughly enjoyable day. Many thanks to everybody on the stream. Ollie over on the far side producing as well. Thanks for your company on the Sunrisers stream this year. Winter well, everybody. Will be back next year with the stream. Good luck for the remainder of the season. To these two teams, Sunrisers wrap up victory here at Chelmsford by 4 wickets.